everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Bloodshed, tears, and glory. The Land of Dawn calls for contenders once again.
Against all odds, GK Esports is here to win MPL MENA Season 9.
Guangzhou Gaming! They go straight to the main stage.
Ignite Gaming! MPLSG Season 11 crowns a new team. True Rippers are your champions.
The place where a new chapter begins. The newcomers.
MSC at the EWC, Paris. For many of us, this is our first.
We may be the underdogs.
We may have sacrificed everything to come this far.
We'll prove why we belong here.
It's the first MCT Grand Finals, and Entity will be your first champions.
Bro! Esports is the reigning champion!
Team of Falcons will push forward to the main stage of MSC.
Congratulations! Vamos as you punched your ticket to France for EWC!
Breaking barriers, defying limits. The aggressors come with nothing to lose.
We carry the expectations of our country, our families.
The fans who believed in us.
This is the stage we've been working toward.
Maybe this is where a new Dutch house is born.
Aurora Gaming have wiped the Young Gun Galacticos out.
Megatron have not merely joined the Kings, they have become the Kings.
And the Dragons of the North defend their Empire spirit!
Challengers of the throne, the Titans stand ready.
We have already achieved what many thought was impossible.
Whether it's defending our regional title
Or taking down the champions of our region.
We're here to break curses and set new milestones.
Falcons AP Runner moving on through the Grand Finals. Slangor Red Giants are your new champions.
MSC 2023 champions! Honor!
Team Liquid is your grand champions!
The names that shaped history, the kings and legends.
It's been a while since we stepped foot onto the world stage.
It's been a while since we brought home an international title.
Our fight continues because our story isn't finished.
Our legacy awaits.
The journey to rise above begins.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, tracking your every move. World Cup up.
Chris, I've been looking all over for you. Chris, what are you doing here?
No. I've been trying. I've been here for 3 days trying to win tickets. Well, we got Saturday. We got the grand finals coming.
We still have a few more days. You don't have to do it all now. We have some content to do. We gotta go.
Hold on a second.
What's in
it? Whatever.
What's in it? What's in it? Can I see? Oh. That was rude. Huh? What does that mean?
I honestly, I don't know. Anyway, we do actually have other things coming up before our grand final.
We do. We have 2 matches today, all in a best of 5, and that's going to be very interesting because whoever loses this gets eliminated out of knockouts.
No, that's sad again. We don't be getting upset this week, okay? We're fine.
I'll be fine.
Don't remind you. I'll try not to remind you.
I'll be fine. But we got to go. I mean, they're calling me and they're asking for you, and we have content to shoot and stuff like that, so let's just bounce, all right?
It's a bit rude, that. A bit rude.
What did that mean?
I don't even know.
In the past, we were always in Asia. This year, we came to Paris. What stories are still left untold?
Kami sudah membuktikannya, tapi ini baru permulaan.
Tiada siapa akan ingat siapa nombor 2. We need the win.
Bukan sekadar keinginan, tapi tekad.
Hindi ang pag-abot sa top ang pinakamahirap. Ang corona ang mahirap ipagtanggol.
What happened last year became fuel for us this year.
This time, we bring it to Paris and finish it.
A new lineup, new chemistry, new fire. Once champions, not settling for podium finishes. World champions, defending MSC champions. As the final boss of MLBB, can anyone stop them? Names have been named, stars have risen, but now they need to show the world what it takes to rise above. This time, the world is bigger than ever. Like every year, new challengers step on to the world stage. Some carry the ambitions of 2 continents. Some fight for the pride of home turf. Some have never stopped chasing the throne. So who will finally rise to clinch the title? This is where unresolved stories find their ending. A new shot at glory. One more chance at redemption.
We are back. Kali ini, sekali lagi
Magugulan at tidak.
Pareho lang ang tsansa namin.
No one is untouchable.
Let's fight.
Bigyan ako kalau bisa.
2 champions, 1 game. Paris breaks through limitless possibilities.
Domination or redemption? That's the answer that we hopefully will get later on after these games raise the question here at MLBB MSC at EWC 2026. My name is Rain Day. Welcome back to an amazing day we've got set up. It means it's the knockout stages. Those 2 days of rest have hopefully given the players a few new different ideas, or maybe just the ability to settle in on how they want to approach it, because they aren't going against somebody new. They're all upper bracket rematches. So somebody is going to have the edge. Will it be the teams that did before? Will we see some surprises later on? It's going to be a fun one. Welcome to Paris, everybody. Again, I'm with my amazing talent. You guys know so much. You could be casting, you could be doing the desk, but they're here on the desk with me. I'm happy. Rinmar and Mirko. Rinmar, a couple of days rest will do you good, huh?
Yeah, really good. Our bank accounts suffered a little bit of damage, but it's been a good time in Paris. And then at the same time, of course, we got to recalibrate, rest up, and do a little bit more research for today.
It's a nice watch. I just have to say.
Thank you.
Gave him a little opportunity there. Mirko, you looking good as well? Rush day?
Hey, it's been amazing, man. You know, Paris and break days, they just go hand in hand. I just love the city, love the games, and I think it has gotten us a lot more excited right now, right? The anticipation is actually just killing me right now, especially for our first match.
Yeah, and the great thing about this is, again, upper bracket matches, so everybody's seen each other, but what new strategies will they have brought together? If you're just joining us, we had an amazing group stage. Let's go to the STC Rewind to see exactly how that went, guys, and walk me through just this first week of groups and what that looked like to bring us here.
Well, we started off right away with some surprising results, didn't we, for our group stages? Teams such as SRG going down to the lower bracket, teams like Team Liquid, but we got to see teams like Team Spirit, Guangzhou Gaming as well deliver some surprises.
I think the favorites just for some reason drop the ball a lot of times, even in some of these matches where they did qualify. Team Spirit, Guangzhou Gaming, one of those where I was very disappointed, right? Team Spirit coming into this tournament as one of the top dogs, A-tier team for me, almost dropped it entirely against Guangzhou Gaming, who are coming in as, again, relatively newer teams for the international stage. They've never really made it to the international stage, first main stage, and they did really well. But obviously that experience for Team Spirit, they were able to get it through. And with Zauer debuting in their MSC, he's looking better and better as we get along the group stages.
Yeah, and you can say the same thing about the whole of Team Spirit getting better. What was shocking to me is that how it felt like the Entity 7 team that we saw take down Team Liquid didn't look like the same team that went up against Pro Esports. Pro Esports, their aggression, their high tempo, kill heavy playstyle looked like it was just too much for Entity 7 to handle. At some moments we thought that, hey, maybe we could go to a game number 3, but Pro really just wanted to make it to the knockouts already.
Yeah, I gotta say, man, Pro, they did such an amazing job coiling with the with the taunts against SRG when they sent them down into the lower brackets as well. We definitely got to see that character, and that's what I'm expecting here for Pro versus Yangon Galacticos. And obviously, one of the craziest matches here, the fact that MSC 2023 champions had to go up against MSC 2024 champions. SRG sent home their key crushed right in front of a lot of the Malaysian fans here by Onyx, who finally got their revenge, and we got to see that civil war between the Falcons, man. Unfortunate for Falcons meta, they looked so good in the wild card. They were able to really capitalize on the utility meta, but as we got into MSC main stage, the assassin meta took over, and just like a lot of the teams that were favored, they just couldn't adapt too well into this assassin meta.
Yeah, Flap stepped up, and of course, the KDA machine, Haji, took all of the highlights with his Selena gameplay, reminding us yet again, his first and last. Yeah, I don't think Vitality is going to be giving that Selena to Falcons later, and I don't think the Falcons are not going to give the Selena to Moreno as well.
He doesn't want it. Mirko doesn't want it. Let's take a look at our club championship Aramco leaderboard, because that'll tell a story that's also underlying what's at stake here. You could see Natus Vincere, Navi at the top. They actually play our winners of last year in Team Falcons PH, the only Filipino representative here still in the top 8 for MLBB. They'll be going toe-to-toe, not just in that match, but the implications, Rinmar, a win would actually qualify Falcons for the ability to win the club championship. Not as Vincere already have a win, but could do a lot to stop someone who's chasing them up the leaderboard there.
Yeah, now V needs to maximize all of their remaining titles, and it's not a lot. They don't have a lot of teams like fielded here, but they were at least able to maximize it. Meanwhile, the defending champs team, Falcons, yeah, it's going to be a grudge match later, not just because of the story within MLBB, but the story of the club championship rankings. I mean, we saw the content piece earlier. Team Vitality is taking digs at Falcons in their little claw machine game with the words of wisdom.
Yeah, it is going to be crazy. And I think that the tempo that we have set in this tournament is that things are moving fast. You barely have time to adjust. But this is totally different because the group stages are over. You now have had 2 days and you're playing best of 5s. But for the teams that could not adapt, they unfortunately saw their keys crushed. That was a you know, I kind of like this crusher, to be honest.
I love it.
Over at the Kadia stage, we have a different crusher. It's like a circular one. This one is just harsh, man.
This one literally breaks it in the middle, man. It's so much more brutal.
Yeah.
I love it, though. This really just shows you that competition. Even Coily and a lot of these players, man, their expressions when they beat their bitter rivals, when they get to finally crush that key. I think, especially for Keyboy, this one was personal, right? Getting that revenge from 2024 after being eliminated in the group stage by SRG.
And you guys mentioned the storylines that are also here jumping in. If you're checking out the knockout stages, the winner of last year, Team Liquid PH, they are out. They went out in the group stages. The winner of the year before, SRG, they are out. They went out against Onyx. The winner of the one previously in 23, that's Onyx. They're still alive. So we'll keep up with tabs. But they're playing one of maybe the most exciting teams coming out here, which is Aurora Gaming.
Right now, what's very interesting to see is the fact that if Onyx loses tomorrow, we will be guaranteed a new MSC champion, right?
Yep.
We are already guaranteed a new MSC and EWC champion. Both grand finalists from last year, both champions from 2024-2025 are out. So it just comes down to now Onyx being eliminated, and then we're guaranteed a new champ.
Yeah, we've been calling Team Falcons PH as one of the titans of the game. Here's some shocking news for you. They have yet to win an MSC title. They've been in grand finals, but they haven't been able to win it.
Well, the second place representative here from the Philippines, they're going to have a chance to represent not only that, but Falcons hope at the club championship win. Big stakes on the final one. Yangon Galacticos and Pro Esports, though, will lead us off to best of 5s, and don't wait till that 14:30 CEST time. We're going to keep these rolling, so you got to keep watching, keep enjoying as we kind of open up the conversation about our very first teams. Guys, this is a matchup that I think is, again, another rematch. Yangon got the better end of Pro Esports. Pro Esports had to move in through the lower bracket. If you're in Pro Esports' journey, what do you learn? What do you learn from that?
Fix the comms. You could see it with how they tried to finish the game. They can't find angles to finish the game. There's just something about how they handle their playstyle in early to mid that translates very well to domination. But when it gets to the point where you're dancing for lords, trying to play the minion waves, trying to win it, they just seem to slip up. There's something about their communications and them wanting to do so many things in the late game that they just need to marry to a cohesive plan.
I agree. I think they need to again, be cohesive. They need to be a little bit more coordinated and disciplined in the late stages of the game. And I think for me, it's just because they're trying to double down on that early aggression. They're such a good team at playing those micro heroes and, you know, shining mechanically that they rely on it a bit too much even in the late game, right? They don't go back to, all right, let's play it slow. Because in the first group stage match against SRG, it almost looked like that was the reason they were able to beat SRG.
Yeah.
In the late game where SRG was winning, they would just go in and in. They would constantly just gamble all in every single time for those 50-50s. And when they come out on top, they end the game. If not, then we see E7 and Yangon matches.
Well, will we get a rematch or will we get a remake? We'll have to find out because these are very interesting conversations. And if you think you know who's going to win, whether we're going to see the same result or we're going to see a new one, make sure to get your pick'ems in on this game. They're open now. You can pick for all of the games coming up this afternoon. And then, of course, you'll be able to see if you got right and climb on the leaderboard. There's up to $300,000 on the line that you might be able to get your share of. So again, I'll talk about this. The other side is the Yangon side, and they are successful. I mean, pretty much when you look at kind of the storyline for today, I want to bring this up for us to see because you can see it's kind of like one dark horse will rise above, but I'm starting to question this dark horse narrative only because these teams are here. They're in the knockout stages. Do you think they like being called a dark horse? Do you think they believe they're dark horses?
I think that's fuel. Any team that thinks that they're competitors that gets labeled a dark horse would want to prove it wrong in the sense of, no, we're not just dark horses.
Yeah.
We could actually be in the running for championships. Look at Pro. We've talked about their aggression. They have the highest amount of kills heading into today. I believe the number is somewhere around 31 over the second most kills team, which is SRG. Pro has 31 more than them, and SRG has played one more game. Meanwhile, Yangon Galacticos, it's hard to take them down.
Yeah.
They play defensively so well, and they don't take risks unless they know that it means that their mid laner and gold laner will survive.
And it's I think we talked about this earlier. Every single member of Yangon Galacticos has had a moment in a game throughout this tournament where they haven't died. Which, Mirko, I mean, that's hard to do in a regular match at a high level of rank, but that's very impressive here when you get to MSC.
Absolutely, and I think that's the main difference between Yangon Galacticos and Pro, right? Even in their first matchup, I think for Yangon Galacticos, they're a lot more calculated, a lot more disciplined as well. They understand how to take the game. They know when to go fast, they know when to go slow, and it's through those objectives, just playing around those, that they're able to win championships in MSLMM, and they were able to, again, withstand that early storm that was Pro Esports mechanical prowess.
Yeah. All right, well, we have a chance to introduce Yangon Galacticos. This squad has made it all the way to the knockout stages, from Ying and Han to Blink, Kaizi, and Sanji, who, like we had just mentioned, is notable for not dying very often in this tournament. We'll see how they perform today, but the road to the Myanmar representative has been anything but easy. They're in pursuit of a championship.
We start Young Galacticos on MSL Season 1. After we lose in M7, all of us, including the player and the coaching staff, decided to do better. I think we can win this one because of the mindset we adjust and the maturity of all the members of Young Galacticos. They are expecting to be a champion. If we achieve top 4, it's mean a lot in terms of the pride of Myanmar, because back then on M2, Myanmar is one of the top teams.
As now, Bournemouth scores! Have they done it?
They have done the unthinkable, and now they make history. The first Myanmar team to make it towards the grand finals of the M2 World Championship.
Bringing the Myanmar back on the top 4, it's mean a lot to the people. As a foreigner, what makes me decide to stay on Young Galacticos is because of the dreams of the players. After losing on M7, I think I am accountable for their dreams. I really want to show them that esports can change life.
Yangon Galacticos, Han being highlighted there as the jungle. This is an important matchup for them. Again, we mentioned representation, but also just the fact that can we decisively say, and I think we will after this, which team has their grasp fully on this meta?
Yeah, if Yangon Galacticos comes out of this with a shocking 3-0 sweep of Pro and they make it look easy, then you're really going to have to bump them up there as true competitors that you have to watch out for. Probably harkening back to the what they've mentioned, the M2 run of Burmese.
You disagree?
I disagree. Just mainly because I've had the time to talk to Mars and MGod, and they're always like, please don't rate us highly. Every time the Burmese teams get rated highly by analysts, they do horribly, right? Like,
so they do. So the dark horse is helping out.
Yes, we gotta rate them.
Okay,
really
they are.
low. We gotta say Yangon or like right here.
Okay, so to do them a favor, it's like, Yangon.
Overrated. They're not that good.
Can we move on? Can we move on? Exactly, right? Like, we don't need to talk about them. Speaking of moving on, we do have Pro Esports, who is their opponent in this one. And this is another great matchup with the jungler. You see Coily, you see Saryam, Felix, Sa, PP, and of course Kozen. This is a team that is ready to achieve great things here at EWC.
Pro Esports start in MPL KX Spring Split 2023. We qualify from Challenger Cup, and I joined since the beginning. And after 6 seasons, we finally become the champion of MPL KX Season 10.
Coily! Triple kill though, Lin! Maniac! The grand final! Pro Esports is the reigning champion for MPL KX!
When we win MPL KX, of course we are excited because we've been having this dream for many years already, and it's our first time winning, and we qualify to play on international stage, which even make me more happy and excited.
Your mastermind!
lift the trophy.
After we winning, I feel so impressive to come back to EWC because like since last year I didn't make it. Right now, yeah, back to the EWC feels so impressive.
See you soon. Now on to Kenji. It's a double kill for Seoul, and it's a 2-0 clean sweep for See You Soon.
The Cambodian Owls will fly onward again.
Because like last time I come here and I just make it to top 5 and top 8. So for the best player that I had, I think we can make it to the grand final.
In Pro Esports, we are like a family. We have a good bonding. So I'm pretty confident with them. They always talk out to me like, it's okay, don't feel pressure, just enjoy the game. For us, it's like a dream to represent our country. Not many get the chance to do it. And when we have the chance, we gotta do our best.
អរគុណអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាដែលគាំទ្រ Pro Esports ហើយកុំភ្លេចគាំទ្រពួកយើងនៅ EWC 2026
Well, just an incredible journey there. We highlighted a lot of those players, but PP as well. We talk about sharp blades when you look at Coily, when you look at Han, but PP is the leading assist haver in this tournament at 87 assists so far, which, I mean, how impressive is that? We noticed it in the very first set they played on Belleric, but the fact that he's continued to be an impact, it's kind of like sharpest sword versus strongest shield.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at kills and you see that your Roman mid have a lot of assists, it just really doubles down on what they said. Pro Esports are like a family. They play together.
Yeah.
It's not just the high mechanic players getting solo kills around the map on their own. They're getting kills as a team, and that speaks volumes for their quality.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to say I'm really happy that PP is doing well because my boy's in the EWC fantasy team and he's in my team. So just want to say that, you know, so a little bit of a flex, put PP up there. But yeah, I really think you put it well there, Rain Day. I think for Pro, they're all kind of like blades, and there's just one whetstone, which is PP. That's the guy just constantly enabling everybody, constantly sharpening all the other blades, and it's worked so well.
Yeah. And I also think we have another like kind of interesting thing, which is for those who are used to these tournaments, you have somebody coming in with more adversity that they've faced. Pro Esports having played 7 games, and you look at YG, who've played only 4. Now, they haven't lost any of those, but there's a lot of learning in those 3 games that, you know, Pro Esports have been able to have, and how impactful that is now, maybe, again, getting ahead of the problems that if YG does lose a game, they will have their first experience of going, now we need to adjust.
Well, but I think Yangon can hold to the fact that they almost lost their first game against Pro. It took them, what, 30 minutes
That's true.
to finish it?
That's true.
And they were able to crawl back at it. We thought that, oh, they're pretty much done. This Fanny is close to 10 kills, 0 deaths, multitudes of assists. But then they were still able to crawl it through. At least they have that to hold on to.
Yeah. But do you agree? I mean, there's a dynamic there of experience in this tournament.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, I think for Pro as well. I mean, if you look at it, you correct me if I'm wrong here, but I actually think they have the longest average game duration, right? So again, for them, it's always, if you look at that stat, kind of weird because they don't play in the late game. They're not a team that actually plays around the utilities and waits for their carries to get to a point where they need their power spikes. No, they're a team that actually dominates the early game. So that's a big question mark for them, especially against Yangon as we get into this rematch. Yangon are so good. And that's, I think, one of the main things I saw from Yangon Galacticos that was the big difference compared to all the other Burmese teams is that they know how to play the late game. Even when they're down 10,000, they know when to wait or how to wait for their power spikes. And they know how to identify their power spikes in the late game.
Major scale. You look at Pro Esports in Cambodia. What does this mean for them on this stage at MSC?
It means everything, especially for Cat God, man. He's been here 2024, a disappointing run, disappointing series. It's time for Cambodia and Pro to prove to the world that they're here, they're meant to be here, and they deserve to be on the main stage.
They've had 10 seasons of MPL Cambodia now. It's high time we get to see them in the top 4. But Yangon Galacticos are standing on their way, and they are hungry to get Myanmar back on top, as they said earlier.
It's not just a battle of the draft or in the game. Shoot, it's not even a fight for the Lord. MLBB has come to Paris, and with that, in the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, the biggest trophy this season so far for MLBB is on the line. Will it be Yangon Galacticos from Myanmar, or will it be Pro Esports from Cambodia who move on to face Team Vitality versus Team Falcons PH? When the lights are bright, it's about how you show up. And sometimes showing up is just getting the job done. No talk, no words. It's time to play. MLBB MSC begins now.
What the heck do you think you're doing? What do you mean, what?
What do you want? Who is this? Rose? What's up?
We have to open and start a show, duh.
No, just a second. What? Do you think beauty is just born like this? Do you think I wake up pretty? I need time. This stuff takes effort.
You're wanna talk. I'm not gonna open the show myself, mister.
Okay, well, sorry. Let's just, whatever.
We have to go. Chop, chop, guys. And finally, after my co-host took forever to get ready, we are finally here and ready to kickstart the first day of the knockout stages here at MSC at EWC 2026.
What a fun time it's been through group stage last week, but now we kick it all into high gear. Crazy to think that only a few days ago we started with 16 of the best teams in the world in MLBB here at MSC at EWC 2026. As you know, we're down to only 8. But those are the best of the best, the cream of the crop that rose to the top. Speaking of which, she's right by my side. We have a lot to get into because things really head up. Best of 3s, they're gone. All BO5s until our best of 7 final this Saturday.
You are right, Milosh, because starting today, it's going to be best of 5s. And today we have 2 best of 5s. Of course, the team that wins will continue their journey to the semi-final, being one step closer to the trophy. And the one that loses, well, that's it. That's it for EWC 2026.
No second chances from this moment on. We got a ton of rematches and a ton of regional rivalries to get through. So let's get our teams on the stage. Our first squad, please welcome Yangon Galacticos! The top seed from Group B, MSL Myanmar champions. They've remained undefeated at 4-0 so far, and they've chosen their path to finals here at MSC 26. From quick finishes to long 30-minute bouts, they can hang with the best. But how far will their journey last in Paris?
Ooh, this is gonna be a battle of the dark horses. But of course, the team that will be facing them will be Pro Esports from Cambodia. This team came in strong by dropping the 2024 champions down to the lower bracket. But after they themselves got dropped, they're here to ensure that history doesn't repeat itself and they get the revenge they are looking for up against Yangon Galacticos.
The story could not be any better. The two faced off in the group stage, and who did YG pick to play against them here? None other than Pro Esports. So let's get this one started. Please, my friends, you may place your keys on both sides. Gentlemen, Yangon, please, Pro and captains, remember to shake hands. One of you is going home at the end of this best of 5 series. Fist bumps all around, excitement no matter what. Our matchups begin. This is the knockout stage of MLBB MSC.
The echoes in the land of dawn continue to resound. The champions who once ruled have fallen.
Team Liquid Philippines will not move forward in MSC here at EWC 2026.
As the throne stands empty once more, a new era has begun to take its shape, and a new king must rise above. Team Vamos. Their journey seems far through trials and scars, yet they believe they will rise above all stars. Team Vitality. The dream they chased has led them to this stage. A new chapter for Indonesia begins on this page. Pro Esports. They defeated the champions who once led the way. The world will see how they earned their place today. Team Spirit. Through every setback, their spirit grew strong. They will carry the dragon's crest to show where legends belong. Yangon Galacticos. More than teammates, they are a family forged through the fight. They chase for glory to make their nation proud for life. Team Falcons PH. The trophy slipped away, but never their fire. Now they return to reclaim the title they desire. Onyx. Their road is tough, with new challengers across the lands, but they'll face every battle and make their final stand. Aurora Gaming. The world has begun to speak their name. This is Aurora Gaming's time to reign. 8 contenders remain. Some fight as the new hopes of their nation. Some fight for a glory that was almost within reach. But all 8 paths lead to the same legacy.
All paths lead to the same legacy. And this legacy begins right now on stage 3 here at EWC 2026. Esports are getting started all over, some in their opening stages. Well, at MLBB, MSC, we are firmly in the knockouts. These teams know each other, they faced each other. Renmar, Mirko, now it's time for the rematch that could decide somebody's fate in this tournament and will send somebody home.
Yangon Galacticos, any team that comes out of Myanmar will always have the ghouls of the past hovering over their shoulders. People asking them, the country asking them, rise above, get the championship in an international that we weren't able to get in our second world championship. While for Pro, a region hungry for recognition to solidify themselves as some of the best in the world.
And it's the dynamic of those two storylines colliding, and also these two teams with their clear identities, those play styles that'll be clashing again. Yangon Galacticos, a team that has also went back to rely on utility jungles, gone back to their ways in MSL Myanmar. What crazy picks await us here, right? I mean, Coach Marv's, Coach M God, the way that they're able to dominate in MSL Myanmar wasn't just through playing the fundamentals, being clutch in the late game, but it was through these crazy picks that you would put on Blink, those Hellcat roams, those crazy junglers, even Ying sometimes on the carries. Could they possibly pull it off here against Pro, who are just trying to double down on the meta?
In our discussion about the metagame throughout the group stages, there's a C word that popped up. Not just crazy, but creativity. How creative can you get with the picks available in terms of where you're going to put them? Barrett's in the EXP, well, he can also be played in the jungle. Mathilda as the roam, nope, surprise, she can actually be played as a mid laner. All of these are now leading to this point. We've had 2 days where teams, we've got to talk to them. They said, we've been training our butts off, just trying to break the code of this meta, trying to come up with our own way to play the game.
I'll throw out another C word, calibration. Because I think these teams have seen what's worked, but they've also seen what hasn't worked against their opponent. And now it's time to figure out, how do we split the difference in terms of the stuff that we know is effective in this meta, but also the stuff that we've been punished with when we've tried to go up against Yangon earlier on. These two teams have fought for certain heroes. Uranus has been one of them. But YG, on the other flip side, has experimented and never failed. They haven't lost yet. And I gotta say that in the draft, that is the one thing that I'm wary of coming into it, Mirko, because if you haven't lost, you're not gonna change much, and why would you?
Ooh, I agree. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah.
And for Yangon Galacticos, that's been, I think, their core identity throughout MSL Myanmar. Entire season, in the regular season, when we were seeing fighters up to now. And one of the doubts that I had for Yangon Galacticos is very similar to one that I had for TL, is that Han is such a good utility jungle that we might be seeing more of the utility jungles instead of it. Fanny and Lingban, I think now we're going back to that. The Freya's left open though, so Yangon Galacticos will just build from there. They pick up the Freya, it's a good flex pick. They've also already taken out one of the counters for it, the Phoveus. So now it's open anywhere. Now Pro, do they go for the straight up counter against the Freya? Do they pick it up?
Let's see if they do. Are they going to double down on the utilities? You still have the Nolan option for Assassin if ever, but then what happens if you pick the Nolan early, you show it up, and then suddenly you're going through a very aggressive Freya, you're up against utility. Things like Akai might still be available, but a Valentina as an option for these two would be great. And Pro continues now to actually look at the drafts of Yangon and taking away some comforts. They've taken away comforts from their roam and mid. The mid laner for Yangon has only played 2 heroes this tournament, Gordon Eudora.
Exactly. Massive pivot for Pro. We're talking about doubling down in the meta game. They might still do that with the Nolan Red 3, but before they do that, they steal away. They deny some of these big picks for Young Galacticos. Han, game 1, beat Pro with a Fredrin Gord. They take away the Guinevere, anticipating the Fredrin Red 3 from Pro with the Juicin in mid.
And the Cho is also a hero that they've won a game with. They're 1-0 on a Cho. And going back to what's worked, I mean, you come up with a game plan. This looked good for us. You take something away. I like this draft already.
As much as you want to try and escape from utilities and junglers in the meta, sometimes you can just take away a few and suddenly you're back to a few months ago. Guinevere, Baxia, welcome back to the utility junglers.
Only when Hirara, Fanny, and Ling are banned do we get to see these heroes, man. Again, just, ban it out. I like what Young Galacticos are doing, especially for game number 1, right? They're trying to get the momentum. They want to stick to their comfort, so they just ban it out. And now we have to talk about later on. You see the glue bans coming down again. It really just seems like we're replaying the meta of Wildcard all over again.
And again, I feel like we have to somewhat thank Team Falcon's Mena for this because they're the only team that banned out both Ling and Hirara blue side, and we saw how that led to their game. It led to going back to the utilities, going back to the tanks in the jungle. But you still have the new elements you have to take into consideration. Esmeralda, Mathilda especially would be a nightmare to deal with for that Gord. Seems like Pro and Yangon are both going to be front to back, with Yangon having more options to break the formation of Pro.
Exactly. I think it's for Pro a little bit more front to back. They really want to play around that Gord, and so I think the carry here will be a very, very good man on top of the Esmeralda. Phoveus, Esmeralda, both already counters to the Freya. The carry is just another cherry on top just to give Freya a little bit more space in the goal if he does go there, or even in XP, right? Because you want to have a Purify here against this lineup. You don't want to go Vengeance against a Chogord Baxia on the Freya.
Ooh,
but they banned the Sora.
They took away the Sora as an option. I believe that is... Oh yeah, that's one of the notes that I have here for Pro. Watch out for their Sora in the EXP lane. So they pick up the Moskov. Our hunch is right. It is very front to back for Pro. Yangon has enough options for dive, and they say, why not more? Let's pick up the Claude. And I think a very solid roamer with Revitalize might be good here.
The Belleric is still up for grabs, though I'm not a big fan of it, knowing how much poke there is on Pro.
Yeah.
Especially with the Cho, early prio as well. So we might just be seeing...
It's Gatotable, if you think about it.
It is Gatotable,
Why not
but the Gord, I don't know.
We'll see. We'll see here. Claude also a character that Yangon have won with and Pro Esports have lost with, so they don't actually really care too much that the Claude is there, but it is that dive that's going to pressure the Gord. How can they deal with this? Keep that front to back you were talking about, Mirko. What pick works well to help?
Carmilla!
Wow.
I mean, if we're talking punishing front to backs, punishing team comps that rely on sticking together, that's a pretty good pick.
Theoretically, just looking at everything on paper, I love what Yangon Galacticos have drafted here.
So much AoE as well.
So much AoE that Carmilla is going to give a lot of headaches for Pro if ever they cannot get good momentum to start with, because if things are even and Yangon can play a normal team fight to Pro Esports front to back, then Yangon will continuously tear through them.
And technically, we were talking about Blink already, right? Earlier on, how did they win, dominate MSL Myanmar? It was through Blink getting his picks, random picks, cheesy picks. It was the Hellcurt. It was more damage-oriented, but now we get to see a little bit more of whatever Carmilla is right now.
Yeah.
She has a lot of damage just putting it down there. Curse of Blood for the rest of the team. But now for Pro, it's, just doubling down on early game Snowball, trying to contest those neutral objectives, kind of dictating the pace of those early neutral objectives.
Early stun, maybe level 4 ult from Gord could get a pick. Pressure from Cho and Yuzhong rounds it out. How do you feel about it, Renmark?
Oh, sorry, Felix loves the Yuzhong. Has been one of his best picks historically. Plus, Claude needs to watch out for that Petrify. A lot of execution, little things you gotta watch out for in the early to mid game, especially for Yangon, because that's their window. If they get to succeed in their window, they're gonna steamroll right through.
Well, they've got the draft, but again, I asked this question, will it be a rerun or a remake? Will we see the same result in YG push through? Will Pro Esports find the solution? The final pick, Yuzhong. We'll see how much of an impact it has as we get this set underway. It's going to be Naisu on the cast alongside Leo. Welcome back, buddy.
And here we go. We waited a couple days leading into the knockouts, and now it's finally here. This is the best part of the tournament, and we get to see what adjustments have been made for our team. Starting off with Young Gun Galacticos and Pro Esports. Leo, welcome back. We missed you, man. We're jumping into this one.
Mingalaba and homoy mao to all of the Cambodian and Burmese fans watching. This is a best of 5, and the action starts now. Neither side, I'd say, has clear mid-prio because early on, you see a Carmilla, you think it's safe, and then you stay there maybe 2 seconds longer, and then she deals a lot of damage next thing you know.
You're just cursed. You know, that curse of blood, that ultimate that Carmilla has is what could make this so deadly. Again, fighting around what they have with this composition, even when you look at the emblems that they're running, there is a good fight potential for just Yangon Galacticos to play off Blink.
Gold lane, you see that both are just jockeying for position. Sanji and Kozin looking for that quick rotation out. Quick duel, both at less than half health right now. Sanji has the level up, BMI back.
This is such a odd thing too, and I know the panel shared the sentiments. Same thing. Hold on, bottom lane.
Ying, rocking the Purified, dueling against 2, you were saying.
Okay. To go back to where the meta was just a little bit ago, maybe that is the solution. Just ban out those assassin junglers that have been being picked up so much throughout the course of MSC. You know, the Ling, the Harara, the Fanny now. And I'm wondering if that'll be the case, just because, again, it's the nature of the best of 5. You've got some variations you can go through, especially Game 1 and Game 2, depending how this series goes. But, so what you can expect is a little bit of a slower paced game because of the nature of the junglers that are in play here. You know, the fact that it's Guinevere. Oh, hold on, Han?
Oh, sorry, I'm feeling coming in! Taking down Han! The Retribution Source, the jungler, out of the equation for Yangon early on. Turtle spawns.
Well, that's unfortunate. So this is just going to be a turtle over to Pro Esports. A really good setup. And this is why they were saying, you know, you got to watch out for that Petrify. Sorry on Felix, this is one of his best heroes, this Yu Zhang that he's been able to go ahead and showcase throughout so far.
Whoa!
Pressure.
PPP coming in, does not force the issue. They do get the Purify on Sanji. They pop that.
They pop that Purify, man. But again, you don't want to let this Yu Zhang scale up an advantage in the lane matchup alone, and that's why, oh, here's the setup.
Han finds the Requiem. Kaizen looking to take him down, gives the kill over to the jungler. Han finds his redemption. Now they pressure Coily. Coily will be able to secure the orange. Rolling away.
All right, he gets one back. That's fine, evens things out. Han, again, on this Guinevere, so important to go ahead and either lead that charge, you give space to your Claude for Sanji to farm up, get to where he needs to be, get that power spike on the trinity of items, but right now, this is the course. Play around Han, set up potential, eventually the beacon is there as well.
A minute prior to the second turtle, I think Yangon Galacticos have already undone the early damage Sword and Felix dealt. We're back to 50-50, this is neutral, and it's a matter of how fast Ying can make it to that gold lane, and now they find Sa! That soft little gore, the choke down on the Coily, holding on to that Puissance, does not get pressured to press it down, holding it for the 30-second turtle coming up.
Too unfortunate. You can't really flicker, you know, in time, I guess, with Sa there on the gore, just because of how quick that setup with the spatial migration happens. So Yangon Galacticos doing a really good job just finding these little moments across the map. You can see, though, how quickly they're actually rotating across the map, and that's why now, if you're Pro Esports, having this Cho in the hands of PP here, he's got to be able to go ahead and land that kick, land that setup, you know, and then capitalize on it. Skypiercer's picked up for Sa now, too, on this court, so if he's able to get stacks, he's a big threat with that Mystic Gush.
Pro Esports not going to take this line down despite the early pickoff. Yangon Galacticos up by a significant 500 gold. Jockeying for position. PPP getting pressured by Kaize. Purifies all off of cooldown on Yangon. Ying and Blink just pressuring the turtle.
Okay, he wants to get his orange quick. Coily's going to be here in time. He's going to roll on through. Ding.
And the Puissance is in. It's good. Blink with the revitalized. Han with the retribution to secure the turtle. Down goes Sorian Felix. PPP follows through. Coily finds Han. Felix falls in. And they're not done. They want Coily. And they'll get him. And they eventually will get the kill on Sanji. This Claude is farming up. Good.
2 kills already after the second turtle. Looking for Sa.
Another choke down. One more. Ying gets it.
Man, talk about a switch. Yangon Galacticos just decides to go in high drive, takes the turtle, takes some kills. Now they will capitalize on a tier 1 in mid. Oh, they're not stopping here.
PPP, one more. Kaiser gets it. Who has the Sky Piercer? Coily jumps in, finds Kaize. Kaize will still not take this line down. He keeps on going. Han from the flank. Joseph, who has the Sky Piercer?
After this replay, we got to take a look at the items here. But this one, again, great team fighting. You know, this is what we're talking about. The threat, that AoE threat of this lineup, that is there for Yangon Galacticos. Is so deadly, and you wouldn't expect the Klon to be able to go ahead and get this much, you know, value out of that this early on, but a double kill helps Sanji scale up even more at this point. So, you know, fighting into that is something that's going to be difficult, especially for a Cho. You can take a look at the items here real quick. We'll see exactly who has the Sky Piercer. Wow. Okay, so it's just soft.
Yeah, no, Yangon Galacticos are playing it close to the chest, despite almost being 3,000 gold up. They decide to be conservative and say, nope, we're going to spread the goods.
Yeah, this is, maybe it's the case where we see Kaize pick it up later, as we've seen with Jushin's before. Eventually, maybe second, third item. He's already got the glowing wand. He'll be going, so he's just going to go to the Clock of Destiny next, I would assume. But again, these variations of the build, especially for the Jushin, has changed depending on the game, depending on the composition, and that's what they're going to play it. So right now, Pro Esports...
Sanji here, purifies, blazing duet on the Kozin, life stealing away from the small wave, but you can see that he hasn't invested in that just yet, just building the golden staff.
Just getting the golden staff, had to pop the purify. He's not going to have that for this turtle, nor will he have the ultimate. We'll see if Pro Esports wants to go ahead and try to capitalize on that, maybe get the turtle. They're in range for this Coily. Waiting for the rest of the team to get here. PP just off the corner.
Gets that kick, displaces him. Ying with the Valkyrie's Descent. Turtle still with the Retribution Rage revitalized. It's Coily who threads the needle. Han falls to Surya and Felix, but Ying still finishes the job. Finds Coily. A trade 2 for 1. Can he get Felix right now? Ying is on a warpath.
Oh, this is a problem, you know, when you're trying to disengage, get away. Yes, you got the turtle, but you can't get away from the fight, you know, and that's what happens with this. Oh, hold on.
Yeah, Sanji's not pressing that.
He's not pressing
that.
that.
A mile away.
Has the Moscow voice line changed?
No. But he has hit the SODs, significantly so for the past 7 minutes. It's just, you know, the one time he pressed it, they still lost.
That's true, that's true. Oh, no, he's actually going to be in trouble now. Kozin?
Okay, he finds a dash to the other side. PPP looking for a punish. Massive Requiem finds Kozin regardless. And now they might find PPP too! Another one! Goes over to Yangon. A snare set by the Burmese.
This is what I was talking about, Leo. Like when you're trying to get away from the fight, when you're trying to disengage, it's that much more difficult because you have that ability to be dragged back to the opposing team because of the Jushin. And then on top of it, you got Han just having a heyday, jumping in. I mean, this is a composition that can just cut off all your angles because you got a Freya, you got a Guinevere. There's, you know, I feel like even for Blink, it's been kind of low-key what he's been able to do with the Carmilla, but it's all part of the plan.
It's a mobile box. Essentially what we've been missing throughout the first week of MSC. The fact that we thought we could win with the Eves, with the more, you know, immobile heroes like Eudora.
Yeah.
What Yangon Galacticos has through Coach Marvs and MGod is they made a mobile box, Joseph. Wherever Blink is where that box is.
And it's a circle.
Yeah.
It's a circle, you know?
It's a tetrahedron.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, that seems to be working so well with a mobile lineup like this. Now this Lord's coming up here. Pro Esports has really struggled, aside from Coily, again, being on this Moksha. We've seen it before, you know, the little drive-bys, but trying to get this retribution. Okay, he's not going to get thrown up in the air with that spatial migration. Right now, Yangon Galacticos has advantage around this Lord. You've got a push down bot from Kozin.
Massive Valkyrie's Descent, Ying versus 3. Make that 2. SOD thrown out. Han secures it. Will Kozin press it? He's already here. Amongst the fight. Into the back line. Sanji puts him at half health. Finds one. Make it another. Double kill for this Claude. And that's enough to keep Pro Esports at bay. Yangon with 2 kills and a Lord.
Man, I can't believe that also Ying was just able to buy so much time on this Freya. You know, when he goes Valkyrie form, that's enough to go ahead and keep a lot of the members of Pro Esports at bay. And then it was a great time to just allow the Claude to come in. Sanji, again, 4-0-3, just having a massive game. This is a much more early than what we're used to for Claude's kind of popping off already, having this many kills, but you can already see it. The follow through off of the setup is what's working so well. Now, Lord will charge into this mid turret.
EDP finds a kick, serves up one, but it's not going to be enough as the Lord crashes into the base. Kozin throwing these spears out. Koili in trouble with the puissance. The damage reduction ain't enough. It's a 1-for-1. Up right beneath them is their turret fall. And bottom lane shield goes down too. This is defensive Black Dragon form.
Okay, they can use it. Swinging around. Sario and Felix trying to help here.
Felix survives but gets choked back and slammed. 3 have fallen to try and defend.
They'll take this last turret here. Kozin's still up, Pete. Jumping in with that concealed. Just wants to get them off of this. They don't want this game to end just yet. Can they hold this base defense? They've got a wave down bot.
Another Valkyrie's descent. PPP not strong enough to hold out. And there's a Gush trying to kick him out. And there's a massive kick. Sanji wants to end it right here, right now. One small minion followed by a wave. Yangon Galacticos. An emphatic win, game 1.
Such a quick victory here for Yangon Galacticos. Just barely reaching that 11-minute mark. It just feel like they switched the switch to go, man. They went on go very quickly in this one, and it felt like Pro Esports struggled to find a way to play against that mobile box or that mobile circle that we're talking about here.
0 to 100 in 11 minutes.
Exactly.
Sanji had a gold lane experience from the start to the end.
Double kill early on allows the Claude to scale up much faster. But it wasn't even just that. It was just the great team fighting that was on showcase here from Yangon Galacticos in game 1.
He was triple waving and then winning objectives. They lost more turtles than they took, but when you look at the map, it's turrets for turtles. Which one you would rather have?
Oh, yeah. And this is interesting, too, just because, you know, first, I guess, debut pick for Carmilla. You kind of wonder, what did she do? Well, Blink is that guy. He's that roamer to be able to go ahead and pull out some of these hero picks that are unique. And it's very unique to Yangon Galacticos because I know it's mentioned too, he does play a Roam Hellcurt and he can play this Roam Carmilla, and you see this work so well. Again, look across the board. A lot of these members of Yangon Galacticos didn't even die. And that's just how well protected and team fighting centric they were to allow this to happen in such a quick manner here. So again, a very quick game 1. Even with this different, bringing out some utility junglers here, it all worked out. So let's go ahead and throw it over to the studio to break down our game 1.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, game 1 goes the way of Yangon Galacticos super early on and super convincingly. We talked about the Undying, the immovable object. 4 members from Yangon Galacticos did not die in game 1. The only exception, the person getting a bunch of kills, Han, as well, got some deaths, but I think they'll take that trade. 11-minute game. Rinmar and Mirko, guys, that was dominant.
Yeah, we hate to say we told you so, but we told you so. It's exactly as we saw it and read it in the draft. Kaizen and Sanji now has their 4th game where they're deathless, and the formation breaking that Yangon Galacticos has with their lineup just was too deadly to deal with for Pro.
I think even if the front to back worked well, even if Pro Esports, were able to execute it properly, the Carmilla was already a good enough answer to deal with it. And again, it just comes down to the drafts. I think for YG, they were prepared for everything. They were prepared for the Gorge steal, the Cho steal as well. They picked up the Guinevere, denied the Fredrin, and without the Fredrin, the Baksha Gorge just looked like a very awkward solution to the problem.
Yeah, it just didn't feel right. It felt like I wasn't watching Pro, and you could tell that they're missing a little bit of that tempo setting, aggression. They are playing as if they can set the tempo and can dive and be aggressive, leaving Sa behind often on that Gord.
People were saying it wasn't, backstage, just for the Gord and the Cho, that wasn't enough.
Nope, definitely not. No, I mean, you needed some more fronts that can actually CC opponents, right? For the Baksha, you're more of a tempo-oriented character instead of the Fredrin that wants to peel back. So as a Baksha, you go in, you try to invade early as well. They did get mid-prio, but on a Gord, it's just not something you can really utilize to invade because you're breaking your own line technically by moving past. Yingzo, man, on the Freya. I think whoever got the Freya at the end of the day would have just had an amazing time because, again, the Freya was first pick. We were saying Pro needs to get something to deal with the Freya.
Yeah.
Phoveus was banned out. The Esmeralda I thought would be red 3, but they instead picked up the Baksha. And again, for Pro, they're going to really have to find out how to deal with this. They cannot play the utility game against Yangon Galacticos. They're not a good team when it comes to utility. They're a very chaotic team that relies on mechanics to actually win out the early game. So if you give Yangon a utility matchup, it's just a big stompy stomp, brother.
Yeah, Ying was just left unchecked. And you could tell that with harkening back to a playstyle that was from just a few months ago, few weeks ago, it seemed like Pro was completely out of their comfort. It seems like for a moment that they forgot how to deal with a lineup like this. Again, leaving their gourd, leaving Ying unchecked. It really just seems like they were shocked to go back to a previous playstyle.
And it's so good because it worked out so well in the end, right? Out of all the utility picks that were nerfed, one of the only ones that was left completely untouched in the patch was the Guinevere. We saw the nerfs onto the Baksha, the Akai, and the Fredrin, and they got themselves a Guinevere to deny the Fredrin, which worked so well and forced the Baksha pick.
Yeah, it was nice to see the way that so many of those things comboed as well. You had the Zushin who could pick up off the ultimate and allow Guinevere to get the ult off. You also had the Freya as she collapsed onto her ult to be able to get quick knockup. So they had a lot of synergy there. As we were talking again, just watching this, Gideon saying this just works too easy. And I think that, again, needs to be where pro esports have to apply a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, just with how they were able to manipulate the draft in such a way that everything favored them was brilliant.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to break down that draft, actually.
You got a draft, Mirko? What do you got for us?
I got a draft, you know? I got a lot to talk about in the drafts, honestly, because I feel like it was completely won by Yangon Galacticos in this draft. Renmar.
All right, I got you.
So, I mean, we got this right now. Hold on. Hey, hold on. There you go. All right. So, firstly, we got to talk about the first two bans, right? I think for me, it's just... Brother, when you know your comfort is purely on utility, or not purely, but you are more comfortable on utility, force it out. It's completely fine to actually force it out. You ban the Fanny, you ban the Ling, but it's also, I gotta say, the response from Pro, I think they panicked a little bit. Seeing the Fanny and the Ling, they wanted to have something else. They wanted to be prepared. They wanted to have like a deny pick over with the gourd, and they instead banned out the Hirara. Where in this point, I think we know that even if you let the Hirara go, it will be good for you to take it as a response, or it will be great for you to counter it with the Nolan. They got baited into this playstyle by banning the Marcel, banning the Atlas, and leaving the Hirara, and they even got baited into playing this composition because they first picked the gourd and the Cho.
Yep.
Basically confirming that they want to go for the Fredrin, they want to deny everything away from Yangon Galacticos side. So again, it was the Freya first pick into these two picks starting it up. And this basically locks you in to a front to back, complete front to back. Nothing you can do about it, right? Because you have to play for your gourd. You have to play for your Cho and use that mid prio. But with the Fredrin, number one, you wouldn't even be able to utilize that mid prio too much unless you control neutral objectives. And that's why the Guinevere was just so good here. This forced the Baksha pick. This forced the composition to go derail away from the main win condition straight up. Because on the Baksha, you want to go fast, but with the gourd, you can't do that.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, Yangon Galacticos, they made sure that this matchup that Pro didn't really capitalize on Red 3 by not picking the Esmeralda, not picking up a winning lane against a Freya, got completely punished later on. Because then they were completely set on, again, playing that pure front to back. If they picked Carry instead of the Moskov, it would have actually been worse because of this Carmilla pick. This Carmilla pick is just so good against any front-to-back composition that wants to stick around, and that's why their only solution to the problem was the Yuzong pick, which was, in my opinion, not that bad considering their circumstances. That was their last pick to basically say, all right, the only way we win this game is if we snowball hard from the start. And it looked pretty good at the start because they were able to catch on.
They got an early kill.
Unfortunately, their composition still had one win condition, and it was just playing that front to back, even with that early kill. So if it wasn't a 2-3K gold lead at the start of the game, it's chopped.
Yep. And we actually have some plays to back up everything that we've mentioned about the draft, even leading into this one. All right, so I need you this time around.
Man, look at the teamwork here.
Yeah, it's all teamwork up here.
And you're leaning. No one's standing or anything. We're like composed to start off knockout stages. I like this.
So just two moments here that really stood out for me. It's how Pro Esports really managed this first fight. Once that first fight wants to play out. Oh, what's happening here? Hey. Whatever. Okay, we can just go ahead and look at this. All right, so you see how we go back to it once again real quickly. Sa left behind, that is cardinals in when you're going up against a lineup that wants to dive and you have one major damage dealer in the early game. I feel like they also put too much value on their Moskov being able to be a major presence in terms of the damage. Look what happens to Sa. Once their formation is broken like that, they got no damage. No matter what kind of combo that you get, you already have heroes under your belt here. Beneath the ultimate of the Carmilla, it's not going to be a good time. And then with that going down really quickly, without their gourd, you see how quickly they're crumbling. They're able to get the turtle, sure, but this is where, again, we go back into the Freya getting left unchecked. Coily will just get slashed through by this Freya. The rest of Young Galacticos will be able to recover from not being able to get the turtle. Because again, look where Sa needed to go. He had to go loop around behind the wall, loop all the way back to the turret, leading to Ying being able to get the double kill. And this was after we saw that big fight earlier for, I believe that was turtle number 2, where we get to see a classic return to some old rotations, wherein after you win turtle 2, you go right here. Where's the zoom button? All right, you know what? Let's just circle it in the map. Where you could go to the center of the map and be able to break the tower. You don't see it here, but the tower goes down so quickly because of how many members of Pro went down. The minion waves were crashing in. They maximized the gold in the turret and mid, and then were able to break it. After that, that's pretty much GG. It would take a miracle for Pro to lose this game.
It's an interesting thing because you mentioned Sa's rotation, but looking at that, I think he chose to get into the fight quickly because the turtle was in the middle of it. But because he got pressured from that angle, he had to abandon the entire fight. If he had gone a little bit, and again, this is just looking at what you showed me, where he tried to end up going, that took a while once they were all dead. Maybe that patience. But again, he's working against, like you guys had said, tempo. We got to win fast. We got to win turtle. We got to win early. And so, of course, he's taking the quickest route. It just seemed like maybe there was more to do than there was that they could do in that early game. Mentioning this matchup, Saryam, Felix, and Ying. Felix 4-0. Again, several members. I think it was 4 by the time I looked at it in the green room. It might have been 3 or stayed 4 that did not die. Guys, I mean, this is just, they've got to find an answer.
Yeah, strong side lanes with the utility in the center. Even though Han went down 3 times, they're fine with it because their Freya's untouched, their Cloud is untouched, their Juicin was ripping through the formation and the play style of Pro. With all of that said, yeah, that was their game to lose.
This is what makes Young Galacticos so scary, right? Because they can play the utility game. They can also play some of those assassins if you leave it open. The Fanny, again, we've seen from Han as well. Not as scary as the utility game because, man, when they get those picks on Ying, when Ying's able to just carry, it's so, so good. But, again, back to the point at hand here.
You mean the fact that Rhino Day is available in the shop?
That too.
We've been talking about. I mean, that's been the whole conversation, no? Well, if you're not paying attention, basically, yeah, YG won game 1, but Rhino Day is here. New interactive effect. Grab those emotes, spam them to show your support, whether it's YG, whether it's Pro Esports, whether it's MSC in general. I love MLBB being so proactive about supporting the esport. That's a great thing to see. Mirko, back to you.
So, again, for Pro, it's just understanding your identity, playing with it, right? You don't win championships by playing something that is completely out of your own, comfort zone.
Yeah.
You still have to stick to your own comfort, and the comfort for them is clearly assassins, man. They cannot play that front-to-back composition. They need Coily on a carry. They need, hey, I love you too, man. Thank you so much. God. All right, but yeah, play that aggressive game. Control the tempo. Dictate it. Go crazy.
Yeah, you get I love Mirko.
Where's the
signs?
sign?
I get who's Renmar signs.
No, bro. Everybody loves Renmar.
Yeah, sure.
I don't even want to say the sign I get. You probably you probably don't want to see the sign I'm getting. Mark can't stop laughing. Even FaceTiming the homies to be on camera.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
That's what's up.
Yeah, that's a true homie right there.
I love it. Ban the Dark Triad.
Freya,
Atlas Ling. What's the other one? Fanny? I'm guessing it's Fanny.
It was something Ixia.
It was Ixia.
I like that. Hey, I think you just gave our writers a new idea. Whoever made that Dark Triad sign,
Dark Triad.
Thanks for the idea.
Okay, do a Mobazone pick. I hope these have been approved. They have been. Saber. Okay, pick Saber. I love this. I mean, we do know that basically the assassin jungle is so important, and they committed to the ban out. They saw the Ling and the Fanny. They said, well, we'll ban the Harara. Let's go away from it. But you've been mentioning they can't do that again today. In game 2 and beyond. So now you're going to see a completely different approach. YG's still going to ban the Ling. but they're not participating, it looks like, on the side of Pro Esports.
And this is where it'll be confusing for Pro Esports, right? Because I know exactly what Yangon Galacticos are doing now. They're banning out the Ling, they're banning out the Marcel. I think the Fanny will come next, and they're going to leave it open now. You want to go Hirara or Freya?
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, I think YG will walk away with the winning trade.
Yeah, they're really centering on the EXP Freya trade.
There you go, right? This is the Fanny van, and then Pro are just going to be forced into either Hirara or Freya. I don't think you want to let go of the Freya.
Yeah. But then I think it's also a tough call for Pro because they know that the Esmeralda is going to be coming through. Oh, they banned it out.
The Fanny. Oh, that's what they want. Okay, wow, Yangon.
Wow.
All right, so we saw Yangon play a little bit more into the utility. Let's see if they're going to whip out the Assassin through the Fanny, or maybe even the Nolan. Who knows?
They go straight up Eudora, Belleric, and then Fanny Red 3 here, no?
Yeah, Eudora will be good, Belleric will be good. I think I want to see them consider... I was about to say Selena, but all right, Eudora's not bad too.
Oh.
Barrett's early on.
2-0 on Barrett so far. YG have played him twice. They've won twice with him.
Yeah. I love the development of the meta, man. Barat's early, especially in this situation, just creates so much confusion for Pro because they themselves banned out the Uranus. It looked like they wanted to get their hands on the Barats. But even if Pro go for an Esmeralda, something of a counter against the Barats, this is still a flex pick knowing Yangon Galacticos. They can put it into the hands of Han. So now as Pro, you don't know what to go.
Right.
Yeah, I think if I'm Pro, I'm looking at what could you pair up with the Barretts and the Matilda. Does Yangon really want to play Matilda Roam and then Eudora mid? If Pro's idea to that is the answer is no, then expect that this Barretts is going EXP.
A safe choice for Pro right now. Oh, I was gonna say, a safe choice would be a Lilia to have a way to deal with the Barats anywhere it goes, but they instead go for the Selena and the Belleric. This should be where the Fanny comes around, right? There's not a lot of crazy lockdown. They can ban it out later, like the Moskov ban.
Yeah, you don't need to worry about something like a Badang showing up. The only thing that Pro Esports could come in through a surprise is if that Barretts is going EXP. One very old answer to that is to rock a Cho in the EXP so that you get that pick off up against that Fanny. But let's see if Pro remembers that and if that can actually translate to the current metagame today. If this is Fanny, Pro Esports are going to be scrambling to look for options.
It's a glue.
But no, they don't want to show it yet.
The benefit is they just don't show their cards.
There's still so much flex, man.
It's all flex except the Eudora.
Yeah, except the Eudora.
Wow.
Oh, Pro is probably scratching their heads right now of where to go because they can't pick up the Vexana anymore. They already showed the Selena. Yangon is on something else.
I mean, from an EXP perspective, they played Barats, like I said. They played Uranus there. They played Ruby, another character that's come up and flexed both gold and EXP. They've tried the double fighter.
And Ying can play the glue in XP too.
Ooh.
This glue could be roll, it could be XP. This Barats could be XP, could be jungle. I don't think we can say it's gonna go gold, huh? That's out of the equation. But they ban out the Fanny, so Pro respecting that. Knowing Yangon Galacticos though, again, there's still that possible Nolan that's a good pick against the Hirara as well.
And it'll be good. You have a very strong EXP in the Barretts. You have a very annoying Roam in the glue. They ban out the Fanny and Harley. If ever they do want to lean towards playing the Assassin, this Nolan will be fine.
Just go for the gold lane, reveal your cards there, leave the Barats as a question mark for Pro to deal with all the way to the end right now. So safe gold laner, I'd say just take away the Moskov, right? Especially because you have a glue, but they go Claude again.
They're brave with it. I think maybe that's a little bit more of a, I want to say it's ego, but Sanji's feeling it. He's feeling it.
I mean, he did have like a pretty good game in game one. I just said pretty good. I don't want to compliment him too much. Remember,
I mean, they've won twice, and now this could be the third time, so nothing has gone wrong when they pick the Claude. So I think a comfort pick, it's available. They ban out the Harith, which is the only other highly prioritized gold laner.
There you go.
Yeah, Pro ends up with the Moskov again. Sanji handled the duel against the Moskov, but let's see if maybe a quick little adjustment by Kozin is enough. I wonder if they have room to put this Belleric in the EXP instead and then pick for a different Roam pick, but no matter the permutations that you think about, Yangon is going to walk away with a great advantage. Bring back an old favorite, Lapu Lapu in the EXP.
You got to be really smart with that Lapu Lapu, man. That CC Immune's going to have to come clutch before the Detonus Welcome, before the big chomp. There you go. So what was that? Baksha, it is Baksha. All right. YG, last pick. Is the Barats going to go into the jungle? Do they pick up the Nolan here and try to bully the Hirara?
Yeah, if this is a fast clearing jungler, this Hirara is not going to have a good time. the lack of AoE also from Pro. Yes, I know they have the ultimate of the Belleric and technically AoE from the Lapu Lapu, but a lot of their damage comes in single targets unless Yangon all decide to line up in 5v5s up against a Moskov, which I don't think they're going to do.
Knowing YG, I want Ying on a carry. I want Ying on a damage dealer. Oh, what?
They run it back with the Suyo.
Wait.
Isn't that kind of
this one, guys? Is it?
It's kind of weird.
That is weird.
Fit your fancy for YG.
I love the draft. The Suyo, though, this is a snowball-dependent pick now in the meta. It's not really something that you can... Back then, it was guaranteed snowball. Now, those nerfs to second skill will hurt him quite a bit in the farming department as well.
Sorry, I'm Felix on the Lapu Lapu. We're going to see the Han matchup against the Harara with the Suyo. Wow, this is going to be interesting right here.
Very interesting decisions indeed. This could be a messy start for both. And as always with every Baron's pick, that's the X factor.
All right, well, Naisu Leo, let us know what you think about this draft. It's game 2. Pro Esports hoping it goes a little longer than 11 minutes.
They definitely want a longer game here if you're Pro Esports. Now, Yangon Galacticos, they brought out a draft that, yeah, I have to agree with, looks deadly. Then that Suyo comes back here, Leo. We haven't seen it too much. It kind of fell off a little bit after the nerfs, but maybe this is one of those cases where, you know what, the Harara's got all this mobility. Let me just be this Suyo and try to match him.
Nice, so it's not just the fact that it's the Harara on the other side, it's the fact that Pro Esports are now playing with a more proactive lineup.
Yep.
I agree with Mirko, I agree with Renmar. Even Rainday knows that there's something up with this weird Suyo from out of nowhere.
Yeah, could definitely struggle, but it's one of those cases where, if anything, Yangon Galacticos has really showed us that they're really good at just playing as a team. You know, playing team-centric across the map is what has worked so well for them. And yeah, even if we look at the emblems here, you know, it's not too much that we have to worry about on the side of Yangon Galacticos, because if Sanji has a similar game to what he had just previously, your Claude's going to scale up much quicker, you're much more deadly to that. And we all know this. Look at this Eudora. This is what I was going to talk about.
Early revitalized, fourth out of PvP. One more hit and Kaiser draws first. The flicker in by Kaiser. Double kill from Eudora, striking like lightning.
I don't even have to finish what I was going to say, because I was going to talk about the Eudora, man, and how good she's been in this tournament for MSC, but just in the meta in so far the past couple weeks even. And you see that, a double kill early on as we look at the replay brought to us by STC. Look at the damage you can do this early on. This is why we say it's kind of busted, man. I mean, and then the flicker forward to capitalize on the double. That's dirty.
You know, it was compounding effort. Oh, real quick, up top near the orange. Han falls, Seth finds him, the trade. Coily goes down. Ying gets it. Oh, throwing it out into the wall. One more. And there goes another. PvP. Double kill for Ying. Sa falls another time. Yangon are calling all the shots despite losing the retribution holder.
Oh, man, it just got way worse here for Pro Esports. I'm so surprised they continue to hone in, double down on this. Sorry, I'm Felix. He's just, there's nothing he can do here.
No, sir. That's the first turtle going to Yangon.
Okay, so our whole concern with the Suyo isn't even the first point to worry about now for Pro Esports. It's just this. It's Kaze just getting another kill off cam. 4-0-2 under 3 minutes.
Kaze the killer. He is chasing Coily and Kozen's kill records from the groups.
He's taking him to the Thunderdome, man. I mean, there's something that you have to be concerned about. And it's just right now, it's all this Eudora in the hands of Kaze, because what is happening is her damage profile is already really great early on, especially when she hits level 2. You get one item, and you can almost, at this point, with this kind of lead, you can basically just one-shot someone with that combo. Hell, even if you get 2, you're even more of a threat.
Nice mount here, coming in. Han dealing a lot of damage. Ying scores another. Denton is welcome. Who's he spinning now? There was no one left to bite.
Yeah, it's... Again, Pro Esports, this might be another quick one. Coily forced to just kind of deal with this pressure on this side of the map. You've got tanky enough heroes, too, for YG to go ahead and deal with between Ying and Blink. You know, Blink, synergistically, between the Glue and also Kaze and the Eudora, it just, that's enough burst as well. And you can't really escape from that, because you're either getting stunned or you're getting dragged back. Just like what we saw, the interaction in the previous game, when you had that Jushin. Sanji Goes back with the BMI, he's going to be safe, but this is the hard part here, Leo, is for Pro Esports. Where is that opening? Where is that opportunity then for them to actually get something here? Because originally we thought it would be these arrows with the Selena, maybe the Belric play.
I'd say it's off of a perfect arrow, which Sa hasn't yet found.
Yeah.
The best chances would have been before the turtle or during those early skirmishes, but I don't know, something about Sa and Yangon Galacticos being so far up front throws off the accuracy.
And you know what the problem is? Even if you land an arrow in your Sa and it's not Kaise, you're going to get stunned and bursted down anyway. So you have to be able to land it on the right target, and right now that's Kaise, and he's playing so well protected around the team here. Second turtle up, they're going to fight for it.
Throws it out, Han secures with the retribution. There you go, taking route. There's VPP. Kaise, very low, but takes out Coily first. Kaise still alive. Han fights VPP. Coily goes down, and now there's a trade. Finally, Pro on the board. 2 for 3. But the turtle still goes over to the Burmese.
Again, they got Kaise, they shut him down, but at what cost? You know, at this point, Yangon Galacticos is happy to go ahead and just take what they want. Objective. Now they're going to take some tier 1 turret in the mid. They get a Sky Piercer on Han. They build up forward more momentum in this game. You know, all this happening in a 4,000 gold lead at the 5-minute mark. Sanji and Blink and the rest of the team are here. Kaise, so deadly with a dangerous grass as well.
Coily, looking to take down Blink. Takes a few Glulings out on the way. 5.5 minutes in, Joseph, gotta say. Sanji's been getting the gold lane experience once again.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about. You can see that too, man. 1,000 gold ahead right now in that gold lane matchup. You know, he's just able to go ahead and hold his own, but just rely on the rest of the team to be here. He's so aggressive with it too against Kozin. He knows Kozin needs some more time to build up on that Moskov, and right now he'll be playing that long lane, playing off the side of the map when it is objective time. But at least this next turtle is going to be towards that side, so we'll see how both gold laners decide to play around it. But you can just see the clear lead right now that Sanji has as he looks to take down that tier 1 turret. They might just go for a swap here, give up this turret over to YG as they scale in forward.
With 30 seconds before the turtle spawns, I feel like there's just too much on Sa's shoulders. Sa is trying to plant snares. Sa is trying to throw out lethal arrows on the right target, mind you. It seems to be Blink right now, but even with all these ults thrown out, Blink might survive. SOD sidesteps in, buys a little more time, but PPP punches him into the ground. A little bit of a kill, some respite for Pro.
Yeah, a bit of a baby step in the right direction that Pro Esports needs. Again, they need to slowly build up here in their own favor, and you know, at some point, you just gotta get what you can take.
Oh, Han is 2 levels up on Coily. Despite the man advantage for Pro, the retribution count is just so much higher. Look, Yangon will secure this easy peasy.
Yeah, even without Blink, you know, there's just too much of a threat right now for YG's lineup. And like you said, I think, you know, this is the big part. It's so much responsibility for Sa to land these arrows. You know, usually when we see these Selenas picked up so far throughout MSC, yeah, you're able to play around the arrows, you know, you're able to go ahead and follow through, but that's if you're not down so much in the early game. And so now, your arrows, even if you land them, you don't essentially have this free reign to just go follow up, get that kill, have the team make it, because it's all just a risk up to this point. Still holding up almost 3 levels now against Coily here, this tier 2 being threatened on the bottom side. Oh, both junglers up on this top side too. We might actually have 2 fights break out.
Oh, it's not just 2 junglers, it's Ying as well! Iframes on Coily, dashing through the wall, but Han pursues Sever to take him down. Coily bites it.
And this is why it sort of made sense that the Suyo came through with the Hirara on the other side. At least in some way or another, you have some mobility options yourself to catch up after those iframes and Hirara's dashing around herself.
I mean, one might argue if Hirara has 4 skills.
Yeah.
1,
he's got 6.
3, 4. He's got 6. Yeah. So the math just counts for Yangon either way, especially since Pro are down so much. And now, as you can see, Kaise has taken a little bit of a back foot. Now maybe 2nd or 3rd prio when it comes to damage output. But the map has turned red, and when it's this down bad, the Selena has so much more to deal with, and PPP can only do so much. It's an honest tree, dude.
Yeah.
PPP can't threaten as much of a purified pop from Sanji as he used to in Game 1.
There's none of that flicker combination, you know, that we usually see with Belrix, for example. You need the Revitalize here, though, too, because if you do break out into a team fight and they try to follow through, eventually, if they can extend it, they'll have some of that magic resist built up, especially on that front line. to help extend, because there is some potential there. Just like we saw in the one previous fight with the Turtle, where Sariam Felix can burn a flicker, just find Kaise and take out that option.
Detna's welcome. Poof, throw it into the wall. Now the dash and the sever, putting BBB down. Han scores. Skypiercer stack, yes please. Sariam Felix brings fighter back. Not enough damage reduction as Han gets a double. Another stack. And now the Lord up next. Young Galacticos puts a black and purple jersey on it.
Man, stacks on stacks right now for the Suyo. Despite his changes that he's gone through, you're still reminded why he was such a threat before. Look at this. Again, lines up the Queller. Just a cool guy. You know, shoots, goes back to the Lord. Here's someone else low. I have a Skypiercer. Let me go grab that double. And just goes back to secure the objective. And this is the problem. This team fighting as he's chasing. Oh!
As if talking about it in the instant replay wasn't enough, Han does it again.
5-1-5.
The penultimate hero of the M6 World Championships are back. 10K almost up, Joseph. 9,500 gold for Yangon Galacticos. They're about to pop so many holy shields, and the Lord isn't even halfway through the river.
Man, it feels like the 2 days that we had between groups and now knockouts has taken us back 2 months, you know, in terms of the meta.
2 years with Suyo.
2 years even, yeah, in some cases, because Suyo popping off this way, again, it takes the team to make it happen. Oh, again, a Queller, Soul Sever, enough to bring Sariam Felix to half, but now they got to deal with this Lord. That's your front line.
Gonna crash in. Holy Shield already popped. Young Galacticos can force the issue here. They choose to take the disciplined route.
Welcome.
No, he can just cancel this.
Yeah.
He's fine.
Just throwing some dirt in the back there. Okay, they defend against the Lord. They lose a bit of that health on the turret, though, but all the shields pretty much nearly dealt with here. Let's take a quick look at the items. You can see the disparity across the roles here. You know, at most, the closest that you have is between the XP laners, but, you know, for Ying, he has one job, and that's just use that Daytona's welcome, tank up a bunch of damage. He's already got great coverage. You know, Radiant Armor for that magic, Chastise Pauldron, plus the anti-Caress here. He's as tanky as he pretty much needs to be to set things up around that ultimate.
Not to mention Blink, who's just about to get his flicker back.
Yep.
He can go ahead and mount, easily break through the formation, and then scramble Pro Esports. Not to mention how much gold he's making. He's making bank, Joseph. He's eating good bread. Already able to be built the Cursed Helm. That stacks with Eudora's Superconductor.
Yeah, there's this, you know, those things add up, shred through some of that magic resistance that's trying to be built up even by Pro Esports.
And that's just 2 of them. That's just Eudora and the glue.
Yeah. Again, Ying tanking it up.
Oh, flicker! Detna's welcome. Who throws it into PPP as he's forced to take root, and Han serves up another, gets another stack, and in comes one more Asaf falls. Might be another Blink down to about a 10th of his HP. Sanji finds him underneath the face, but Coily finally finds one. His first kill in this 11.5-minute game.
Stayed a little too long, but did the damage anyway. 3 down for Pro Esports, facing down 4 members of Yangon Galacticos. They don't have their gold laner, but they will still be able to take this mid-base turret down.
Oh my, look at the veterancy, the wisdom of Yangon Galacticos. They could have forced it. Any other team who's this close to victory would have forced it, but nope, they saw the Lord. We'll take it slow, 10K up. Let's just go for the sure win.
Yeah, they have to go ahead and delay this. They don't want to whiff here. If they actually started this Lord too much without Sanji being up, now that he's alive, they don't want the potential for Pro Esports to go ahead and steal the Lord from them. So they hold it on. It looks like, despite it all, 10,000 gold deficit. Pro Esports is centering around the Lord. This might be one of those cases where they just trying to make a play happen here. Conceal going to be used by Blink.
Blink finds the back line, compromises Sa, forcing Soriam Felix back. Felix does oblige, tries to fight back. Sanji wailing away, gets knocked out by the Lord. Ying still holds on, and Detna's welcome. Han secures the Lord, and there's one arrow thrown out. Not gonna be able to stop him, and they will take down PPP first. The trigger discipline on Ying doesn't force anything just yet.
Yep, Ying still has that ultimate available, so taking one down, P will be back up for this defense, but Lord's already secured here for YG. They've had complete control from the moment this game got underway.
Some respite, Joseph. A little bit of a silver lining for the Cambodian fans. Almost max stacks on Han. That's not it. What I'm trying to say is, Pro has come back from worse.
Yeah.
If you remember their clencher in the group stage, they have fought tooth and nail to take back that final moment to try and get into the knock. But wait, real quick, another Detna's welcome from Ying. Coily goes down, blazing the wet into the face. Felix falls, 2 down. I'm not sure they can defend.
Oh, I'm not sure if they can, man. They still got a Lord to deal with here, and it's a fully stacked on 9-1 and 6.
Waves coming from all directions. PPP falls. Sanji takes him down. Lord underneath the base. Down goes Kozin, and just like that, Yangon Galacticos at match point.
Took a little bit longer, but still nonetheless the same result. Yangon Galacticos just dominated in game 2 like they did in game 1. And they're pulling heroes that we're not used to seeing, man, the past couple weeks, the past couple months, but it's all executed so well from Yangon Galacticos.
They've dismantled what Pro understood of the metagame.
Yeah.
Piece for piece, role for role, lane per lane, they seem to be thrown back to a place in the metagame that all of us thought was dead and gone. Utility junglers, Suyo in the jungle against what? Meta stars such as Hirara, Belleric, and Selena.
Yeah. Again, one of the most impressive things about Yangon Galacticos and their trip here to qualify for MSC was just how adaptable, how versatile their draft was, the coaching staff behind them to go ahead and secure these kind of drafts that this executed this way, and the way that they play around each other makes it almost seem easy the way that they're doing it. But it's, again, one of their strengths and one of the difficult things when you're their opponent. How do you draft against that? Because even if you have some of these picks that you might not think come through and it's executed in this manner, that's really difficult to play against.
I think our panel will dissect a little more from the minute to minute, because the early game went sideways. I think that was a big canon moment in this match.
Let's go ahead and throw it over to the panel to break down at game 2. This was another strong one.
Yangon Galacticos aren't just playing like the best team in this matchup, they're playing like the best team in the galaxy right now in MLBB. And I'll give you 3 C words to describe it: clean, concise, and unfortunately for Pro Esports, curt. These have not been long games. They have not been games that have been enjoyed by any Pro Esports fan. And it's because YG just looks so good.
They're simply better. Their understanding of the meta, their understanding of the draft, how they're playing together, they are more cohesive, everything. They're playing perfectly. Honestly, there's no way else to put it. They look way too good.
And it's not just the execution, it's the draft.
Yeah.
Marv's got a big pat on the back from all of us here on the panel, and obviously all the Yangon Galacticos fans, you know, all the Burmese people, just a crazy synchronized pat on the back. It's gonna hurt a lot for both those coaches, but wow, I'm just so surprised. Again, yes, there were some off-meta picks, but the way they build for the off-meta pick, for the Suyo as well, right? It was through these really smart placements of the picks and great choices as well. The Barats early, after seeing the Uranus ban, flexing it all the way to the end. We saw the Glue also flex on Red 3. These are just like, it feels like for them, they weren't just 2 steps ahead of Pro. They were 7 for no reason, just that number ahead.
Yeah, just said it. I agree with you, because that's the indication of a team that's planned and then plan the next move when you make a move based on how they just showed up.
Yeah.
And the Barats is a perfect example, because that's a character, a hero that they've won every single game that they've played with. Now it's 5 times that YG have played Barats and won. So
30.
You do not want to let them through. But, you know, earlier on I mentioned Uranus. That's a character both teams vie for. Well, that was banned, but then ended up not being an impact there. So maybe, again, having to look at the draft for Pro Esports.
Yeah, it seems like just when they think that they've come up with an answer to something, or an answer that's yet to show up for a question that's yet to be asked. As Mergo mentioned, Yangon already knows, like, no, we're already at that point. We're already at the second phase of the draft. Just when you started, it's rare to see barriers get picked up this early on, but this might be something that other teams might look into now, considering that for 2 games, one of the most iconic EXP laners in Cambodia, in Soriam Felix, got 2 very aggressive picks. Got the Yuzhong, now got the Lapu Lapu. He hasn't made his presence felt enough here, and that's not his fault. That's because Yangon keep drafting lineups and heroes that effectively take Soriam Felix out of the fight.
Mirko, how would you draft against YG?
Right now, I mean, it's very, very difficult for me to draft against YG. I don't know how I would draft against YG, man. But for Pro, they should already have an answer, not to this, but to adapt. It really just feels like, for me, I mean, you get to see the expressions as well of Cat God, that they're stuck in the group stage. They're still stuck in the group stage. They're still going for picks that are prio in the group stage, even picking up the Selena, the Belleric here after seeing the Eudora and the Barats early on. they really are stuck there. They're really stuck with the same picks and they didn't evolve. We saw the last 2 days. I mean, we had a break.
Yeah.
These teams should have been already kind of like trying to find the new answers. And I feel like YG, they paid attention a lot to that game of TLPH against Entity 7 and how Entity 7 were able to outdraft TLPH in game number 2, because the Barats flex was something I pointed out as well when I did my analysis on that matchup, right? The Barats was picked up red 4 by Entity 7 against TLPH. We saw the Uranus pick up then by Sanford, and it just cooked them because it was flexed in. So here they utilized that idea, but all the way in the early game or all the way in the first phase after seeing the Uranus ban.
Yeah. And to add to that, they added the glue to it. So now that's even more layers of like, oh, who's going where?
And that combo is devastating. I think even for Pro, they were caught off guard because the Eudora second skill, you get a little bit of magic defense shred.
Yes.
You add a roamer with magic damage, the glue, and my goodness gracious, you saw how much damage they dealt. That's why. That's the reason.
I mean, the other thing is Kaize early on. I mean, 4 kills from mid for Eudora. You cannot let that happen.
Yeah, that just really goes to show that the mid laner is reading the opposing team so well.
Yeah.
When a mid laner gets that much kills, I know it's a Eudora. I know how easy it could be to get kills into Eudora really quickly, especially once you get that first item. But with how he was moving in the map, the specific positions he was getting into the bush, the timings of it all really showed that he did his homework. It's like, I know he's here. I know he's gonna be here.
For me, it's also the response to it. You see the Eudora, you pick up the Selena, makes sense, but then together with the Belleric, it just like, usually when you go for the Selena, you need that mid prio. You need someone to actually help enable the Selena to rotate around the map to find these picks and arrows, right? Or to lay down traps. Just a very core fundamental of the Selena. You control the map by clearing out mid, and then you go also with the tempo to control the neutral objective. Now this game, I see a massive disconnect. Selena goes for the Season Hunter, right? We take a look at it again here. They go for the Lapu Lapu up top there instead of something that can guarantee tempo. Again, it would have been bursted down, but something like an Esmeralda, right? The Uranus early that was banned out by them themselves as well, and no mid prio. So what was the idea of the Selena at the end with the Season Hunter if you couldn't burst the neutral objectives, or you can't even get to the neutral objectives first?
It's been 2 drafts in a row where they've drafted their EXP laner for Sarion Felix last. And that is maybe something they need to look at, Mirko, because there's an element to the draft, but as we'll have time to talk about that, before we go on a quick break, I want to just raise this question. Is this now an element of the mental? Because you've just lost another set. If we're in group stages, you've just lost again to YG. Now you got one more game, but it's like, geez, can we get over this hill?
Yeah, for teams that love momentum, that love to be the one setting the tempo, this is going to be a big mental hit. I don't doubt that the coaches are going to quickly get them back into shape. Again, I mean, they had to crawl to win the Grand Finals in MPL Cambodia Season 10 as well, but it will be difficult.
Yeah, they're gonna have to run. They can't just crawl back here. Young Galacticos, if you crawl in front of them, it does seem like they're just gonna stomp you down, bro.
Watch out there with that Barats pick being let through. By the way, if you guys want to be a part of streaming this action, get your opinions in, you're listening to us, well, you can share them by joining the EWC Streaming Creator Program. You might be able to earn dope prizes. I know we've been seeing people stream on our side. Mirko's going live in the bus. We're having chats, and he's earning prizes. So make sure you scan that QR code and join. You might just be able to earn some cool gifts, but also get your voice said. Maybe make a clip. Be a part of this tournament where so many people are coming live and watching online. We appreciate you guys. On the backside of this, we will have Game 3. It may be the final game of our first set of the day, or it could be the start of Pro Esports return. Either way, we want to let you know there's something cool coming in Acecraft. If you haven't played in a minute, there's co-op in a new mode called We Fly Together.
lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse! He thinks he can come in here and play my game! He knows nothing! Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
Raw energy, half for half and blow the house down! This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Well, Yangon Galacticos have started out with two, I don't even want to say easy, but I will say complete games. We'll add another C word there for how they've approached pro esports. They've gotten the better end of the draft and then quickly thereafter gotten the better end of the game, gentlemen. Renmar, Mirko, back with myself, Randa, here on the desk to break down what can they do. I raised the question to you, Mirko. I'll raise it to Renmar to kick us off. How do you draft against YG?
Maybe hire some mind readers at this point. I don't know,
Fortune teller.
Yeah, there's something that Yangon Galacticos is doing or how they prep for this. You can see that there's always an anchor point in their draft. Whether it's a ban, whether it's a specific pick, there's always just one thing that's just throwing a wrench every time towards the plans that pro esports has that they just overlook.
And it's also just, man, you can't let those heroes go either. I mean, we can talk about, okay, maybe you should leave the Phoveus open. No,
you can't.
No. Maybe you can leave, what was the last ban for them? The Atlas open. It's like, no, I don't think so either. So at the end of the day, they're just going to have to deal with it through outplaying their opponents. So now I'd say focus on your own game, right? Instead of trying to go for just meta picks or trying to deny even YG's picks from game one, play your style of MLBB, all right? Build around what your strength is. And right now, for me, it's Coily on Assassins and everybody else on winning matchups. So get that first.
Yeah, okay. So they were already able to take the Coily on Assassin box earlier. So maybe does that mean you pick up your pick for Soriam Felix earlier?
Yes.
Because Rainday did point out earlier that means that Soriam Felix was getting his picks always picked last now for 2 games in a row.
Which is like not Lapu Lapu, bro. I mean, you're seeing the Barats, you're seeing all those picks, right? I was thinking maybe you could go for something like an Alice as well. Early on, dealing with the glue as well. So there's so many answers. It's just don't panic. Don't overthink. Think of the easiest answer first, right?
Yeah.
Easy's better, bro.
Yeah. Keep it simple.
Crowd control, damage. Obviously, they're building around a lot of different things. You can understand PP also going onto the Belleric because he's had such good games with them. But the way that their draft is complementing each other, there's something missing. YG have had every single time good laning phases and then good team fights that were threatening. Harara coming out early for pro, but these bans...
pretty much the same.
They take away the Zushin, though.
Oh, yeah.
So they don't get counter with that in mid, with a which set up the Guinevere and a lot of other things.
Yeah. They pick up the Hirara for themselves. We're in dangerous grass again. So it looks like pro esports are going to try and see if they could just remix to a much better ending for them. The draft from game number 2. Yangon still picking up the Eudora. And instead of going for the Belleric rush, which I feel like Yangon is thinking is the pick now that pro esports is looking into, they pick up instead of the Barrett's rush, me, they pick up the Belleric. And then now here comes Pro. They get their power picks onto Kozin. They get the Harith. He's played 5 games with it and has won 4. They pick up the Uranus, which again solves a lot of their problems. But the Esmeralda's still open. Yangon says, no, we're feeling it. We're picking up the Fanny.
It's just so all so good. Again, for Yangon Galacticos, they saw the UNS ban in game number 2, right? The UNS ban with the Phoveus and the Atlas. Then that's the reason they went for the Barat super early. Even if you countered it, it's going to be flex anyways, but even if you countered it, it won't be a crazy counter like the Uranus. This time around, they go Belleric, Eudora, the easy route, and then they see the Uranus on the other side, they don't bite on the Barats then. They just go for the Fanny because there's no lockdown heroes. Now they get rid of those heroes. The Cho, taken out already.
Yeah, with Pro Esports, they're slowly running out of options really to have answers for this Fanny unless they can swing out with a Badang in the roam. It seems like that might be their last best option for it.
They can still pull off something crazy like a Dairoth with a Fanny up top, the Uranus against the Dairoth, right? It's not something that I would, go for usually, but if they really just want to snowball and if they think they already kind of mentally destroyed their opponents from the last 2 games.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of CC and there's someone to capitalize on it right there. So you see the game plan. This, I feel that they're just getting the people who need to do well, from Kozin to Sariam Felix, to Han. I mean, I feel like to counter this Assassin matchup, you do need something strong, and Coily needs that Harara. So at this point, do you feel that this is a better draft, at least a better attempt?
For Pro Esports? Yeah, for sure. I mean, we asked for them to get their Sariam Felix hero much earlier. They get Coily and Assassin. They get the power pick into Kozin's hand. Now they can just adjust for row mid. I feel like the previous drafts, they were looking at row mid way too early and then now decided, okay, let's switch it up. Let's get side lane prio and then we adjust our row mid later.
I like that Selena ban too, right? This time they have the prio on Uranus. Tempo advantage for sure and XP guaranteed. So it could work as long as they get, again, tempo in mid with the Hirara.
Yeah. Don't you think Pro might need to ban out an Alice here?
They might. Yeah. I think it's a very, very good combination. It's someone that can actually deal with the Uranus as well.
That Alice gets let through.
We've seen the Ruby picked up, also from YG.
Ooh, they get gold lane bans instead. So they really want to get a better matchup at gold.
Yeah, again, they're just trying to win those matchups. Hirara pick and then winning those matchups individually. So I like the approach from Pro already. Much better than game 1, game 2, but yeah, I completely forgot about that pick. My favorite pick as well. Melissa. Oh, God.
And it's tough because if you go for something like Vexana, you're just going to get eaten up. Now they're forced to play the Valentina, but you have no more reach. You go for the Badang as expected, but they cannot reach this Melissa.
No, they cannot.
So that could be a win condition there. YG
Alice.
again.
Yeah.
Just close it out with an Alice or maybe even a Glue. Not really. No, I'd prefer the Alice.
They're feeling feisty. The Sora, technically, there's already the Valentina, but it's going to be mid, right?
Yeah.
Final pick from YG.
I wonder if YG are already thinking that they've won this and they're taking their sweet time with the last pick.
I think so. I think they're trying to find the pick to go and, put the nail in the coffin.
They found it. They found it.
Ruby.
It's the
You
Ruby.
called it.
You called it. Good, great call, Rain Day. Okay. The anti-dash, the pull, they have the combo. A lot of stopping power for the Melissa. This is all in the Melissa. But again, they still have the Eudora. They could easily snowball early on. The Fanny. Theoretically, this looks perfect for Yangon. But if any major slip-ups happen early, then Pro has a chance, which is tough because you're begging your opponents to make a mistake.
Drafts have gotten better each game for Pro Esports, but it doesn't have one more game to go. If you don't get the job done here, you're going home. Your key is crushed at MSC. It's time for YG to either move on into the semifinals or Pro Esports is going to push us to another game in this best of 5. Let's send it back over to Naisu and Leo to kick us off.
Here we go. It's gotta happen here for Pro Esports. Yangon Galacticos back-to-back dominant games, but will this draft work this time to get us to another game and get Pro Esports one step closer to moving forward? Or will the key get crushed after this one? Yangon Galacticos, Leo, has been so good, so on point. This draft, though, I wouldn't say is as, let's say, guaranteed as the last 2 games.
There's a lot that they're trying here, especially when they threw the Ruby into Ying's hands. Blink bullying a PPP out of the mid prio. If there is something I might say is Pro, especially at this precipice, at this pivot point in this match, they're putting it all on Coily and Kozin. They put the comfort picks, the Hirara and the Harith on these 2 players, these imports from the Philippines, to try and turn it around. Stroke of genius what they did though, especially with picking the Valentina in mid.
Yeah.
Kind of blocked out Ying Sora.
Yeah, that dealt with it, but I still think that even Ying picking up the Ruby here, it serves the purpose of you just have this crazy amount of crowd control that it can help you catch the Hirara if you need to. It can help you catch Kozen if you need to.
Reliable damage too.
Yeah, damage. But he also is a way to pop a Purify for Kozen. And you got to remember too, Kozen, this is a signature comfort pick for him. If I remember correctly, this is, I think it's Kozen on the Hereth that has the most kills in one game.
Him or Coily. Now they're putting so much pressure. Sorry, I'm Felix. Han draws first blood.
Oh, that's tough, man. Again, you do not want to let these early kills, these early first bloods go in the hands of the likes of Han on a Fanny, mind you. To go ahead and just snowball much quicker. And every time a Fanny's in play, you know that you want to go ahead and just kind of put some pressure on that jungle, especially the purple buff, try to stall her out a little bit, but you get this kind of lead. Could be really bad, but first turtle that comes up, they've got the space to work with. Ying's got the level 4. Kaise still trying to go ahead and cap it out here just because, again, once he gets that ultimate, that combo is so deadly.
And he will. Yangon Galacticos are in such a dominant position for this first turtle. Blink flushes PPP out of that pixel brush. Sa has the Wrath of Dryads, but I don't think that's the best ult to have right now, especially when you're a soft little Valentina at the 2-minute mark.
Yeah, you don't want to just put yourself in that position, but they'll really take it slow here. Bit of a reset. Han goes back to base, wants to get his purple buff. So maybe they just trade it out. Maybe they decide they don't want to. Really good decision here, though, from Pro Esports to just see that window of opportunity, take it. At least it's something for them. So again, turtle in the hands of Pro Esports. They'll kind of just recalibrate, slow things down a bit. Even with this, again, knowing that you have a Hereth in the hands of Kozen, you need to go ahead and allow him to stay alive, build up on there. Melissa's too. There's a reason now. We've seen her pop up a couple times throughout the past group stage days, and she can be pretty deadly when she hits that power spike.
Impressive. Staying the hand for Yangon Galacticos, but Pro Esports knew what Yangon was doing, and they got in there and got the advantage, which is good, because again, oh my lord, sorry Felix, popping that consecration last second. They're waiting for Kozen's mid-game power spike.
Yeah, it's interesting though that there's so much attention up there. You would think, on the Uranus up there in the XP lane. We're sorry on Felix.
Kaise. Whoa. Kaise coming in, but PPP stops the exit. Now here comes the Wrath of the Dryad as PPP gets taken down. Han and Blink walk away.
Okay, a trade. Oh wait, this still putting potential up there.
Han walks to the wall. Ying to the rescue. Coily retribution. That's a steal on a small camp.
All right, that's what Coily needed to do. You can see he's slowly building up a bit of a XP lead also against Han. Even though Han had those early kills, it's just some of his camp's been taken away from him. They've really done a good job. Pro Esports has done a great job of just kind of choosing their fights and slowing down a bit. They're able to catch out Kaise again. This is one of the great things about having that Badang in the roam in the hands of P. He can actually just kind of take them for a surprise, whether he uses the flicker or not, to set things up for a potential kill. You just have to be able to go ahead and survive once Blink literally comes forward and Wrath the Dryads, like we just saw. And, that's why also when you look at what Sa has been taking, he's got his own, right? I'm not sure if he's really going to change anything other than just having the Wrath of the Dryad for him.
It sounds like the perfect Rochambeau, because right in the middle is Sa, who is relying on what ult he gets. Right now, 2v1. Sorry, Felix! Pops the consecration one more time underneath the turret. Not going to be safe here as 3 of them go for it. They had to send Kaise up too, but this opens up another turtle for Pro.
Pro's willing to trade, man. If it's sorry on Felix going down, I don't think that's too bad for Pro Esports.
No.
Right? He's just the Uranus. He's going to go ahead and deal with some pressure. As long as his team is trading something for it somewhere else, which happens to be now the second turtle, then that's all good.
Hey, you want to make some omelets, you got to crack some eggs.
Got to crack some eggs.
And in this situation, sorry and Felix is the egg.
That's a big egg, man. But
hard to open.
He eventually, though, too, even though he's died a couple times, he'll be tanky enough to be that front line for this team, for sure.
Buying time now inside the left side bush. Ying gets found out. Coily traded out for. Making that a 2-for-1 as Han finds a double. P falls as well. I don't even know who really started that fight, but at the end of the day, I think Pro have lost the lead that they've built up over the past 5 minutes.
Yeah, I think they both just saw each other and like, you know what, let's fight. Because that's exactly what they did. Let's take a look at the replay. Again, this is all, they're all centered around here. You can just see that double basically Wrath of Dryads being set up. But the problem is because you're fighting in that little choke point and you've got the walls to work with, Han kind of gets that upper hand where he can just kind of cable back and forth.
Like Spider-Man.
Hey, go see it while you can.
Han picks up the Malefic Roar now. A lot of damage coming through. So it's not Sanji time just yet.
Yeah.
Nor is Kaize going as hard as he was in game number 2. So we're expecting Han to be the real Punisher this early on. Especially since Pro has lost that, you know, big 1,000 gold lead they had in the 5-minute mark. Oh, big wall put up. Blink gets caught. He answers with a Wrath of the Dryad. Han comes in. Cutthroat finds B. Serves up a kill to Kaize.
Okay, Flicker burn from Kaize. Again, really good counterpunch there from YG. Pro Esports has to choose these fights a little bit better, but they can start to go ahead and rely on this. Oh, Kozin.
Uh-oh. He drops that Salmon Force.
Oh, the cable.
Han, maybe one more enhanced basic attack would have taken down the Fanny midair.
They popped the Purify from Kozin. Kozin is going to be that guy for Pro Esports once he scales into this Harith. This third turtle, though, being worked on by Yangon and Galacticos, most likely will go in their hands unless a Conceal's already used. They're going to fight for it.
Drop in Muddles, Ying skewers. There's the Wrath of the Dryad coming down.
Han.
And the lineup on Pro Esports are compromised, but Young Galacticos lost a little too much health. It's Pro's going to be making themselves scarce for now.
Yep, turtle secure though by YG. So they fought for it. There was an attempt there from Pro. Pro's still in a good position though, even though they lose that turtle. It looks like they had a hard time with that team fight, but they're still in a really good position to go into that first Lord. That's really where it's going to matter. You can also see gold lane, right? There's a bit of an advantage for Kozin. He had a really good time in the laning phase, has about a 700 gold lead. He's already got the Starlium Scythe worked in, and that's why, you know, imagine one item locked in for that Harith. You're already seeing the damage potential that he can have in these fights.
And he's on his way to the feather. There you go. So even more, that little moment here in that mid lane, even with that Purify pop, again, he already has that passive resilience coming in, about 30% less he'll take from, you know, the little stuns on Ying or Wrath of the Dryads. This is that mid-game power spike we're looking for coming in from Pro.
And Sa has been pretty good with the Wrath of the Dryad usage. That's one of the things here. Sorry, I'm Felix, man. They're going for the eggs again.
Yep, this is what he's meant to do. Pops that Purify, Consecration as well, buys maybe 2 seconds, but will not stop Yangon from pushing this tier 1 down bottom. But it's not like Coily hasn't been doing work as well. Look at that chubby wave he sent up. And now Sanji gets found out. Why would you take that weird exit?
I'm not sure. Really good choice there from Pro. Yeah, they lost Sari and Felix again for the 3rd time, but they were able to capitalize a kill on the gold laner of YG, but they also put some pressure on some of these turrets. They want to start to open up the map a little bit here, just because, again, that Lord's coming up in about 15. You need some space to work with. And some of these off angles is what they can really hone in on and highlight here. Again, having that Bedang, having Sa and the Valentina with the Wrath of the Dryad, with the Flicker available, there's some surprise setups that Pro Esports can play around. So now that Lord is up, we'll see who decides to get in range for this. Coily been very elusive so far in the Harara, able to kind of just utilize these extra brushes across the map, the mobility obviously that comes with it, and then that scalability here built in. So Sari and Felix needed that Radiant Armor. He's got it locked in now. So again, despite all the pressure he's dealt with, his one job is pretty much to be that front line, that bulwark. So it gives P that option too, to go in with this Bedang to set things up. So very slow in this Lord take. I don't expect anyone to take it just yet, as both teams still look to find some opening, some real estate across the map.
Well, I'll be damned. In late July 2026, a dance has been gunned, but no, they pick PP off first. And now Coily looking for more. Han picks up Kozin. That's 2 men down from Pro. This is a non-starter. The Cambodian squad has to back off. Suddenly, Yangon Galacticos have all but secured themselves a Lord. Sari and Felix looking to come in from the flank. Coily takes a few hits from Sanji. Lord here at a 16th of its health within Retribution range. Han, all he has to do is Retribution now. Yangon Galacticos takes the Lord.
Wow, again, Yangon Galacticos showing their fighting prowess here in these team fights. I was thinking they'd slow it down enough, but again, when you have a Ruby and Ying can just say, you know what, let's go. And he makes it happen again, going in with an I'm offended. Even if it's a tankier member for Pro Esports, they don't care. It's a pull, they can crash down, get a numbers advantage, and that's what happened there in that team fight. So now Lord in their favor. Yangon Galacticos looking to take down some tier 2s.
Despite all we've been saying about Kozen's mid-game power spike or Coily getting in there, dealing damage, he still doesn't have any stacks on his Sky Piercer.
Yep.
If anything, P is the most important utility in Pro's team fighting kit. He needs to catch someone. At best, if it's Han, if he can compromise Sanji, but that's how they start fights. No way other can they start anything.
And I think that's why that Melissa pick was really good too. You know, you get that ultimate, that go away from me. You're able to kind of buy some space with it. Good dodge there. Not getting pulled from Ying's. I'm offended. But the Lord is still here. So now they've got to respond to this. They are just most likely, I don't expect them to approach the base yet because Yangon Galacticos is still really respecting what Pro Esports' lineup can do. So at most, they take down some tier 2s.
He comes in, finds it, does force Han to back up, but he will fall now. One more for Han. And I think P is getting a little impatient. I'm not so sure how well they coordinated that whole ambush.
Yeah, it just didn't seem like they were ready to follow through on that. And now, again, this Badang, it serves a purpose. There's a reason why it's there. Oh no, tier 2.
Coily! I-frame to survive, but in comes Blink. Flicker after the Dryad finds 2 Sapphires as well. And now it's all falling apart. 3 members down for the count. But YG has no wave, so Pro can thank their lucky stars. Felix so close.
So close, but again, this is about all Yangon Galacticos can take off of that push. We'll take down, open up the map, take down the tier 2 turrets. But you're seeing just how much of a struggle it is for Pro Esports even to find an advantage when it comes to a team fight. It's so crucial. Oh, whoa.
Kozen! Drop the Zaman Force, gets a few shields.
Zaman Force down, though.
Pushing Han back, yes. This is what, a good 20 seconds before Kozen can punish anyone from pushing too deep, but they've already lost their top lane inhibitor. Permanent damage onto the base. Blink with a rather dry to himself. Sanji wailing away. P! He's gonna fall once more! He does get the wall up, but where's the damage? There's the Zaman Force. Kozen looking to deal a lot of damage. Han might get compromised here. Down on 10th of his health. Kozen doing his darkness, and Coily finds a shutdown. Pro loses just 1.
I didn't expect the fight to break out there, but Pro Esports decided to go for it anyway. They thought they were able to catch Blink, but instead there was a counter punch from YG. Although they didn't lose too much, some battle spells were expended on both sides.
That's about as fruitful as it can get for Pro right now.
Yeah.
That turret was going to fall either ways. The fact that they can get a trade out, especially for a roamer in exchange for the mid laner, that's a good deal. That'll help at least stop the bleeding.
Yeah, it's not bad. But again, the Purify is down currently for Kozen. You know, he's got, like we said, he's got the items he needs. You can already see that damage potential, but it's more so being able to survive a fight. Almost all the fights we've seen so far, it's just been a numbers advantage for Yangon Galacticos because usually it's PP just going down very quickly when he tries to set things up.
Whoa, there's the stolen ult, already spent up, but now Kozen dashing around. He's in the right position. Down goes Zeke, but underneath the Lord, Sanji throws out a needle, takes him down. Now, sorry, Felix bites it as well. 2 for 1, the trade. And this all but spells another sure Lord for Yangon Galacticos.
Oh, again, Pro Esports, just the team fighting is not it right now throughout this series. Even Kozen taking a big shot from the Lord there. You know, he didn't have much room to work with, but he's still got to get up in time for this defense if he can. 10 seconds left on his timer. Mid-turret will go down. They've got some time to walk down this last wave, this bottom wave, to potentially take out the last base turret. So YG will go for a reset. They'll march this one in, walk it down. Sorry, Felix will be back up. They've got nearly all the battle spells that they need here. But same thing for the other side for YG. P doesn't have a flicker, and you know, with the Badang, that's one of the main things that he needs to kind of set things up. So far, just all these setups, man, have not worked.
Okay, fortunately, they are in dangerous grass, so he can find these odd angles. All right, he will be put down about half health. Lord already inside the base.
You have to deal with that Lord.
Pro Esports has to do this very, very carefully. Lord down about half. Kozen still has a Purify. They drop all the damage. Down goes Sa. And now the base up next. Kozen doing his darndest to clear the waves and deal a lot of damage.
They clear the Lord.
And they do clear the Lord, but there's still a wave coming in through mid. And just like that, Yangon Galacticos remain undefeated. Vicious win. A sweep in the quarters.
Yangon Galacticos was not joking around throughout this series. Maybe in game 3 took them a little bit longer, but it just repeats itself time after time after time. 3 dominant games against Pro Esports here. Again, taking even drafts that we're not used to seeing just a couple days ago. Shades of it. Things that worked, things that didn't, they readjusted, refined. And I'll tell you what, Yangon Galacticos looks like a big threat moving forward.
In every single game, they've managed to dissect Pro Esports' play, denying Coily and Kozin that bloodthirsty play style. They have thrown us back to the heyday of utility jungles. I was gonna say mid-game here, I can't believe it. We were Lord dancing again.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen that Lord dance. We've seen a bit of it here and there, but maybe that's a premonition for what we're gonna see here in the knockouts. And they knew the weak points of the lineup that Pro Esports brought to game 3. They really honed in on it. At the start, it was Sarion Felix. They went with fighting for fighting. They utilized that Ruby pick, the last pick they brought to the draft that even Rain Day called, again, playing around this potential to pull whoever you want to you fight to collapse down on. And it's that Eudora again for Kaize, man. He's been coming in clutch throughout the series. And Han showcasing. I mean, look at this, 7-0-5 on that Fanny. What a hell of a series that Han has had, going from utility to assassin. And just an amazing series. We're gonna have to throw it over on stage with Milosh to hear from our winners.
Thank you very much, my friends. It is done. Our first semi-finalist is qualified. It's Yangon Galacticos. Ying is joining us for a quick interview here between us. So please, incredible performance, 3-0. Is this why you chose Pro Esports to play against them? How did you predict that this is how this would go?
I don't know, 3-3နဲ့ဒီပွဲကိုနိုင်သွားပြီတကယ့်ကိုကောင်းတဲ့ပွဲပါဂုဏ်ယူပါတယ်အဲ့တော့ဒီ Pro Esports ကိုဒီလိုနိုင်ဖို့အတွက်ဘယ်လိုများရွေးချယ်ခဲ့တာလဲ
ပြင်ဆင်တာပြောရလားဘယ်လိုပြင်ဆင်တာအရှိမှလည်းကျွန်တော်တို့နဲ့တွေ့ပြီးပြီကျွန်တော်တို့2-3နိုင်တာအဲကြောင့်ကျွန်တော်တို့ရွေးဖို့အတွက် confidence ရှိရပြီးတော့သူနဲ့တွေ့ရင်ဘာလို့ရမလဲဆိုတာကျွန်တော်အမြင်နဲ့တွေးတာအဲကြောင့်
We have experienced that we have won in the past on the first game, and then we know what to do with them. That's why we choose them.
I mean, clearly that was the case because you specifically, in this entire best of 5, only died a singular time. You've had some of the lowest death rates of anybody in this tournament. How do you make that work? Because you're more of an initiator, someone who's in there in the fight, and yet you still keep it up. How does that work?
အဲ့ဒီတော့ဒီပြိုင်ပွဲမှာပေါ့နော်ဒီအသက်ခံရတဲ့နှုံကြည့်မယ်ဆိုအရန်ကိုနှိမ့်တာပေါ့နော်ဒီပြိုင်ပွဲကြီးတစ်ခုလုံးမှာကြည့်မယ်ဆိုရင်အမှားယွင်းမရှိခဲ့ဘူးဒါကိုဖြစ်အောင်ဘလို့မြန်ပြင်ဆင်လေ့ကျင့်ခဲ့ပါလဲ
ပြင်ဆင်လေ့ကျင့်ရင်လည်းဆိုအမျိုး enemy ရဲ့ spell တွေသူတို့ရဲ့ဘယ်တဲ့ spell တွေကိုကျွန်တော်အမြင်နဲ့မှတ်ထားရဗျာမှတ်ထားပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်ဘယ်ချိန်လုပ်လို့ရလဲကျွန်တော်ကသူတို့ဘယ်ချိန်ပြန်လုပ်လို့ရလဲဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်မှအမြင်နဲ့တွက်ထားတာပေါ့အဲ
I have watched all the games in the past and then I have counted what will come to me and I have predicted what I have to do. That's why I'm able to overcome.
He's always 7 steps ahead. This is what's happening here. Well, the next game, it's going to be tough. You're facing a powerhouse regardless of who you play, someone you've never played before. It's difficult to be many steps ahead of them. It's Vitality or Falcons PH. First up, who do you think you'll play in the semifinals?
အဲ့ဒီတော့ဒီခြေလန့်9လမ်းကြိုပြီးပြင်ဆင်ထားရဲဆိုတာတကယ်ကောင်းတဲ့အချက်ပါတဲ့ဒါပေမဲ့အခုလာပြီးတွေ့မဲ့အသင်းကြီးပေါ့နော်တကယ်ကိုပြိုင်ပွဲထဲမှာဒီ Vitality ဆိုတာရှိတယ်နောက်တစ်ခါ Falcon ဆိုတာ the Philippines ပေါ့နော်ဒီအသင်းကြီးနှစ်ခုနဲ့တစ်ခါမှမတွေ့ခဲ့ရဘူးအဲ့ဒါကြောင့်မလို့ဒီအသင်းတွေဘယ်အသင်းနဲ့တွေ့ရင်ဘယ်လိုလုပ်မလို့ပြင်ဆင်ထားပါလဲ
တွေ့မဲ့အသင်းဆိုရင်တော့ကျွန်တော်ထင်တာကတော့Vitality လို့ပဲထင်ပါတယ်ဘာလို့တော့သူတို့လည်းနည်းနည်းပို့ပြီးတော့ကောင်းတယ်လို့ခံစားရတယ်ဗျာပြီးတော့သူနဲ့တွေ့မယ်ဆိုရင်တော့ကျွန်တော်ကောင်းဆုံးတော့ပြင်ဆင်ပါဦး
I think we will face with Vitality because they are a better team and then we will prepare well for the next match.
How do you prepare against a team like that, especially one you have not faced before? Yes, there's a lot of VODs and everything on them, but what's the mindset you go into prep and practice for this?
အဲ့ဒီတော့ဒီလိုတစ်ခါမှမကြုံဘူးမပြိုင်ဘူးတဲ့အသင်းကိုတွေ့ဖို့အတွက်ဘယ်လိုပြင်ဆင်ပါမလဲခေါင်းထဲမှာဘယ်လိုလှုပ်ထားမလဲ
ကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ mindset ကတော့အမျိုးဘယ်တင်းလာကျွန်တော်တီးမယ်ဗျာတီးမယ်ပြီးတော့သူတို့ဘာလုပ်လဲဆိုတာအမြင်နဲ့သူတို့ပွဲကြီးကြည့်မယ်အဲ့ပဲ
in my mindset whoever comes. We will beat them, whoever comes.
That is the winner's mindset. If you ask me, no matter who comes, we'll play our game and get the victory. And that's what you have. Thank you very much, our translator, Coco. Thank you very much for Ying and Yangon Galacticos. My friends, come on over. You get to crush a key now. Come on, let's go. All together to the back. There you go. Let's pull up the smoke. Momo, let's get that door open. We're going to get our first quarterfinal key crushed. Go ahead, gentlemen. You made history, you've crushed so far, and that's one more to add to the pile. We've already eliminated 8, and we're gonna add number 9 to it. Close up, yes, I know, it gets a bit scary, but it's scarier when you lose. There's the snap, there's the hopes and dreams, and that's Pro Esports out of the running. Yangon Galacticos continue their tear, undefeated so far, not a single game that they have lost. We'll break all of that down with a beautiful panel.
Well, something's already been broken, and that is the dreams that represented Pro Esports and Cambodia. It's now Myanmar moving on, and they continue undefeated. We spoke with Ying up there, who played, whether it was the Ruby or the Barretts, a pivotal role in Yangon Galacticos finding their victory. And as a team that is looking like one of the best teams in the galaxy in MLBB, the question now is, can anyone get a win off of them?
Well, they're still undefeated, have yet to drop a single game. And I'm going to stand by what I mentioned earlier. If Yangon Galacticos can win the series decisively, clean sweep, then whoever they're going to go up against, whether it's Vitality or Falcons, need to treat their opponents in Yangon Galacticos as if they're playing them in the grand finals.
Yeah.
Don't pull any stops.
No.
You have to go all out against YG.
Yeah, absolutely, man. YG, I mean, even coming to the tournament, I think a lot of people already expected them to be a very strong team. And now after this, you're going to have to prepare even more, right? I had my predictions out, and this was the only match that I thought can go 3-0. All the other matches I said minimum 3-1. There's no way we get any more sweeps. So I'm glad I was right here. I just hope I'm right all the way. I don't want to see any more sweeps, all right? MSC's got a lot for us. No sweeps, please.
The perfect, I know the day's almost halfway done, and we just started. Yeah. So let's take a look at the schedule. We've got one more game coming up here today, and that is big news, because if you see the screen shaking, LaFell is basically stomping on stage, ready to jump on and distracting all of us. For those who need the info, like I need to give it, Team Vitality versus Team Falcons PH coming up. We're going to switch out our talent on the studio, our talent on the cast. I'm going to stay here. And of course, if you got it right with Yangon Galacticos and you're feeling lucky, well, then I know a great place for you to spend your time. That's Pick'ems, baby. EWC Pick'ems. Let us know if you think it is going to be Team Vitality that's going to end up playing Yangon Galacticos. Ying's already preparing for that matchup.
Yes.
Or if you think, not just 3-1, if we're going to have a chance at Team Falcons PH. I know, Rimar, you're hoping for the chance, man. I know.
Yeah.
I know, man. You need our Philippines to continue. I get it, man.
Deep down.
I get it, dog.
We're Vitality, bro.
Deep
down. I know.
I know you know I'm a Vitality guy, but it's my Falcons boys, bro.
No.
My Falcons boys. It's my countrymen.
We're in Paris.
I don't want to get denied when I get back to the Philippines.
We're French now. We're French. We.
Okay, if that means I can stay in France, sure, maybe. I don't know.
Get ready to
legally,
learn.
Of course.
Get ready to learn French, buddy.
Oui.
All right, as he continues his journey, and we might keep him here if Team Falcons PH doesn't get the win. We're going to send it over to an unfortunately very difficult thing to do, which is an exit interview. So Sa had a chance to do it. Thank you very much, Sa.
We are now backstage with Sa from Pro Esports. Sa, what's going on? Are you okay? What happened?
I think it's okay. I'm fine with the result because, we all tried our best already and we didn't get the win. But I'm very happy because we get to experience something new since it's my first time on international stage. I'm proud of my teammate and we experience so many things, like we win, we lose, new environment. So it's okay. Our runs and here's.
So you're grateful for the opportunity to be here in the first place.
Yeah.
But were you surprised? I mean, did you think that you could find a rematch here?
I think we could, but we still couldn't revenge our match.
What was the main problem?
No problem. They just do it better than us.
Okay, they just were the better team today.
Yeah.
What lesson did you learn? What was the biggest thing that really stuck to you, considering this is your first international?
Like there are so many things left that I need to learn more. And hopefully, I just want to thank to my boss and coaching staff for always encouraging and motivate to me, and I'm very happy.
That's really sweet. That's really sweet. Sa, if there was something that you feel like you could take to your next international or your next MSC, what would it be, Sa?
I think we will, if I can get the chance to come back again,
Yeah.
I want to prove them that we will improve better and much stronger than before.
Much stronger and much more improved the next time around. Sa, this was great, but do you have maybe a message to all your fans out there? Because I'm seeing a lot of them in chat really supporting you.
To all the fans from Cambodia who supporting us, thank you guys. And we are sorry that we couldn't bring Cambodia to another level, and thank you for all your support. Yeah, you guys are part of it. Thank you. Keep
Thank you so
supporting
much.
us in our next tournament. Thank you.
I'm pretty sure they will. Everyone is supporting you. What's next for you, Sa? What's after MSC? What's your next goal?
I think we still have another tournament, and so we just reset our mindset and just focusing on that tournament.
I love it. I love it. Thank you so much, Sa. We're going back to you guys.
Thank you, Saw. It is a journey, and getting to any level, once you get to the next phase of it, you learn how much you don't know. But for all of us here, we know the great representation that Pro Esports has given to Cambodia. So shout out to Cambodia and their regional representative here. We know it's tough to take a loss like that, but there's a lot of honor in doing that interview and taking a big lesson from it as well.
Yeah, they got to take down SRG to open up the
That's
campaign.
huge, man.
They got a top 8 finish, putting Cambodia back on the map in global MLBB, and I like the vibe out of that. You could tell, of course, he was disappointed, but ultimately he decided to hold on to the good things, which was the experience of it all.
Absolutely, man. You know, again, instant reset as well, right? He says we have another tournament up next, so instant reset to fixing those errors. So again, learning after seeing those YG drafts, I take a lot from it as well.
Yeah.
So they have a lot of time to prepare. I'm very confident in Cambodia as a region's future.
All right, Mirko Rinmar, thanks for hanging with me on the first set. We saw a confession there from Sa. He said it was his first international MLBB event. Well, you know we like confessions. We already saw LaFell do some. We saw Brigida do some. Now it's time to see Rose's confessions.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Welcome to Rose's Confessions. This is my opportunity to get to know you guys. Just for anybody who doesn't, you know, we've got a few questions prepared. Let's get into it.
Wow.
It'll be fine.
Okay.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. How much money have you spent on this trip as the richest member of talent?
Who said I'm the richest member of talent? How much money have I spent on this
real?
trip?
This is real? No?
It's not Van Cleef.
You don't need to actually tell me. I mean, if you can, if you want. Because honestly, I'd be shopping. I'm not going to lie.
Because I haven't started shopping yet.
Okay.
So it's like
Another chance, too busy.
300-400 euros. I went to
that it?
Disneyland. I went to Disneyland.
Is that it?
I think it could be more. I think it's more.
These are rookie numbers. We're going to get these numbers.
I think it's more. I think it's more.
It's got to be more. What does Sementar mean? I don't get it.
Where are you getting this, Chris? Chris! Okay, backstory. Back in MPL Malaysia, the region I come from, we had a guest host and he just interrupted me as I was talking in the grand finals, and he said Sementar, which technically means hold on. He was like, hold your beer, girl, I got something to say. And it was like grand final, so yeah.
That's annoying. There's people in the... No. Is your love language acts of service or physical abuse? Since you tend to hit the players a lot, but you always buy them food.
I swear to God, the person who gave you this, I think I know who it is.
I will not be telling you.
Both?
Both. Both.
No.
We'll go with both. Okay. So I heard your MPL MY S11 debut went really smoothly, especially in front of the Minister of Youth and Sports.
So it wasn't my debut day, that was my second day.
How did it go? Tell me, please tell me.
Oh my god, I'm actually sweating.
So I'm not that intimidating.
The questions are, Chris. So on my second day, that was the second day I've ever been a host.
Yeah.
I had backstage interviews with the players. So I entered the player booth. First team comes up and I'm like, how are you feeling for today's match? And the player just went like, beep this. I'm so ready. And then I asked his friend, I'm like, whoa, okay, what about you? Same. I walk out and the Ministry of Youth was just there watching the game and the big LED. I love it.
Well, I'm sorry for that. I hope today hasn't, I hope you still feel joyful, I want to say. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Rose.
Thank you.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
$16 games, 4 weeks, all in pursuit of one championship. The Esports Nation Cup. Dreams will be made. If you want to support your nation, make sure to tune in November in Riyadh because it's going to be an amazing moment. Of course, MLBB will be there. Some games you probably love and know will be there. Check out the full announcement online, but wanted to keep you up to date on that. All right, as we move forward, we got another set. It's Vitality Teams Falcons PH, but we had to change the panel out. Trex, LaFell. Welcome, guys. LaFell, you have already started the day off in a way, my friend. And your shoes not tied, doing all that movement?
Hey, it's okay. This is by choice, all right? Who are you to challenge my fashion sense?
I didn't criticize. I just said danger, Trex,
Listen, me and LaFell haven't got to be on panel together. This is normally a very common duo, so we're very excited. We had to, we made sure the shoe was untied.
Yeah.
We got a banger of a match coming up. I got my best buddy right here.
Is this like, we have you reined in, now we have Trex? Like, is this how I get my green card?
Yes.
You know what? You have a good chance with the two of us, man. Hey, welcome to America, buddy.
Hey,
welcome to America.
I want to be free.
If only Entity 7 was playing, we would be really hyped up right now.
Remember with the S at the end, America's. We're plural now.
Well, nah, that's true. That's true. I'm not going to go on that one.
There's a lot of you guys, yeah.
Guys, there's a big matchup coming up. It's not just Team Vitality and Team Falcons PH. It is the fact that the club championship is being fought for as well. And those two teams, thanks to our Aramco club championship rankings leaderboard, are in contention. Natus Vincere currently in the lead. And one of the big things to note is MLBB gave Natus Vincere a win with the win on MWI. For those who don't know, you have to win a tournament if you are going to win the club championship. Those other points from high ranking moments, yeah, that matters, but you've got to get a win. So Trex, directly standing between Team Falcons and their first win right here is, of course, Natus Vincere.
Yeah, I mean, Natus Vincere has snuck to the top. They've got this dub already under their belt, so they at least have security and overall a chance to win the tournament.
Yeah.
Team Vitality and Team Falcons, this is a big opportunity for them here on this main stage. Both of them still sitting here in the top 8, and the rivalry is there. Team Falcons reigning champions. Someone else is looking for that crown, though.
Yeah, and I think that is a great point as well. Back-to-back champions for Team Falcons. So if Team Falcons lose the Vitality here, not only does it hurt their standings, but does that start the storyline of will we see a new club champion? We don't know, but obviously all those things we'll keep track of as well before we narrow down into today's matchup in LaFell. I know that drama is here.
I love
Drama's there.
Drama.
Drama's everywhere.
Yeah.
And you do have drama. Do you start a lot of drama? Did you write those questions? Are you the one writing the confession question?
Actually, no, I did not. I'm still looking for who that sort of a farsa, gave the questions to. Like, I'm still
Son of a minotaur, huh?
Yeah, I locked Chris in a basement, and I thought he would give me the answers. It turned out he liked it, so I'm like, well, might as well have a good time, and then we just went back to sleep.
Well, son of a glue. I hope you find it. All right, let's head over to our Crunchyroll story of the day because it is today. And if you see it, you read it. I'm going to read it with you while it comes up. Niall versus Kyle. New rivals, old rivalry. And the implications of that go beyond just the Niall versus Kyle matchup. It's the matchup of Indonesia and the Philippines in MLBB. Trex, this moment, this game means a lot more than just a series.
Yeah, there is pride, ego, everything on the line here. Greatest junglers in the world. This will be talked about in Discord channels for ages to come, at least until, the World Championship, but I'm super excited for it.
Yeah, watch what you say, LaFell.
Hey.
You're going to get clipped, man.
How can I watch what I say? It's invisible. There's all these air particles in the air. It's just...
You're the one who studied Newton's law.
Yeah, exactly. And Newton didn't say you can watch what you say.
That's fair. He was a while ago, though.
By the way, Vitality, like you guys were talking about Vitality against Falcons. I don't see how Falcons can take this one because even in scrims, Vitality has been #1, and that's surprising seeing how strong Aurora is. And they're like, yeah, no, dude, Vitality is something else in scrims.
I gotta say this, though. Falcons, Filipino teams in general, the fact that they've had 2 days to recuperate will be scary for anyone. The fact that both teams weren't able to be knocked out in the group stage, there is still a team hanging and waiting. And at this point, they are always going to be a threat. No matter how good Vitality is, they cannot overlook Team Falcons.
That's a cool transition.
Yes, it is.
Y'all sick.
Yes, it is. Good job, guys. I have to say that
best production.
We get off that bus too. We just don't get the camera shots like that.
Hey.
That's messed up when you really think about it.
Like, if we're talking about Falcons going up against Vitality, not really the same organization, but a lot of the same members of team. The last time they met, it was like M5, so that's why 2 to 3 years ago. But during that time, Niall couldn't play in the jungle because of something happened between Geek Fam as well as Kid Bomba. Right. So this is kind of like revenge-esque, but not really. Like, they met each other 2 or 3 years ago, but during that time, Niall couldn't play. So now that Niall can play, hey, maybe something else will show up.
Well, speaking of Team Vitality, it's time to take a look at their roster because not only do they have Niall, but Moreno, Finn, Shogun, E-Man. They are on a mission. We had a chance to catch up with E-Man before the match.
We are now with Eman from Team Vitality. Eman, how was your 4-day break?
It's been good because we've been to Eiffel Tower before.
Oh, so you guys walked around, had fun around Paris.
Yeah.
Did the 4-day break include preparing for today?
Yeah, I think so. We've been practice a lot in the other teams. Yeah. So the practice went well also. Yeah.
The practice went well. Obviously, last time you guys met Falcons PH, you guys won it 2-0. But this time, obviously, Falcons PH are going to do their homework. So, Eman, are you worried?
Not really. Yeah, because we've been practicing all along. And then we've been reviewing also their play style against Team Falcons before they go to knockout stage. Yeah.
Okay, so you've been reviewing their games, and I'm pretty sure they're reviewing your games as well. The Melissa was one of the biggest problems, I believe, for Falcons PH. Are you expecting it to be banned today?
Not really, because I think I'm not the one that having a hard time before when we fight against them. Yeah.
Oh, so you think that the Melissa will be open?
I think so. Yeah.
Ooh.
I hope so. Yeah.
But what happens if it gets banned? Do you have something else prepared?
I think Lila. I think so.
Lila! Damn, that brings me back to Skylar's generation, the Lila in the gold lane. What about the fighters? Do you think the fighters are still a viable pick in the gold lane?
Yeah, it depends, I think, on the team. Like Aurora, I think their composition is so good, yeah. So I think it depends on the team.
Okay, so it depends on the team. But about the meta, are we going to be expecting something different come the knockouts? Or do you think it's going to be similar to the group stages?
I think it's just similar, but I think the jungle, and mid lane, because I see Falcons before, they play also Selena, so I think there's what you call this, deny hero pick. I think so. Yeah.
Okay, so the drafting phase.
Yeah, drafting phase.
Will be very interesting in this best of 5. And obviously, if let's say you guys win this, there could be a chance of an Indo-Indo Grand Finals. Eman, is it possible?
Yeah, I think it's possible because I know Onyx is strong, especially in playoffs, knockouts. But if they win against Aurora, I think they can defeat. It's either Team Famous or Spirit.
But if you move forward, is that the team you want to meet? Onyx?
I hope so.
I hope so. Okay, why? Why Onyx?
Yeah, because I know they're one of the greatest team also here in MSC and Aurora. But I think Aurora is so good also. But let's see tomorrow, I think.
There's a lot of contenders right now, Eman. And obviously your first one is going to be Falcons PH. Do you have a message to them right before your match?
Just good luck and have fun. Yeah, don't destroy us. Yeah.
Don't destroy us. Okay, thank you so much, Eman, for this interview. Good luck for your next. And of course, we're going to throw it over back to you guys.
Why is the Turner calling him Eman? It's E-Man, obviously.
Yeah, obviously.
I mean, as an Evan, I would know.
Yeah, that's how his grandparents call him.
Yeah, E-Man.
Come here, E-Man.
Brother of He-Man.
Exactly. Cousin. Yeah, distant cousin. Iman with the Turner there having a fun little chat up and talking about Lila and talking about the fact that there is an opportunity for an Indonesia Grand Final. LaFell, that's also on the line if Onyx make it through on the other side.
That is honestly quite rare because I feel like the most significant Indo Grand Finals was back in M1, the very first World Championship, and ever since then, it's either been Philippines, Indo. So this hasn't happened in a while. So if it does happen, then you know, Indonesia's just gonna have a good time on social media, and that's where I will deactivate mine.
Just all like, generally nice, fluffy, positive.
Yeah,
nothing but
lot of I love you.
Nothing but love, man. A lot of love. I love that. I love you, whoever's looking at me right now. I don't know you, but I love you. All right, let's go ahead and introduce Team Falcons PH. LaFell's still laughing in the corner. Flap, Kyle, Haji, Ogwin, and Super Marco. Bulletproof Super Marco, they call him. Let's see what he had to say before today's match.
We are now with Super Marco from Falcons Philippines. Super Marco, you are now the last hope for the Philippines. How do you feel about that?
I feel happy and I'm not pressured because we know that we can win.
No pressure, and you guys know that you can win, but you lost last time against Vitality. What's different about it this time?
I think we already see their draft and we just prepared for it.
Okay, so the drafts is something that you guys really studied. Is it something related to Melissa? I mean, last time we saw Melissa 2 times picked up by Eman, and it looked like there was a struggle there. Is Melissa a big pick for Vitality?
Yeah, I think that's the biggest factor for the game last match because we didn't respect Melissa to Eman.
How did you feel in that lane up against the Melissa? I think you picked up the Claude and the Brody.
Yeah, it's so hard to lane against Melissa.
Why?
Because of the emblem, fighter emblem.
Oh, it's because of the fighter emblem. But I mean, Claude can also pick up fighter emblem and carry. What's the main difference?
Because Melissa, the advantage of Melissa is spoke.
Okay, so the range was made it difficult. But other than the Melissa pick, do you feel like there was something else that went wrong for Falcons last time?
I think our decision making. And we lost in the mid game. That's why we need to fix our mid game.
Oh, okay. So decision making in the mid game. Who's usually in charge of that? Super Marco.
I think all of us.
All of you guys. So all you guys just come during mid game, or is there like one certain shot caller?
There's a shot caller.
Okay, so there is, but you don't want to mention him.
Yeah.
Okay, we won't mention him right now. But Super Marco, what did you do in the 2 days break?
I think just practice.
Practice. You didn't get to go around, nothing?
No. We need to focus on the match right now.
Focus on the match. What does this match mean to you, Super Marco?
So much. I mean, so much mean to me.
It means a lot to you.
It's mean a lot to me.
Could you maybe share about why?
Because we need to win because we're the only last hope. Yeah.
Okay, so it's regarding you guys being the last hope. So in this such a meaningful match, do you have a message to your opponents today, Team Vitality?
My message to Vitality is don't destroy us too.
Don't destroy us too. Okay. Thank you, Super Marco, for this interview. Good luck for your next, and we're going to throw it over back to you guys.
You know, I love MLBB because some trash talk on person, in camera, let's leave online, that's a different place. He's going to be like, get some sleep. Have a good breakfast.
Yeah.
Get on time.
Please don't destroy us.
Practice a little bit, but not too much so you get tired. Falcon super fans there sitting in front of us. And he mentioned for Falcons, they're fighting for more than just a game. Trex, it is the last hope. And what he was referencing was the last hope of the Philippines. The fact that Team Liquid PH is out. And it's really up to Team Falcons to carry that torch of the most successful region in MLBB history.
Yeah, I mean, for anyone that's new to MLBB or for anyone that hasn't watched the esports, this is not normal. 2 Filipino teams out before the top 8 has only happened once before. Was it last M7? It's been a lot. Last M7 it happened, but still, this is unprecedented at this point. Let alone the fact that even if there's one slipping through, they're still not exactly the favorite of the bracket.
Honestly, looking at this one, and I feel like this is why everyone's saying this is definitely one of the best internationals ever, because the meta is very entertaining, as well as every single team that's coming here, they have showed up. Honestly, I feel like maybe 1 or 2 teams didn't really prepare that well for this new meta, but other than that, it honestly has been amazing. And I do want to see how Falcons can actually deal with Vitality, because they're looking so strong.
And it feels like it could be just about anybody's game, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Falcons could still win this. Vitality could win this. Aurora could win this. Team Spirit's in the running. Vamos, sadly no more pro esports. Yangon, I mean, just everyone feels like they have a chance to make it to that grand final stage.
Well, the last time we saw a grand final that included 2 Indonesian teams was MSC 19. We'll see if we can continue that journey or if it will be the last hope of the Philippines that crushed Vitality's hope. Second series of the day underway.
Another game and another opportunity for greatness. Philippines-Indonesia rivalry continues, but before that, I gotta say, Yangon Galacticos, they looked incredible. I mean, I knew they were good, but 3-0 in the way that they did, remaining undefeated, Rose, that's crazy.
Yes, definitely. Yangon Galacticos is now officially a team to watch out for. But let's talk about this match. This second match, a rivalry that dates way back a few years in the MLBB ecosystem. And today, there is a possibility that we could continue this tournament without a Filipino representative.
Both teams have faced off in the group stage, and what have they done? They've chosen to play one another once again here in the knockout stage. Last time, a close win for Vitality. We'll see if they can replicate it again, or will Falcons Philippines fight back? Speaking of which, let's bring up our teams as the drums begin to roar. Please join me in welcoming Team Vitality! The hometown heroes. They have dominated the group stage and have made it to knockouts. At first place in Group A, they demanded one thing, a rematch of epic proportions. The Beehive Stars, it's time to get your sting and black out.
Ooh, this is gonna be fun. And of course, the rivals for this match, all the way from the Philippines, it is Team Falcons Philippines! The last hope of the Filipinos. They have shown that experience and mental fortitude is what they are known for. But is that enough to continue the dream? Can Team Falcons Philippines come out on top in this rematch? Can the Hope Bringer continue their journey?
I love how our crowd is split 50-50 between them. If anything, it means we're gonna get a hype matchup.
This is gonna be one hell of a series. So with that, boys, you may place your keys, take your seats, and of course, captains, don't forget to meet in the middle. The crowd right now looks like it's about to be a grand finals match. I am loving it.
The handshake is in!
Only one will continue Will's journey. Will it be Team Falcons Philippines, the hope bringer of the Filipinos? Or is there a possibility that we will be seeing an ID somewhere in the near future? Let's throw it over to the desk to kickstart this match.
Hopebringer. Sounds like the next Brandon Sanderson novel. I love it, Rose. Thank you so much.
Good one. It's good.
Vitality versus PH Falcons. PH, the Philippines versus Indonesia. In MLBB, you can hear the hype. Woo! It's that time.
I mean, like, of course it has to be hype. This is the battle of the birds and the bees.
The battle of the birds and the bees.
Why did we think of that for the Crunchyroll story, no?
I can think of a few reasons, but hey.
Okay. Isn't this like a battle that's been
historical
since the time of Adam?
The time of Adam.
Yeah.
And who's
the atmosphere, unlike anything we've seen so far at EWC 26 for MLBB. MSC is changing the course of its destiny with the result of this matchup. And what will that be? Will it be the Philippines still in it? The Hopebringer, the last hope, Team Falcons, who are in pursuit of a club championship win, their first win that could send them back to a back-to-back-to-back, or will Team Vitality crush the hopes of a region and have their opportunity to get a club championship victory and enter into the semifinals of MSC?
That is the question on all of our minds right now. Electricity builds for sure. I gotta say, this feels like a grand finals match.
It sure does.
And ever since MSC took away the double elimination bracket, the pressure just builds so much for these matches in the top 8 because you know there's no second chances. The term "the last hope" couldn't hit any harder for any Filipinos watching out there. And right now, Team Vitality wants to crush that.
I mean, honestly, that's crazy. Imagine you have a flawless run in the group stage, and then all of a sudden, going into the knockouts, facing against the opponents that you took down before. Just losing this one match, it's over. Like, in terms of the mental stress for all of the players here, they look calm, but I gotta say, it takes a lot for you to be calm in this kind of situation.
It sure does. And the beauty of that is that there's no need for calm at this point. I feel like the benefit is that you have the chance to have the chance from your crowd, the fans going crazy, rooting you on to let you know this moment means something. In esports, it's common to go through these grueling groups where, let's face it, guys, sometimes a game doesn't mean that much. You're already through. You already know what's going to happen. We are out of that stage. We did that last week and the week before. It's time for the big games, and this marks the beginning of truly consequential MLBB at MSC, and the draft is almost underway.
And it looks like it's going to be dangerous grass here. Yeah, it's going to be dangerous grass. Vitality will be first pick on blue side. Falcons, red side, second pick. And this is already very interesting, Trex. Vitality banned out the Esmeralda, so it does seem like they're trying to open something up here.
Possibly, or in the end, it comes down to Falcon on what they want to open up, but with the Esmeralda gone, looking for a possible Freya up front, something of that nature. Fanny getting banned out after, and back to Falcons with Harara, Ling, both still open.
Yeah, because I really feel like right now, the trinity of Esmeralda, Uranus, as well as Barats is really something you got to look forward to, because the Eudora is a very strong pick, but these very heavy frontliners, they can kind of mitigate some of the advantages that the Eudora has. And now the Freya gets banned, which is amazing. I don't know why Freya gets through all the time.
Yeah.
It shouldn't.
It should not.
Those last games, that last series, Freya should not have been allowed in the Land of Dawn.
She got through game 1, won't be through here in game 2. Excuse me, series 2, game 1. And what we had seen was kind of this assassin, hold our cards to our chest, make sure to see if we can outbluff you. We're going to ban Fanny, we're going to ban Ling, we're going to ban Harara. They switched that up because there was just too many assassins to go into that pool on the side of YG and not enough for Pro. But here we could see a Harara banned out.
I think at this point, you might have to leave it open and go for the trade. Maybe come back with the...
Maybe ban the Eudora.
What do you want?
But I think Falcon wants the Eudora, right? So ban the Harara.
I think this should be Eudora, because if you pick up the Ling, there's going to be so many counters. Or pick up the Zushin.
Eudora, one of the most played heroes on the side of Haji, and it's the Barretts. Wow, guys, that's the earliest we've seen Barretts.
I'll tell you one thing that has changed in the meta from groups to now. Some of these first picks, some of these pryos early on, the fact that Barretts just got picked up, mean a lot's happened in scrims over the past 48 hours, for sure. A lot of things have changed, I feel.
Yeah, I feel like you need the, I would say, toughest guy in the EXP just so that the enemy jungler cannot get an easy kill onto you, as well as you're just able to have that pressure inside of the jungle of your opponent. So this is very interesting. The Barretts get picked up, and I feel like this can have some hesitation when it comes to what Falcons want, because I think eventually they do want the Uranus, but right now do they actually want the Ling Eudora combo, because both are already not looking that great against the Barretts.
The Barretts was not used on the side of Vitality. This is the first time they're playing it this series. The Barretts was used for Falcons once and it lost. So maybe not a priority, or maybe reading too much into the value of the Barretts after seeing the first series today. But either way, it's a response with a Selena and a Belleric, Trex.
I mean, I think it's a solid pick on the Barretts. The Selena also has been a monster. You have the range. You have a mage that isn't too close up, has some distance, can also get you vision around the map. And the Belleric, I mean, it's the Belleric. He's just been a dominant roamer on the map. On the side of Vitality, I think this could be your opportunity to maybe pick up the Ling, go for the Assassin here. And if Falcon is forced onto a fighter or utility, the Barretts is going to quite literally eat that up. I mean, it's going to quite literally be such a nuisance in these huge neutral objectives.
Oh, the Melissa gets picked up early, as well as the Minotaur. I gotta say, the Minotaur has been raising in value, because in terms of the win rate, it's insane. For Selena, over 71% win rate. Wow. And right now for Vitality, like, we even saw the interview with Eterna. I think she planted the seed of this Melissa, where both teams are now constantly thinking about this Melissa, and Vitality is like, if we don't pick it up right now, 100% is going to get banned. And both teams are showing hesitation, because the draft that we're seeing right now is actually very difficult for a Ling to perform.
Yeah, and it kind of dissuades just fighters and in general, people who want to get up close. So you have to think outside the box, because what if Melissa's ult comes out? What do we do then in an objective fight? We're gonna be struggling. So how do you deal with that? And the Clint is picked up. And one of the ways to deal with somebody is just to burst them down so fast they don't have time to use their abilities.
It's definitely a new answer. It does have the range, the Clint. But with the Clint, you need a bulky front line. You need something that can really protect him. He does have the ability to escape with his second skill, but it's nothing crazy, right? It's not a huge dash. It's a quick little stiff arm. We need to see a lot around.
My current worry right now is Falcons PH. Their mid game isn't actually going to be looking that great, especially because in the interview they said that's what they wanted to work on. The reason why I say it's not going to be that great, because after about 5 minutes, the Minotaur will have the Flash of the Oasis, making it so that any burst damage that you do, the heal is going to come up and then a shield. So the mid game isn't going to be super great coming in from Falcons unless they have whatever jungler that they're going to pick up later on has a lot of damage in the mid game.
Well, neither team has gone for a jungler yet, which is interesting, because normally those picks are locked in fast. There could always be the slight flex from Vitality of this Barretts on a jungle. Don't think we're going to see it. We've seen it once. I think, did Aurora do it? Who picked up the Barretts jungle? That's a great question. Somebody picked up Barretts jungle in groups. We do see the Rafaela ban. That would be deadly if Vitality picked it up. Way too much heal.
And the Harley. As the crowd settles down just a little bit, guys. You went for a long time. Good on you, super fans.
I feel like for now, Vitality, I think it really depends on what their EXP is gonna pick up, because I think a good EXP for them should be something like a Yuzong. The only problem is, wait, no. I don't think this Barretts is gonna go jungle. Yeah, I think the Barretts is gonna go EXP. So the real question is, what is gonna be the jungle pick here? Because it looks like they might build a draft around Yi Sun-shin. I just don't know if that's the right idea.
Well,
especially if Falcons later on picks up something like a Yuzong, a Lapu, or a Bennett, the Yi Sun-shin might have a tough time.
It's definitely tough to... There goes the Nolan ban. I was thinking Nolan could possibly work for them. Since they're on blue side and they have to show their whole hand, a YSS pick right there where Falcon still has the opportunity to counter with their 5th red pick could definitely be dangerous. could be possible though. I mean, the reality is they have the Melissa who works great inside of that type of strategy. A YSS would also work great inside that type of strategy. They would need some nice magic damage though, and that's where my mind is at. What do they pick here in the mid lane?
Honestly, with the range, I wouldn't mind seeing something like an Eve, but the Eudora is still there. Yeah. Right? It's not like any of the picks here makes the Eudora not viable. You know, like the Selena, sure, it's gonna have some, I would say, some poking power against the Eudora, and now the Lapu gets picked up. I don't know, I feel like either Eve or Eudora should be well. I feel like using something like a Kimi might be too risky.
Well, the Lapu picked up. It was picked up last series and it lost, but maybe Falcons have something up their sleeve here. And you've seen the Nolan, the Harara, they've gone deep into the jungle bands.
Yeah, the Lapu's definitely been having some trouble. I mean, overall, just hasn't been able to keep up with the bulky EXP laners that are out there, and you have this Barats already. We're going to see this final pick in the Valentina. Clean, easy. You get even more crowd control if you steal that Wrath of the Dryad. You pair that up with an Owen's Fury. Vitality definitely just has... Ooh. So it is a Barats jungle. Unless it's a Paquito jungle.
Or Paquito jungle.
Or Paquito jungle.
I kind of feel like maybe better for the Paquito to go to jungle because I feel like, honestly, both win the lane against Lapu. It's just that I think Paquito has more burst damage to secure the Turtle/Lord.
And we saw that on last day of groups. We saw the Paquito jungle come in as well.
So I feel like if you want to balance it out, maybe a Suyo. Because I think the Ling is going to be pretty difficult for this one, right? If it's not the Suyo, if they want to go utility, then maybe the Akai. But
they have played Akai. They have played Akai before. It's a win and a loss, but they played it on Rome.
But because that's a Valentina, I think there would be a bit of a hesitation there.
The Ling has been successful. They've played it once, they've won once. But going into this lineup, you feel the hesitation, and it gets us a unique hero, baby.
This. Okay,
what are we feeling?
So let's talk about this. The Joy has enough iframes to actually go in the goal away of Melissa and possibly one-shot her. Everyone else, there's a lot of peel here. The Paquito can peel, the Minotaur can peel, the Valen can peel. This is a pretty, I would say pretty dangerous choice, but I can see it working-ish.
I mean, I think you look at this left side, Trex, these are all top-performing heroes in this meta. Those are a few, but not all of them.
I will say this, teams have been blessed by getting unique. Teams have made things happen by trying new heroes. The Joy was once a monster, and it does well against a Suyo. It can do well against enemy fighter jungles, so maybe it is the answer to the Paquito jungle.
Well, will it be the answer? The new rivalry in the jungle and the old rivalry with Indonesia and the Philippines. 152 games between them. 90 have gone the way of the Philippines. Let's see if they can make it 91.
Thank you so much. We're jumping into our very first series. Me and Brig are here to catch it all. We got Vitality on the blue side facing up against the Falcons on the red. And immediately, we already see the openers from both sides. The draft has been particularly interesting. This is the first time we are seeing Joy here and now in this game.
It's a Paquito versus a Joy in the jungle. Never really expecting a new rivalry to come out again now that we're in the knockouts. But hey, it's MSC. It's always been surprises everywhere. But at least for Vitality, they've gotten one of their very good comfort picks, which is the Melissa on Eman again.
And that's the thing, right? Lafel was mentioning just now that Joy does have enough iframes to actually not only close the distance, but actually deal some damage despite the go away from me. So at this stage, we're trying to see whether or not Falcons, they built a lineup where, hey, as much as we want Super Marco to win the lane, there are other aspects of the game that we cannot let drop or slip.
Yep. Because especially when it comes to the objectives, right? I mean, you already were thinking twice about the Akai pickup because of the presence of a Valentina, yes, but also the Barat. So what are the guarantees that whoever jungler you pick up would not face the exact same struggles going up against the Barats, Paquito, and a Valentina? Oh, not to mention the Minotaur even. So like objective picks seem to be a bit of an advantage for Vitality, at least in the early to mid stages of the game.
I would imagine that Falcons would just have to look to play for picks, right? And initially I was thinking maybe Hayabusa along the sides of the Joy as well, but I think Joy just a little bit more concentrated on the targets they want to go for rather than you just leaving it up to chance with the Hayabusa. This time round, Shogun is still going to be a pretty big problem. Not only is he winning in the lane, but more importantly, the neutrals is going to be hard. Oh, this is dangerous for him. Iman's side.
Oh, whoa, whoa. Ooh, could have the Clint been an answer to the Melissa all along? Flap going in with the bravest fighter, zoning out the members of Vitality. Kyle secures the objective, a flicker from Finn, but Flap still picks up first blood. The tone is welcome coming in from Shogun. Doesn't land the stun onto anyone, and now he's looking like the next target. The taunt catches up, and now Falcons are trying to chase him down. Moreno still goes in. He will try to find the trade. Nile picks it up, but Falcons, they're not gonna fight.
No, they can't go for any more than this. Not enough cooldowns on Nile to actually chain it together. So far, so good. It's one-to-one trade-off so far, and man, let's look at this replay one more time, because again, this matchup down by the bot lane really depends on the positioning of Iman. If he runs out of that traditional front-to-back, he will lose, but keep in mind that even for Lapu, there was no need for him to flicker into that, right? He's so deep in the sauce, can't seem to get out afterwards unless he was looking to try and maybe get the bravest fighter off of cooldown as soon as he's done, and even then, it's too early to say.
I guess it really just boils down to Falcons wanting to secure the snowball. It was kind of brought up in the panel earlier on too, that the mid-game might seem a bit of a struggle for them considering the lineup that they've built. We're looking at another replay here.
Just the casual purple steal in front of Niall's face, you know? Just the good old from Kyle as they're looking for another kill here as Ogren able to snatch one.
No way, the damage from Super Marco is insane! Finn goes down next and Kyle catches up onto Moreno. There goes Eman trying to save his teammate. And he successfully does! Oh! But the abyssal arrow from Haji doesn't let him get away, Eman! There are 4 members of Falcons here down quad, doesn't have to go away anymore! And Kyle will just pick up the kill!
This is snowballed into a pretty huge lead for the Falcons side. One bad fight taken, resulting in a dive on bot side. Everything that they wanted to get and more has been taken. Well, that and Super Marco not getting the kill. He's got 4 assists in his back. He even flickered for it. So, you know, Haji, yo, KDA machine, calm down. I need the money, sir. Please.
Yeah, I imagine this is exactly what Falcons wanted. And they already have that 3K goal lead, which is really great. If the second turtle still goes over to their side, Vitality, what we were expecting for them in terms of objectives might not happen anymore. No! He just stole away that objective from Falcons! Now it's Flap all alone in the middle of 4 members. The Minoan Fury already casted, still catches on to Flap. Now picks up another kill. Kyle with the electrifying beat! But he gets stunned by the bravest fighter, Landshaker, copied by Moreno!
What did I say? What did I say? First person who flickers, generally, if we don't see a kill, you're going to get traded out. Both of these teams aren't missing any of the punches. They're trying to slip as many as they can. Let's look at the replay one more time, because in moments like this, you would have imagined, okay, the fight's already over. Finn flickers forward, but guess what? Moreno, he's still watching, and it actually extends the lead further. I think at that point, Kyle should have just decided we got to back off here. But that's the scary part in these types of drafts. Giving away a trade could lead into a bigger snowball, and that's why you see that both sides are so eager to trade 1-for-1 every single time.
Such a good steal, though. I'm still not over it. I don't think, and I couldn't really imagine that he was actually within Retribution range. But now just punched forward and actually got it away from Team Falcons. Now it's Vitality. That 2 or almost 3K Goldie we saw earlier is now cut to half. So I think we're sort of even all over again across the map. But hey, Shogun!
Whoa!
Actually decides to go for Ogwen. Is that the choice that they actually want? The random Dryad copied as well, so they get to take at least a 1-for-1. Kyle catches up though, now not looking in a great position. Does he get to sustain his way out of it? It's a no! Falcons chased him down.
Yeah, once again, pretty difficult choice there. I think Niall even recognized that if he tried to go back into the get away from me boundary of Iman, it might have led into him getting killed as well. So this is probably the best option, but the arrow hits once more. And Haji, making sure that he is the KDA machine, continues to follow as programmed.
That's a crazy combo. Okay, maybe that's where the burst is gonna come from after all. You know, it's the Selena and the Clint, who had a very decent lane. He did mention it was 004 earlier, now it's 007. So I think there's been very decent skill participation over to Super Marco's side. But he is a threat that has yet to be shut down by Vitality. He's so well farmed on this Clint, currently 2 levels ahead of Eman.
Let's also not forget about Kyle, who's actually making a lot of these motions happen in the first place. Like Ogwen, it's pretty straightforward. He's just got to chain that CC, but who gets that initiation? Who is able to kind of get
all the spells out of their opponents, and I think Kyle has done a phenomenal job as of yet. Now, coming back over to Niall, right? Sky Piercer as second item, pretty dangerous. He's 4-2-0, which is already great, but how many fights will he find despite the 3.2k lead that Falcons have developed, right? And a majority of that lead actually is on Super Marco.
Yeah, because I think that fight earlier was started by Vitality, but it was Falcon actually winning it out off of that decision to try and burst down Ogun, which I think they failed to actually achieve. Another Abyssal Arrow, gotta dodge that. And Finn seems to be having a much harder time right now dealing with the damage and tanking the front lines for Team Vitality at this point. There's also so much range, honestly, over on Falcon's side, which I think is going to be a problem if Vitality just really want to deal with the more front-to-back approach of landing these team fights.
Only naturally. I think that Vitality, it's Iman, right? He is going to be the key to make this game open wide.
Oh, Gogo gets haunted just a bit. Not gonna really be the target for Falcons just now, though. They just stole away that orange buff, and that's all that they wanted.
Yeah, no, this is actually a perfect coming in from Falcons, right? There's no need to try and impose your lead on your opponent, especially when it's within the 2.9 to 3k, right? It's very deceiving for most people. You would imagine that everybody is rich. No, it's not everybody is rich. It's Super Marco and Kyle who's kind of rich, and even then, it's really just Super Marco. So as long as Vitality take Marco out of the question, then maybe they have an opportunity, but Falcons isn't going to let it go for free. So now watch the motions on the map, right? Vitality start from their side of the orange, and they're going to do the sweeping motion towards the top side after they correct bottom, right? When you have control over one sector of your map, you got to make sure you set up those waves.
Yeah. Right now, at least, Falcons, though, will have a clear idea of where Vitality is coming from. It's a very difficult task to find Super Marco, but there are ways that Vitality can actually pick him off. But Falcons are already grouped up. There goes Flap, already trying to zone. Wrath of Pride already committed as well, but the electrifying beats are dealing too much. But you know what, Yuri, the Detona's welcome.
Yep.
A 4-man knockup coming in from Vitality. Kyle finds Shogun, but that's going to be an exchange of his life.
Oh, man. Oh, gets hit by the arrow as well. They're going to get one more for this. Finn in trouble.
Yep, has a heal. Oh. He will be saved, though. But Flap finds the kill still, and Super Marco, too, picking off Niall.
This has got to be really frustrating for Vitality. A great engagement. They found everything that they were looking for. It's just unfortunate that Iman, he's not really the finisher here. It's supposed to be Niall, but he was the one taking so much damage. Look, Niall already with the empowered, with his empowered champion stance, he got the damage reduction and then realizes, I need to get back into the fight. But since he doesn't have Flicker, he can't close the distance as quickly as you would expect a Paquito EXP. So really, it's on Iman to get those big chunks in these fights and then look for Niall to actually try and clean it up, because nobody else on their side can do it other than maybe Moreno if he steals the bravest fighter.
Yeah, but honestly, the amount of disruption and formation breaking heroes that are present in the lineup of Team Falcons are just not making it easy for Eman to do his job, nor even place Muddles in a perfect position to at least force Falcons to be a bit more 50-50 about the team fights that they actually want to take, and now they're on the verge of just losing out on more and more structures. That's a conceal play by Oakwood here. Doesn't have the
Oh my god.
arrow all over again!
Oh my
and
god.
the burst from Super Marco! Oh, that was just... It was just one hit away from going down, and that was Finn!
This is too much. This is too much for them to handle. As much as Iman is great at sieging on this Melissa, so far this Clint is doing double the work, not only chunking out key members from Vitality's side, but a raw amount of burst. Interesting, Flap making a blind read there, trying to open up this one part of the bush, but watch it every single time. If they can just get a little bit more space after the muddles, they can almost guarantee that inhibitor turret.
Yeah, he didn't have the flicker there too, so it was just probably them really wanting to zone away the Team Vitality further from being able to defend that turret, but nonetheless, at least for Vitality now, they're still holding on to their base turrets. It's an 8k gold lead that we're looking at right now, though. I think being able to come back from this kind of situation really requires for Eman to get as much farm as he should. But now that Falcons, especially with the Selena, are taking full control of the map, it's looking like a very difficult task at this point.
Well, I think it's a good time to play good and bads here, right? Because truth be told, the best situation possible for Vitality is if they wait 2 Lords, and then they should be able to even out in terms of the gold. If not, they have to get at least steal away 1 Lord and somehow get a complete wipeout on Falcons. 4 out of the 5 would also be ideal, majorly to get that shut down. that shutdown go to Haji. But so far, I don't think Haji's been really out of position, right? He's been throwing these arrows from so far back, and it's difficult for Vitality, especially when they are the ones on the defense.
Yeah, this Selena is a hero that I really expected to be contested between these two, and whoever seems to be getting his hands on this hero is just able to apply so much pressure against the opponents. But Vitality, you're looking at them right now, they're still showing up, trying to get position around this objective. Oof. I was looking at that arrow.
Yeah, but we've got a slow push down on that bot side, and Niall's already trying to correct that top side. It's going to be back into a neutral state. Same goes for mid, so Falcons will not waste any time. They're going to set that up on a hard push down by mid lane. But somebody's got to correct that bot side at some point.
Ogun already using the Wrath of Dryad. Bravest fighter too from Flap. The tone is welcome though. Gonna be committed onto Ogun. They're gonna catch one and they don't have the Wrath of Dryad anymore. Flicker already forced out for Ogun. But the Minoan Fury of Finn trying to block off the other members of Falcons. Another knockup coming in from him, but the electrifying beat is dealing a bit too much damage. Look at that off angle. Arrow once again. Haji landed on Eman, but he's being protected so well.
Oh my god, they're getting corralled like sheep. Super Marco gets one. 4 more on the chopping block.
Another Ravens fighter from Flap and Super Marco. There's just no one dealing with Super Marco and Kyle in the back lines.
Oh my goodness, they've completely ran them into the corner, and now they're going to go for the end game scenario. They should be able to defend this, but Iman, he can only take so much damage. Super Marco still has plenty of ult charges. I think he's about to get 2 more here, but they need to clear this wave out.
Okay.
Oh my god.
They get to clear it. They get to clear it for now, but this is Super Marco and Haji. The range that you have to deal with against these 2 members of Falcons. This is no joke. Vitality, I mean, even that Minoan Fury that you saw from Finn earlier, the most that they could do with it is just prevent Falcons from getting even closer, but they weren't able to deal with the other members who were already looking towards engaging from the backlines.
It's just crazy how they're influencing these fights. It's just like it's like a sheepdog corralling sheep. They're just putting them back into the pen every single time, and once they get that back angle, it completely forces Vitality to just say, no, we can't win this fight anymore. We need to keep it front to back as much as we can, and Falcons are the ones who are looking to break that. Not to mention, we should probably drop the Bulletproof Marco at this point. He's Machine Gun Marco, man! He's Machine Gun Marco with Ballista Haji in the back. Being able to siege them down from underneath their turrets is crazy.
Whoa, that was also the Great Dragon Spear pickup for Super Marco, as we got to see in the items. Another arrow landing, and they have a Lord still marching in mid. Eman, how does he actually deal with this? Ogwen does have the flicker once again. Lord already in the base. Eman, below half HP. It's already within range. Vitality have to deal with it first, but Flap lands the stun on Eman, forcing the go away. Kyle finds the kill onto Finn, and Flap is looking to be in danger right here. There goes Wrath of Dryad all over again, and the Falcons, they just put an end to game number 1.
Beautiful game here, beautiful game, but the series ain't over just yet. This is the hard work and adaptation coming in from Team Falcons PH after their crushing loss against Vitality in the group stages. A great adjustment, but also it's not the end of the road just yet. Vitality, they can correct themselves here. It's not impossible. Just know that the priority list has definitely changed.
It's shifted right now. We saw it in the draft. We saw it in the way Falcons were able to play this out. They were very aggressive at times. We thought it would eventually lead into opportunities for Vitality to equalize or turn things around, but they had to keep the gas. They had to keep stepping on the gas. And it was very rewarding for them. They got the snowball that they need. They got everything that Super Marco needed, and Kyle on this surprise joy last pick. It seems like we're yet to see more and more coming into this playoffs.
I really think so, because now we have a very simple solution. Well, not the most simple, but a drafting solution to the Melissa. They expected the Melissa to come out early. They prepared the Clint matchup to win the lane. I gotta give it up to Super Marco. It's not an easy lane to win, especially when it's all about positioning and mechanics, but they added the anti-CC from the Bravest Fighter from Flap to cut through the get away from me to force space, because if Iman can't auto attack, he can't get the bonus damage from Muddles.
Yeah, I agree. It hasn't been a really good run for the Lapua as a hero in the current meta in general, but in scenarios like this, I think you see how efficient it can actually be in the XP lane.
Let's not forget about supports dropping Revitalize, picking up Flicker. That's something that you guys are going to be sitting on and thinking about as we throw it back to Rain Day and the panel to break it down for y'all.
A moment electric here in the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. We had a chance to see two of the top regions in MLBB's history go toe-to-toe, and it was exactly what you hoped for, an electric battle where Team Falcons PH take the first win. Haji, Bulletproof Super Marco, do not die. If they continue that, well, it could be another semifinal for a Filipino team, but still a lot to happen, a lot of adjustments. Trex, LaFell, what did we see after that one? I mean, you have to first even just address the energy in this room. It's different than any other match we have seen so far at MSC.
Yeah, the hype has definitely not disappointed from crowd to in-game. Falcons showing that they've been definitely doing their homework the past 2 days. They controlled the draft, I feel like. Marco on that Clin pick was just monstrous, farmed much faster than I expected. The amount of damage this guy put up in just under 15 minutes, 80,000 damage. The positioning from him was key, and the distance that Haji was able to make for him with those arrows nonstop was also key. Vitality seemed to have no way in.
The Melissa was picked up. The Clint was immediately responded to. It benefited ultimately Super Marco. That is going to change most likely in this next draft. But if you look at the drums beating, this is also, for those joining us, a rematch of a knockout game that put Team Falcons PH towards elimination. Vitality had moved on. They had just barely gotten through after beating their sister team, Team Falcons Meta, and now they are here and take game one. LaFell, I know you have some stuff to break down with us on what this means, but there are so many resurgences happening from this Philippines team.
No, honestly, like, this is one of the more technical games that we will really see, where it's not a simple rock, paper, scissors, because the main thing that I'll be talking about throughout the analysis is actually the positioning of Team Falcons PH and how, I would say, the first 4 to 5 minutes, they understood what Vitality was trying to do, because Vitality was pretty honest in their early game attempts, and then they were able to capitalize on that by having just one good pick, and that good pick was the Belleric, right? But then evolving, they just, okay, like right now, Trex, help me out. Yeah, just hold this. Yes, thank you very much. So here's the thing. If we're looking about the draft, I'm not going to spend too much time, because it really is on the technicality of dealing with all the dive coming in from Vitality, where in this case, the most important pick is definitely that Belleric. And again, this is something that even people online are like saying, like, why have they not banned out this Belleric? Because right now, a lot of teams are trying to capitalize by using the Valentina, by stealing the Raptor Dryad, but there's more towards the kit of the Belleric than just the simple ult, right? We're going to be looking at some of the highlights here. And this is what I say, that Team Vitality, they're being very honest in what they want. And what do they want? They want this camp here, and then the side camp here that we can see in the mini map, right? Somewhere above there. So what Team Vitality wanted to do is actually have 60% control of the jungle in the early game, having the Paquito. But the big problem is the existence of this guy, right? Ogwen on this Belleric. This is a big problem, because we're going to be looking at the highlights here, where Belleric is essentially an anti-fun hero, because he knows
no fun to be had.
You want to come in close, and then you're like, oh, this is a bad idea, I want to run away. But then it's like, no, you can't run away, right? Let's look at here. He was able to stop with the Raptor the Dryad, and then later on able to use the first ability to bring Finn back. And this is part of the first, I would say, major problem in this lineup, where Vitality's win condition is shut down by one hero, but then we escalate into how the team fights look out. Because the most important thing here is that, hold on, pause. I want everyone to see the positioning of Team Falcons PH, knowing that they're going up against a Minotaur, going up against the likes of the Paquito, as well as the Valentina. Quite a lot of AoE. So we see that, hold on, where's the...
Doing all right, Trex?
All right. Look at all the positioning.
Switch hands, there you go.
Ogwen is at the first position, having the most amount of vision, right? And then we can see Flap coming in from the side, also trying to see what he can get at this particular area, right? Because the vision is looking pretty good for Haji. Haji has a lot of vision here, considering that Ogwen has already given this side of the vision, as well as Flap giving around this side of the vision, making it so that he can just keep throwing out the arrows. And because everyone is so spread out, it makes it so that an engage coming in from Vitality will not always look very, very clean. They're always spread, making it so that they minimize the amount of, I would say, mistake that could happen. And then this is where we start to see the individual skills of Team Falcons PH, because they already made a mistake, and we can already see the movements of Team Falcons. They wanted to retreat. They say like, all right, we bought our engage, we can try again in a few more seconds. But because Vitality wanted to go in, look at the retaliation. Look at this one. Look at Haji, right? Haji is coming in from the side. He's not going to be joining the fight. And then Super Marco, such a safe distance away from the rest of Team Vitality. Look at how they're going to square them in. Because for Team Vitality's, having that Minotaur as well as the Melissa makes you just slightly bit more just clumped up, right? It becomes more, what do you say, obvious. It becomes obvious.
Yeah.
It becomes obvious that you're just going to be there, and then
you're telegraphing what you're doing, basically.
Yeah, and this whole area is covered by Falcons. Even Haji, we're going to be looking at his position. He's from down here, and yet he's able to get a stun on the Melissa. Long story short, they were able to surround them every single time, making all of the positioning coming in from Vitality looks bad, but actually it's the amazing positioning of Team Falcon. So this is one of those games where the draft could go either way, but the piloting of this draft is next level. This is not easy MLBB. This is a draft that not every team can use.
And it's also clear that maybe things go differently. Maybe the Barats gets a little bit of an early kill. He takes the lead over the Lapu Lapu, makes him a little bit less of a threat. And then that pick can then pick somebody off. And then they're fighting 5v4. Maybe that happens. It doesn't happen, though. Super Marco gets that pick, and maybe the decision is, if he's got a Clint, we need to fight on the other side of the jungle, try to get our EXP going. All of these things are going to be looked at in these 10 minutes before. But in the meanwhile, we told you how important that matchup here today was, not just for the regions, not just for the organizations, but for the club championship. We had Chris Tunn have a chance to catch up with Danny Angles from Team Vitality earlier today.
Chris here with Danny Engels of Vitality. Danny, nice to see you, of course. And I mean, it's a big day for Vitality, especially on the MLBB side of things. You've taken on Falcons in a knockout game. How big is this for you guys and for the club championship?
It's a massive game for us. It's very pivotal for our club championship because not only are we eyeing towards a grand final in MLBB, but we can also shut down the Falcons with 200 points, right? So it's a 2-on-1 opportunity that we had in the women's tournament as well.
Yes.
We took it there, so we want to take it again.
And you're doing really well. I mean, currently sitting third, I believe, in the club championship. Everything kind of going to plan right now? Has there been any you kind of think, oh, we could have done better, or some surprises along the way as well?
I mean, we could always do better, right? But overall, I think we're very much on track to fight for the club championship win, and definitely a top 3 finish for sure.
Excellent. Now, what about the rest of the tournaments that are going to kind of be coming up? CS is a big one. We got that now at the Accord Arena as well. So that's going to be really cool for the French fans here.
Yeah, and week 7 will be crazy. I mean, we will have 4 teams in total competing in week 7, and then the grand final, obviously being in such a big arena, hopefully with our home crowd there as well, and hopefully with us in the final too, because we first have to reach that. But if that's all coming down to the final game in Counter-Strike for the club championship, I guess that would be the dream.
Yeah, no, I mean, that makes for entertaining viewing, right? I mean, I think for me, I've been in this industry a long time, and a lot of European esports. How cool is it to see Paris kind of have this? Vitality are a French organization who've been around for so long. For France to have this in Paris, this huge event of the EWC, it's got to be cool, right?
Absolutely, and it makes me so proud to see that all the players from all over the world come here for Vitality, and they call it their hometown, their home city, right? Even though they're from Jakarta, have never been to Paris before, but they feel at home here, and I think it's the fans that make it so special for them.
Yeah. Anybody do it better than the French fans or not?
Well, I am German. I wish it would be better in Germany as well, but I have to give the credits of the French fans, KC, Mate, our fans as well. They're the best out there, for sure.
Go crazy. Danny, thank you very much. I'm sure we'll be catching up some time as well, and good luck in the rest of your tournaments, guys.
Thank you so much.
Back to you.
Thank you, Chris, talking a little bit about what it means. And speaking of what it means, you guys can hear it. There's a drum battle going on. Let's see what's happening. Well,
The Hope Bringer takes game number 1 in this best of 5. Oh my goodness, it is crazy here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. Guys, how do you feel after winning game number 1? How do we feel?
Hey, let's go, Falcons! 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 Let's go, Falcons!
So much energy. I love it so much. This is what Team Falcons has been cheering. But I want to know what the Team Vitality have over there. Let's go see Milosh.
You think this is good? You think this is good? I'll give you a matter. Anaswaranya Vitality! Let's go! Let's go! Anaswaranya! They might be down 1 game, but they got this one. Let's go loud! Anaswaranya! This is what it's about, baby. Let's go!
Well, that is what it is about. Team Falcons and Team Vitality fighting for a club championship. One will have a chance for a win here. One needs it. One doesn't, but would love the points because week 7, as Danny mentioned, 4 teams from Team Vitality competing in that week. It could come down to 1 map in CS. That would be crazy.
By the way, quick shout outs to Milosh. That was a pretty good Indo that he brought there. Sounds like a native. Saying Manaswaranya.
My man can speak a lot of languages, okay? He's got at least 2 or 3 in a pocket. Because I know he speaks French. I'm pretty sure he got Arabic down. He's got English. What's one more?
I mean, hieroglyphs.
Hieroglyphics. Going all the way back.
I would
Sanskrit?
I would like to learn how to speak binary.
Oh, man. Well, that's a different language, but that
and
pays
Morse
a lot.
code.
Well, yeah, when you learn those, that pays a lot or you can't talk about your job, basically.
Yeah.
2 descriptions for those languages. At this point, though, the language of wins in MLBB. Let's jump back to that. Team Vitality, rocky start, although the fans are still in it. And I think they're looking for a reason to start jumping up out of their seats, Trex. Haven't given it to them yet. What's the difference now in game 2 that'll get them jumping up?
Well, I mean, we definitely have to remember this is a best of 5. There's a lot of time to adapt. I don't think Vitality was ready for Falcons to draft like that. I don't think they were expecting the Selena pick. I don't think they were expecting a Clint pick. I think that, especially during first phase, they felt like they had Falcons cornered. They had all the answers. The Barats pick felt confident, right? And I think they definitely could have approached that differently. They maybe could have gone for the Belleric up front, changed things up, and this is their chance to do that now.
Something that I do agree with Brigitte is that I think for both these teams, they are actually fighting for that Selena because both Moreno as well as Haji has showed amazing performance on that Selena. And again, Selena has only lost like what? Maybe 3 times the entire MSC. So that's definitely a hot pick for now, especially coming in from both teams. So I feel like for Vitality, maybe they can go for something of the same kind of draft, but they just gotta fix the early game approach because the Belleric catching out 2 members, I think that really created too much trouble for them and too much opportunity for Falcons to just control the map.
To me, I think just observing, and you tell me if you're leaning towards agreeing with me, Trex, it just felt like the Melissa was a very big carry choice earlier on that they expected to do a lot more. And the Clint was a surprise that it worked so well, but not only worked so well, it basically nullified what the Melissa could do. Do you pick that later? Do you try to work it around with bans to support that? Do you abandon it and say, hey, you want to go Melissa? We'll try to figure out an answer?
I would say this. Vitality definitely has the opportunity to run something similar that they ran last game. We saw some big mistakes early on. What LaFell was talking about, Bratz taking that dive under the mid-tier 3 tower, and then they end up losing two people off of it. So I think Super Marco had too much opportunity to farm. I think Haji had too much opportunity to farm. Vitality, on their other hand, even in that big last Lord fight, that was a fight that Vitality really could have won with the Wrath of the Dryad getting thrown out the window, so many skills that Falcons made a mistake on. It showed that they were just too far ahead. And with a Clint like that, if you can scale, the guy was what, 4-0 something, 5-0 something at that point. The damage was way too high. So if Vitality does want to go for the similar draft, they need to change, maybe not be so aggressive early on, or if you are, don't mess it up.
Taking a lot of time on this ban, and they ban out the Valentina.
I honestly want to see a Belleric first pick here, knowing that the Valentina isn't going to be there.
Selena.
Or Selena, yeah, because again, I'm starting to jump on the train that Belleric is a legit problem in the meta right now. Like, he shuts down so many things just by existing.
He lost in the first series, though. I mean, but that was maybe a difference in quality of those two teams, potentially, that exposed that characters not being able to have the impact. But when they were fighting around that game plan, guys, and again, going back to the Barats, you got to say Vitality's committed to doing what they think is going to work.
Yeah, I think they are on the train of, the draft wasn't that bad, it was our gameplay maybe. Again, this is just first pick. Everything could change from here. Falcons also, do they pick up the same thing they played last time? Do they go for the Belleric and the,
Lilia, Eudora, Selena, Valentina. Those have been the two.
That was banned last game.
Yeah.
And the Selena now picked up with the Herrera. LaFell?
I don't know. Personally, for me, just because the Belleric is open, I think that's going to be a pretty safe pick. In terms of their jungler, I don't know if they want to rush a Ling here, because again, it's going to be countered. There's still a Moskov, there's still a Melissa, so in the gold lane, there's plenty of counters, and then when it comes to the roam, there's quite a few still. They pick up the Paquito, which
could flex.
It could flex, but it seems pretty honest because they already have the Barat, so I'm not entirely sure. Maybe they really just want to run it again. Like, just without the Valentina, pick something else, and then they're good.
You go for Belleric here, though, right? I mean,
I assume so.
You have to.
You have to, because your heroes kind of get destroyed by the Belleric.
This isn't some funky gold something. Okay.
I'm not so sure about the Lilia, just because, again, her HP pool is pretty low, and she can get...
Interesting.
She's going to have a rough time going up against the Selena. Like, even just going through the traps is going to take out so much of your HP. So, Vitality is cooking. I'm just not sure what the temperature is. I'm
You're
worried.
not sure if it's cooked
I'm worried that it will be overcooked.
Has it reached 165 yet, Fahrenheit, for the chicken? You're not sure?
Like
as long as it's in the oven like 10 more minutes?
As long as it's not undercooked, it's okay. But I'm worried it's going to be overcooked.
A little too much fusion in here right
Yeah.
now, you know? Like, it's multiple nationalities splashing. I mean, Valken just takes the Belleric then, right?
If not, it can pick up a gold laner here. I don't think there's any super prio when it comes to the gold lane. But no, they do want to clean, so they make sure they grab that for themselves. And I feel like the thing about a Selena in the current meta, there's quite a lot of roamers that helps out anyways. So even if you don't get a Belleric, it's a-okay. Because they pick up something like the Cho that can help out quite a lot.
I'm still so thrown off by this Lilia, I'm not going to lie.
It's too early, yeah.
And it's everything. You have the Selena that has huge range. You have this Clint that has huge range.
Dude, even the
Herrera
Clint
has
can
so many iframes. Even if you don't go down, how does the Lilia fight back right now? Unless there's some clutch pick that Vitality's going to bring in the second phase, that's going to be able to open up these fights and give her the space to come in.
Right now, Vitality, what they're banking on is for a maximum like level 3 power spike, because right now having the Lilia level 1, you're already pretty strong. You can already have a lot of forward momentum. With the Paquito, you need level 2, and then you can already have a forward momentum. So I think they're trying to go all in this early game strat, because now that I look at this, I think this draft is salvageable if this Paquito goes gold.
Yeah,
right? Have something else in the jungle, and then I think they got a draft.
That was the flex I was talking about, because we've seen the double fighter mentioned coming into this. Could it potentially be a gold lane Paquito, like LaFell's saying? And we could see something else jump into the jungle. The Ling still available, difficult, obviously, to play. The Joy worked so well.
Actually, now seeing Herrera, Selena, as well as Clint, this is very lingable. They just got to take out all of this
like that word.
heavy CC heroes out of the way. Like Belleric, they already banned out the Belleric, they already banned out the Alice, so yeah, it looks lingable.
It's part of the LaFell dictionary, actually.
Lingable, baby.
I'll gift you one later.
Claude and Belleric.
That's one for free. I'll give you the extras.
Yeah, exactly. So this is looking pretty similar. The Cho, Arome, you mentioned, could have that same impact. Grab a pick. The Harith is well banned out. So it does seem like they don't think that Paquito is going to go gold, banning out the Harith.
Yep.
Safety precautions for sure. Moskov is still open, but again, it's another short-range hero on Vitality, and that's what, Falcon is really pigeonholing them into this we're going to outrange you, we're going to poke, we're going to continuously send arrows, and you're going to have no way in. So Vitality has to find something here to open up. Again, unless it works out perfectly like Lafell said, where first 4 minutes, they get a couple pickoffs, they invade jungle, they do something of that nature. But still, what roamer do they put in front of Lilia here to open up that space?
Here's the thing. I feel like Vitality, if they pick up a Ling and then either a Hylos or a Gatot, they're looking very strong. Like, that makes the draft more balanced, because come to the late game, that can help out. Now they pick up the Uranus. There's basically no instant crowd control here. This makes the Ling look much more better.
Uranus picked up for EXP most likely.
Even a Grok wouldn't be bad here for Vitality.
We have seen Vitality grab a Badang, a Bading,
Badang. I don't know if we see the Badang here.
I feel like Ling Gatot would be pretty simple, but honestly, quite a lot of roamers should work well.
Yep. Gatakacha also a part of this matchup as well. Also, the Lilia, one of the only other mids that Team Falcons has played with Haji, and very, very aware of that matchup as well. Haji just got the better end of Moreno, and that was tough. And that's somebody they lean on who's got a lot of success for this team previously. It's the Glue that rounds this one out, and the Nolan as well in the jungle.
Which I think is also still pretty good coming into the mid game. Once 2 items on that Nolan, should be able to burst down basically everyone except for the Uranus. Unless they're able to stun the Uranus up, then yeah, maybe they can get a kill. Right now, I'm liking Vitality's draft, having this double fighter with the Nolan. Seems pretty strong.
And the glue roam, which is most likely, I'm guessing what this is going to end up being.
So it's a Paquito
will be a great. It is going to be a Paquito.
Wow.
Baratzi XP, most likely. And then the Glue Roam's going to preemptively do great against just about any roam they pick.
Oh. Wait, is it Khalid or Vendetta?
I don't know. It's Khalid.
All right, it's Khalid.
Wait. It says Khalid. It shows Benedetta.
Okay.
My guess is it is a Khalid.
The Khalid and Selena
over here,
and Harara, they're a very strong mid trio. They can stop Vitality to fight this early game. So I think Vitality might have a bad time invading.
But the Glue will do great at the stuns. I don't know. I think both teams have answers. Just like last game, both teams have a way to win this game. They have win conditions. It's all going to be about execution.
Well, Team Falcons PH land the first knockout blow against Team Vitality. It's Vitality's time to return service in Game 2. Let's send it over to Gideon and Brigitte.
Thanks so much, Rain Day. Holy, who was expecting the draft to look like this as we head on into game number 2 between our most anticipated series of Vitality facing off against Team Falcons. A double fighter comp now facing with long-range projectiles, but now with Khalid, this early game could be a lot more sophisticated than we thought.
Yeah, it's gonna be Vitality starting it off a bit more aggressively though, but hey, it's another Selena game from Haji. It's been a really great one for them in game number 1. But I think Vitality, I like how they tried to deal with the problems that came out of that game one by one, especially starting off with the gold lane matchup, right? You're not necessarily dealing with a gold lane that would clearly lose out against this Clint from Super Marco, but in mid, oh wait, you don't lose against Super Marco, but he gets picked off in the Riverside.
Yep, this is exactly what we're expecting to see again. This is some really good coordination for Falcons. They understand that a lot of the early objectives, a lot of rotations are going to call upon their side laners to get into the fight. And Vitality, unfortunately, if you get hit by that arrow, it's just good night, bye-bye. Luckily, at least for Iman, it's not the end of the world. The kill goes over to Haji. He will be able to still clear these waves pretty fast, as you can see, right? As soon as the wave is done, it's either he's helping the jungle, it's either he's setting up vision. He is making sure that he's maximizing every second of this game, knowing that those precious seconds could net them a win. If they can just outlast Vitality, Super Marco will have more than enough damage.
Oh, that's a lot of damage to deal with Finn too. Fortunately, he's a Glue. He will be a bit more tankier. Owen with the quick sandguard will at least survive that attempt from Nile. But every single time, even in game number 1, when Falcons have been winning it out big, it always started with Haji getting these small wins across the map, right? So I don't think it's a good sign as much for Vitality just yet. Let's see how it goes for this first turtle though. Oh, Eman again. Eman!
Oh no!
Eman has to get away from this. Doesn't have level 4 just yet. Owen and Super Marco are just chasing him down. That's another dash forward. But Eman, he will survive for now.
How lucky that he survives there. How lucky. And now this turtle fight, It's going to be a bit awkward.
Okay.
We'll see how this breaks.
Shogun already very low. The flicker from Finn, catching two. Niall going in, tries to go for the kill, but Haji! He picks him off first. Now it's all over to Falcons to take control of the turtle pit. They're going to flicker forward even just to take down Moreno, and they do! Charging the Daytona's welcome, but to no avail. Falcons winning it out once more.
Unfortunate for Shogun. He charged up the date. Oh, the arrow connects, and he's so dead. So dead. A 4-kill lead, and now first turtle falls into the hands of Falcons.
Hey, Haji's 3-0-1 again.
Whoa.
This is the exact same, or almost the exact same scenario we've seen earlier in game number 1, and Falcons once again securing the objective. Finn finds one, but he's going to be all alone here. A bit of help from Moreno, but I don't think the damage is going to be enough just yet. And now Finn will have to go down. Vitality, they're just losing members every single time.
They need to regroup. They need to regain composure here. Finn is going to be the secondary win condition here, because so far, I don't think they can really deal with Finn once he gets some items and gets really tanky. But so far, this 2K lead developed by the side of Falcons, nicely distributed around, but heavily centered around Haji, is going to start to be, well, not as painful if you don't get hit by the arrows, obviously, but more importantly so, just look at them continuously making sure that strong side will stay as strong side, despite the fact that Iman, if he could just dodge the trapping recoil, he has a pretty good kill angle.
Yeah, they tried to deal with the Clint through this, but I don't think they're able to manage it the way we're seeing it as of now. 1-6 kill score on the board, and they're forced to play from behind all over again. The rotation seems so much slower too, especially as Falcons, with this lead you're seeing in Haji's hands, are just able to maximize it so well that you don't get to see Vitality use the pressure of a Glue Lilia together. I mean, who could even try to go and pressure at this point? There's Owen, who's just always roaming around the map. Haji, who's just again landing these arrows over and over again. And you don't even get access to Kyle's jungle nor side of the map.
Yep. I think really it was supposed to be Finn onto Ogwin here. That was supposed to be a matchup. Oh, wait, hold on. The arrow doesn't connect, but luckily they managed to zone them out for the time being. And this is the pressure that we're talking about when you have side lane controls, right? You're able to kind of walk into enemy territory and do whatever you want. And Finn was supposed to be the guy who says, no, you're not allowed to do that. I can just walk away from the lane. I will always be a threat to you. But now with the economic lead, Finn is just too soft at this stage of the game to be that guy.
Yeah, Vitality still. Shogun's gonna position himself here. Will decide to catch Ogwin though. That's not the standout flap, but that's still gonna be a pickoff for Team Vitality. Now Vitality getting one. They're looking for more. Flap very low. He is gonna get away from here, but it's controlled by Vitality now. The turtle is over to their side unless Falcons find a way around this, but it's not looking to be the case. Vitality at least get one objective for themselves.
And now you can see how the battle spells really take into effect and how Shogun is so confident in going for these Daytona welcomes, even when it doesn't look like there's going to be follow-up. Everybody on the side of Falcons have taken flicker. Same can be said about Vitality. You dodge an ability, that's great. You get hit by it, it's guaranteed death.
Oh, it's better if they find Eman, but he dodges that very cleanly. He will still get an opportunity to defend this tier 1 up top, especially as Finn 2 approaches. Oh, but the arrow and the bullets! Oh, we're landing the last hit, Eman!
He needed to change it up. They clocked it. Haji remembered, hey, he used the knock-up strike previously to try and deter us. There's a high chance he's going to do it again. So I'm going to throw it in your original spot rather than praying that you just double jab. So really good work here because Falcons, they're taking into account all the small little details on top of the big macro plays. And look at Flap, right? He should be unkillable in these stages, but as long as he buys time, you notice on the opposite end, Super Marco, he's having the gold lane experience. He's already invested in so many companies, more than you can imagine. The S&P 500 is bowed down to Super Marco.
It's still a win for Super Marco, still a win for Team Falcons. They get more out of that, and the lead is still in their hands. And Haji has the KDA machine. Those small decisions you even highlighted in that particular sequence are just making the difference for Team Falcons in this game. Selena, 2 games in a row. We thought it was going to be contested, but they got it all over again. And now Vitality are struggling to find footing, and we look at the gold leads. At least for the junglers, it's relatively close. But you see the major difference when it comes to Super Marco and Iman.
Yup. This is where it starts to get really dangerous because eventually, once Super Marco gets all of his items, all these fighters who don't build some form of bruiser and decide to go full damage will get punished. Like, Iman can potentially get one shot if he doesn't get his combo down cleanly.
There's a lot more pressure over Vitality's side right now. Daytona's welcome being charged. Oh!
He's good.
He finds Ogwen all over again. The target, the same exact target they went for earlier, but now he gets to cast the Raging Sandstorm. Morena finds the kill onto him, though Black Shoe's already committed as well. Super Marco is within range. Eman 2 will be here, but the zoning from Flap is helping out so much. Kyle trying to find a target. Finn tries to block off his way. Vitality are fighting for positioning in this objective, and they're not letting up.
We need to see Finn look to pull somebody out of position. It's got to be Marco, but the flickers, they can't get it out of Marco just yet. They might have to trade for it. Let's see if Iman can find a position.
Oh, they actually find Flap. Iman regaining position and Nile securing the turtle. Vitality are now slowly getting back and invading into Falcon's side.
That was a little bit of a weird fight there. Flap did not necessarily have to stick around for that long. Oh, another Daytona's welcome.
Fracture still there. Nile trying to burst him down. There's a flicker from Ogwen and the quick sand guard, but he is not going to get out.
So far, so good. We've now seen the Gold League kind of swing back into Vitality's favor. And at this stage, now we see the fighters really start to take into effect. Iman already, if we pull up the item list, I'm pretty sure he's already done with his first item at the bare minimum. Probably his second item already done too, but he's 1-3-1, so let's say a couple of components, right? He's got enough damage to deal with the squishies, but he can't close the distance in time. Ooh! Not without some help here. And that's why Shogun is playing a very good front line here, where he's baiting his opponents to walk on in. And guess what? By the time we actually get even a single mini stun or a 20% slow, that's when you see them pull them all the way back in.
Yeah, he at least has to. That's where you see it. And Flap, that's the second time they tried to go for him. And every single time you're seeing how the damage is seemingly already enough, even with just Eman and a bit of help towards Eman, again from Nile mostly. The burst damage is really starting to come through. And I think that's been the trend for Vitality. They're always after the frontline heroes first, and it's not like they're lacking the tools to deal with them. And they get the wins from that point onwards. That's another target locked on by Finn. Beautiful. He finds Super Marco. Haji trying to run away, but Nile shuts him down perfectly on a killing spree right now. And he dashes out. He still survives. Falcons are not able to find a trade.
Nile was just mogging them. He knew he had the fracture ready to go to give him an extra 2 dashes if he just timed it well, and so he does. Falcons now discombobulated from that fight. Let's watch it one more time because, again, this is one of those moments where you just wished you just reacted a little bit faster. Super Marco using the trapping recoil falls into one of the goblins, and before he gets the flicker off, it's already too late. Finn flickers instantly, not giving him any time to react to it, and that's the scenario we need to see multiple times. Nobody has a real answer to Finn if he gets on top of Super Marco, but up until then, I think the rest of the Falcons just gotta punch him in the face.
Yeah, gotta be careful. It's always been Shogun setting up for these major team fights too, so at least Flap has info, but he's not gonna go for Flap. He's gonna go for Ogwen, and with the damage coming in from Nile, they almost had the win, but in the backlines, Eman actually found Super Marco! Falcons are falling one by one. Kyle trying to escape, Eman diving onto the turret, and Nile providing the damage with the fracture! The punches! They're still going for more! Vitality, they count 3 from Team Falcons!
And now they're showing some team fight prowess, a beautiful push and pull, a juggling of aggro, making sure that everybody was able to take one tower shot so that nobody was too low for Falcons to trade. That's the level of prestige we're playing at here for Mobile Legends, especially at MSC. They're not mucking around no more, because once you start seeing ultimates being used to run away, you know you've got them on the ropes, and you've got to really press those angles. Similarly to putting somebody in a corner in boxing, once you've dazed them, you got to go for the kill, and Vitality just don't miss.
Unbelievable. I thought Shogun and Flap were just exchanging blows and just standing right before the objective started, but it was just all set up. They were trying to get their attention, and that's where they really focused on the target that they wanted. Ogwen has always been going through these moments against Vitality, and it's not looking too good. But I think more than that, though, the way Eman right now is not the very vulnerable type of gold laner. He's a lot more aggressive, and even with that solo kill in the backlines, has made a huge difference for Team Vitality and how they're taking control of this game right now. Oh, an arrow is gonna land though. That's gonna be on Moreno. Doesn't get to click the black shoes in time. Ogun doesn't get traded out, but Sandguard fortunately saves him. But the Lord is now inside this tier 3 turret. Falcons get to defend it for now though.
Man, that's some fat damage coming out from Nile. Everybody having a Malefic Roar ready to go to cut through all the armor that's been set up by the Falcon side. Let's look at the items one more time here. Sky Piercer purchase coming in from Kyle. He needs that. However, I'm not so sure in this particular bout. I feel like Super Marco is going to be the main win condition no matter what. So a Bruiser build would have made a lot more sense. He does have the War Axe, which is nice. I would have liked to see the Queen's Wings on top of it. We look down at specifically Iman, right? And you can see he wants to go for that full damage, but he also recognizes that if he gets chunked out too early on, he might not be able to clutch back up. So it's safer just to go for the fight.
And look at where Nile and Shogun are currently positioned. They're really trying to go for more unexpected angles and plays against Team Falcons. Fortunately for them, they're really grouping up. They don't want to lose any more in the process because it's clearly Vitality winning majority of it at this point. And we have a minute until the Lord spawns next. But can Falcons actually afford to go for a play? Because it's always been Vitality, right? It's always been Shogun starting these engages with a Daytona's Welcome Flicker that catches them by surprise.
Here's what I foresee is going to happen. Shogun and Flap are going to continuously trade blows, right? Flap, unfortunately, just doesn't have enough of a lead to put Shogun behind. So then it becomes the two conditions. Can Haji hit somebody else other than the frontliners of Vitality? And the second one is once Flap starts getting into the backlines, especially if he can get on top of Niall and force him to use some abilities, probably not onto Finn, but they need to figure out where Iman is exactly. The last team fight, they managed to get into their backlines. They cannot afford to let that happen again. And unfortunately, Flap is kind of the only frontliner who can do this. We've seen Owen get punished multiple times throughout this game against Finn. So that's just the matchup they cannot sync up. It's a game of rock, paper, scissors. The question is who throws the first hand?
Which I think Vitality are already trying to set up for again, as they've been managing the waves constantly, leading to this next objective spawn. And it's Falcons who's trying to respond to whatever they've been able to do already. They're already taking control. That's an arrow landing to the front lines, but Falcons might not decide to go for Shogun just yet. They know there's still a Flicker. They know there's still a Daytona's Welcome. But Kyle, if he finds Eman here, which he doesn't, that could have been something. But they're still not going to commit. They see other members of Vitality nearby too.
They know for a fact that it's just not worth committing so many ultimates just for Iman. They need something a little bit better here, and they need those structures, and the only way they're going to get it is through that Lord. So far, as we can see the positions here, Vitality have a much bigger spread. They want to punish Iman.
Oh, maybe they want to use their ultimates onto Eman after all. That's an Abyssal Arrow and the Raging Sandstorm. But under the turret, Eman! He nearly found an outplay there and bought enough time. So Vitality could secure the objective.
I mean, they tried for it. And so it's still a very tough bout. There could have been a moment there where it could have gotten a lot worse, but at least for Vitality, this 5.2k lead is something that they can run with. Moreno now becoming a legitimate threat to the frontliners, so now the roles start to reverse. Shogun as well as Finn need to create that space for Moreno to get those free hits. If they can force Ogwin out, that's even better. If they can hurt Flap, even better. So far, I think that as long as Moreno doesn't get hit by an arrow, which makes me wonder, maybe you should have taken Purify. But at the same time, it's like you get chased down by Kyle and it doesn't matter.
Yeah, honestly, it's been flickers everywhere since game number 1. I feel like that's going to be the trend since it's the... Oh, wow. We get a close-up of that?
Yeah. I didn't know you can get that close, to be honest.
Me too. I was surprised. But I think, yeah, that's going to be the trend probably based on the playstyle that both of these teams have been wanting to play, at least in the series and against each other, to be specific. But the Lord is still marching. This is not the evolved Lord just yet, but there could be potential flicker plays. Finn is yet to find an entry, but Super Marco starting to feel the damage! And the perfect entry gets set up by Vitality! Finding Super Marco as the first pickup. Now it's Flap looking like to be the next. Moreno finally able to land all these glooms. He's free enough to land these hits. And they take out 2 base turrets. They're already inside the base. And they want to go for Haji. Kyle trying to run away. Going for the clear as much as they can alongside Ogwin. But Vitality just want to clean up. Finn is also still alive. And Eman's just locking on the base. We're looking like it's another equalizing series. 1-1 for Vitality and Falcons.
Hey, we're gonna have the most lively stage here at EWC with the fans on both sides getting what they want, a 1-to-1. Let's see how long this series can be extended for. Holy, what a fight, man. I love the fact that there's so much thought put into these drafts. Every stage of the game, you're expecting the composition to work just a little bit differently. Obviously, the fans are more than excited, but this is not a simple game. It's a best of 5 for a reason. It's an elimination match for a reason.
Really good adjustments, especially from Vitality. If you saw the Melissa countered out in game number 1, I think you could pretty much say the same for Super Marco on the Clint this time. He too has been answered here by Vitality through the sequence of the drafts, through the flex that they did on blue side. And they weren't able to replicate what they did, especially nor even with the Selena in their hands.
Yeah, and that's the thing about the Selena. If you don't hit those arrows, you're not going to feel like she's having that major impact. She can influence the game when you have a lead, but when you're behind, you notice that all of a sudden she's a disruptor. She is a CC chain breaker more than anything else. The only unfortunate thing is that Bulletproof Marco, they got underneath. The glue stuck his skin straight to that Kevlar, and my God, he just couldn't flicker out in time. There's so many scenarios where it ended like that. And worse yet, once Finn got like maxed out items, he couldn't even deal damage to him.
It's always Finn or Shogun. That last setup from Shogun though, the one you're looking at right now, I think that really was the deciding play of this game. The moment they took down Super Marco, they pretty much equalized the series then.
They do. I will have to admit, Shogun, he's got the best Detna's welcome to Flicker I've ever seen. We're throwing it back over to the panel to break it down for y'all. What happened that game?
Vitality fans saying cry some tears because they took it in game 1. That's for sure. There was no doubt there was going to be a lot of back and forth between these two super fans, and it is giving us the most lively stage at EWC right now. Guaranteed. Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, the place to be. MSC and MLBB. Welcome back. My name's Rainday. I'm joined by Trex and LaFell. And guys, breaking that down, we just saw it there. We saw Shogun. Same first pick, or first 2-3 pick, Barats. Now he gets the early lead, and he doesn't die at all. I mean, they realized they were onto something. They just needed to play it a little better.
I'm sorry I doubted it. We questioned the Barats first pick. It all makes sense now. This has to just be pure comfort for Shogun. And we were talking about it during the game. Even in the game they lost, the guy never missed those Detna flickers. I mean, it was just insanity.
I mean, like, here's the thing. I feel like part of the reason why Shogun was able to use the Barats that well is because if we're looking at the drafts coming in from Falcon, they don't have a lot of ways to counter-engage, right? In the previous game, they had the Barats. So if you go in, we're going to stop you. And then they even ban out the Cho. Cho is also one of those heroes where, okay, the Barats chomps onto someone, and then Cho can just equalize it by kicking the damage dealer, right? In that situation, probably the Nolan. So I feel like this is one of those games where Shogun has an amazing Barats, and it's just amplified by the fact that there's no hero to really punish him.
I think it was also, we'll have to look back, but the Cho got banned. I wonder if it's actually on the side of Team Falcon's PH that banned it.
I know, Vitality banned both the Belleric as well as the Cho.
And they banned Cho.
In the 4th and 5th ban.
Okay, well then that makes a ton of sense. So now they've got to answer that question, which is obviously going to be, will you bring the Barats back? Will you ban it? Will you make Shogun play something else? And the other side of things, we saw Nile, who was so good. We mentioned this new rivalry in the jungle. Nile had a tough game 1, but then he went onto the Nolan and dominated. A little bit more about Nile is something we wanted to showcase to all of you wondering where this star from Team Vitality came from. If you want to know more about his story, take a look.
Whoa! You can see the taunts live on stage.
He's very stubborn.
He always knows something the others don't know.
Gue ngerasa ego dia cukup tinggi, ego player, ego jungler. Nile is best jungler for me ya. It started from COVID. I played 80 hours per day or 12 hours, something like that, because I don't have nothing. I don't know what to do. And suddenly I am reaching a top global.
Very competitive player because he always thinks about the game all of the time.
Head coach of Onyx MLB MPL contact me. Do you want to join Onyx Sports? My ego said, hell yeah.
Before he fame Onyx in Vitality, and I think still the same Nile but more mature.
Got Nile in the jungle, man. They gon' win.
Onyx loaned me to Big Farm. I'm reaching my first international M5. I'm not playing in season 13 because I think I need to fix myself. I think it was a bit of mess up. My mindset was.
He was barred for 2 official matches.
During the M5 series, Nile has been suspended because of the accident.
Not only me, like all of us, I think, get mad and angry. I just want to like this, but I don't know, suddenly it came up. I totally regret it.
I know in his heart he's very kind, but he's a funny guy also.
I need to control myself.
He doesn't do any mistake anymore. Nile is mature person right now.
Everything I do, pack a punch, back it up.
Beating Kyrie in grand finals to me meant a lot to me because he was the top jungler in Indonesia before, not him anymore. If you can see my reaction after we winning the grand finals.
You don't need to compare to Kyrie lah about yourself. You become champion bro for your own team also.
Yang bisa compare Nile itu for now cuma TNG. But I still choose Nile for me.
Proud sitting next to you. I will help my best to making you the best.
I cannot do it by myself. That's why I need their help, and maybe they need my help, so we can reach our golden road together. The person I look up was my father. My father is passed away. Back then, he was humble and he's the type of person and down to earth. And I wish I become a person like that also. Inspiring me so much because before he is an athlete in chess, that's why he inspired me so much. Taught me so much about life.
1v1v1.
Well, it's amazing to hear a little bit about Nile's story, the exciting and superstar jungler on Team Vitality. He mentioned fighting against Kyrie. He also mentioned his father and his humility that he learned from that. Your reactions to just seeing a little bit more about Nile, Trex. We know what he can do. He just showed it. But as his story evolves, this could be an amazing moment to add to what is already a great character study.
I like the fact that he has definitely mellowed out a bit, but I still think he has that ego in him, and I think that's what you need to be the best right now, and I think that's what we're waiting to see. We're waiting to see these players really bring it all out and not be scared to show it off a little bit.
Yeah, because we know that Nile has the horsepower, right? He has the ego, he has personality, and we saw sometimes he goes overboard. But this is the thing about growing up, right? You tend to know how to control yourself. Now you know that you can go all in the game, but then once you celebrate, you're just like, all right, that was good. Good on you guys.
Thumbs.
Yes. No, this and etc.
You know what? I will say this: at a young age, I was playing with the U17 men's national team for football, soccer, and it is a lot when you're a 15-year-old.
Football.
You start preparing for a World Cup. There are guys who are after that about to go pro, and they're 15 or 16. They're about to go pro. Like they jump out of high school. And I remember myself, I was not quite ready for that jump. And I think I've seen over the years maturity come in different ways. But sometimes the one thing I look at and I said, I didn't have the ego to say I'm that guy yet. And that is something that you said, he bringing it back a little bit. Trex, sometimes you do have to let that show for a big moment.
You gotta have that dog in you. You gotta have that dog in you sometimes. And I think Nile has that dog in him.
I'm Muslim, so that's haram, so I'm gonna change mine to, I don't know, a tiger. I got a tiger in me. Roar.
You got that tiger in you?
Yeah, for sure, man. Here's the thing. I feel like now this is one of those reasons why with this assassin meta coming back, it's so good for those junglers that has this very high ego, because you kind of need that to play the assassins, because if you're going in with an assassin and then you have like doubts, can I kill the guy or not? You're kind of using the wrong hero. Am I right?
It's just a mindset.
It's just a mindset. It's
all
like,
a mindset.
if I can kill you, I'll kill you. In-game.
Of course.
In-game.
Well, comparing different thoughts, comparing apples to oranges, we actually had a great chance here in MLBB to catch up with someone you may know and enjoy, Lemon.
I was walking in the audience and I found the legend.
Hello.
It's Lemon. Lemon, how are you?
I'm great.
You're great. How's Paris so far?
So hot.
It is kind of hot. You miss the cold.
Yeah, but the food is fire though.
You love the food.
Yeah.
That's amazing. That's amazing. And I know you've been following the group stages and of course coming into the knockouts. Lemon, is there a team that really surprised you this MSC?
For me, it's Team Liquid.
Team Liquid.
It's such a surprise for me because they get knocked out so early, right? Because I hope them meet Indonesian team in the final.
Yeah, I think a lot of people were also quite surprised. But were you surprised by any teams in a good way?
In a good way, Onyx qualified to the knockout.
Okay, so he didn't expect Onyx to qualify.
No, it's not. I do hope them, but I mean, it's such a surprise because they went to the rough path.
Yeah, that's true. It looked like they were struggling. I think even a lot of the people out there were quite surprised, but they're here right now. And taking a look at the Indo team so far, what do you think has been lacking about them? Do you think that there's something that they could improve?
I don't have a lot to say actually because they did so well in the group stage, right? Maybe in the during drafting phase they need to get through it, like really think what the comfortable hero for them, and maybe don't make any unnecessary movement in game.
Okay, so drafting and unnecessary movement. I feel like I know which player you're talking about right now. But if we're talking about any heroes, like the meta has been so interesting so far. Cool heroes have been popping up. Is there an underrated hero that you want to see here at MSC?
I really want to see Xavier.
Xavier.
Yeah.
Oh, you think Xavier could be played?
I really love to play Xavier. He has like good poke, good CC with his second skill. With a good comms, with a good pair with a strong roamer like Cho, maybe Xavier can counter a lot of this hero meta, this hero a lot of dishes. Right?
Okay. Maybe Xavier comes through. I hope Xavier comes through. Honestly, I thought you were going to say Kagura.
Kagura is so bad.
Kagura's bad. But Lemon, do you have a message to Vitality that's currently playing right now?
For BTR Vitality, I hope you guys can beat Falcon like in the group stage, and just do your best. Good luck, and don't forget to have fun.
Thank you so much, Lemon. It's an honor to be here with you. Enjoy the games because we are now going to throw it over back to you guys.
Big shout out to ObSpot as well. I know they sent me a camera last year, and I got a lot of cameras, but that one was quite good. So they're our official sponsor. Welcoming you back here to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. Oh, you guys didn't get one? Oh man, sucks. Too bad, bro.
Hey, just
step up your content game, man.
Hey, give me like 1.5 months. I'll figure something out.
Are you kidding? No, you guys are excellent. One of the things, not easy to be a content creator and a caster. I got to give a shout out to all the MLBB crew. Not only are they teaching me all these things, they're making vlogs, they're posting, they're building up their socials. It's a beautiful thing. I love it. Not every esport does that, so you guys are awesome. Let's jump back into game 3. It's 1-1. How we feeling? Super Marco there.
I want to know how Super
down.
Marco's feeling.
I know.
Locked in.
I mean, like, it must feel bad when you pick up the Clinton and you're going up against Paquito. That just feels bad for any marksman in that matchup. So I feel like that just adds another layer to it. Because I really feel what Team Falcons wanted to do with the Harif ban, as well as I believe the Claude ban, was to actually force the Paquito to go into the gold lane, and then hoping they go into the late game, and then by that time, Super Marco with the decline will just pop off. But I feel like now they got to respect that, right? Understand that you might go up against Iman with a fighter. Doesn't have to be the Paquito, could be something else like a Ruby or something, and that's just something that they have to deal with. Because I really feel like in Game 1 and Game 2, it's less about the draft and really more about the execution. Maybe Game 2, if they have another hero like a Barats, like a Belleric that can counter the Barats, maybe that'll be a little bit better.
I think they definitely could have picked up the Belleric in Phase 1.
That's Just No Limit, by the way. Shout outs to him.
Right on. Just No Limit. Who's he voting for?
Who's he what?
Vitality, right?
Oh, 100%. 100% Vitality.
Are you trying to do an American accent right there, boy?
Hey, I'm quarter American, mate. What?
Is that how we sound?
Yes.
How do we sound to you?
Dude, let me just say, there's a bunch of time I go to breakfast, and it really screws in my brain, because I just hear a bunch of nicers talking. He's the most traditional white guy that even, like the real white guys come out. It's like, oh, you guys sound like nice.
Yeah, you sound like nice. He's the
You guys sound less American.
Right on.
The gold standard, huh? A different gold standard.
He's the white standard.
The white standard. Oh, no. Oh, fell. Trex is laughing.
Hey, white power,
Hey.
So now going into draft
Vitality
here.
versus Falcons.
Yeah, it looks like they're not changing up the drafts. And I guess you don't have to. Right after this, ban out the Fanny and then ban out the Atlas, and then said, oh no, this time they ban out the Selena.
And so wait, Falcons takes red side.
Yep.
And
They chose
Vitality
that.
still decides to switch up the draft, which I find interesting. Falcons won last game. They switch up the ban. They ban out the Valentina this time. Vitality wins last game, and they're going to switch up their bans. Instead of trying to run the same exact thing, each team consistently knowing the next game has to be different.
I mean, here's the thing. That Selena really ruins their early game, because if you guys remember in game number 2, Iman on that Paquito tried to help with the Little Wanderer, and then they got it, but then Iman died. So I feel like they're looking at it as, you know what, Selena's doing too much. Even when they're losing, she's doing too much.
And I'm trying to see where this translates into something opening up. I mean, it could be the Belleric opening up earlier for the side of Team Falcons.
Or the Atlas.
It could be the Atlas as well, because they're giving something up. They've been taking away both of those.
The Fanny as well as the Atlas. So now they banned the Atlas. I don't know whether they themselves want the Fanny or they don't want to give the Fanny over to Falcons.
I think if the Harara's open, then they know that at least they can still take their Barats. The Selena's no longer there, and they have some tradability in the long haul of things. Vitality is the one that's here on the gun, having to make a big decision. Last game they banned out the Valentina. This time they have to think about it.
Does the Esmeralda indicate that they want to go back to Shogun having a good lane?
Oh, yeah.
XB with Barats?
100%. This is a draft where you know that Shogun brought the coach out to dinner, and the coach really liked that dinner. It's like, you know what? You're always going to be first bait.
Yeah. He paid for dinner.
They banned out the Melissa. Now, that's interesting. They're opening up quite a lot here, right? The Valentina's there, Hirara, the Lings, the Fannies. Zushin as well. I don't know about this one. I feel like Barats first pick is still fine.
Yeah, honestly, I think they still go Barats.
It's like when you know you're visiting for a night, you don't need to worry about being comfortable. You can wear anything. You only have one night you're driving home. When you're staying for a week, now you got to bring your pajamas, got to feel comfortable. I think in these longer sets, you see players revert back to what does work for me? What is comfortable? We've got 2 games on it. Let's figure out a third. Not changing something's a big deal.
So you just go the Jushin, Belleric here, I think.
Yeah, that's a great play.
Belly Boy and Jushin.
Sounds good. And then later on, you'll see whether out of all the assassins that's still open, which one do you want? You want the Harara, the Ling, or the Fanny? Because I feel like, judging by game 2, I think Falcons should be really hesitant to pick up that Fanny because there's so much fighters. And
Falcons doesn't want the Fanny, then they might have to lock in the Harara here, right? That
true.
Might be just Harara, Belleric.
I would go with that. That sounds very solid.
They still have the Ling as an option. If they don't, we haven't seen it, but that could mean that if they're risking never mind, they want the Fanny.
They're risking it this one.
They want it.
I mean,
It's because they don't want Vitality to have it,
I think so too, because Nile is pretty disgusting on that Fanny. So now they have two ways to deal with this. Either go Moskov in the gold or go for that Paquito again, just so that you know that Fanny does not have a good target to
Why not
actually
both?
slice in.
Paquito and Moskov right now.
So Paquito, jungle, Moskov, gold. I mean, like, I'm not against it. It's just very, very honest.
Yeah, and you show a lot in these first three. Bans come up after that.
They could go Zushin and sorry.
No, I'm with you. I think Zushin could be good too. I think
agree,
either
yeah.
team
And,
going Zushin's nice.
And the Moskov.
Or Paquito, depends on which route you want to go for, right? Because I feel like if you don't secure either or, 100% they're going to get banned. So they pick up the Paquito as well as the Eudora. So that's why picking out the Fanny can be a risk. Basically, all three can counter the Fanny here.
So that's interesting.
Was it a big brain bait?
I think
by switching into the Selena, leaving the Fanny open, taking the Barats again first. Do we think this was just like they're going to go Fanny to steal it from us, and then we instant counter it?
Honestly, I feel like it was a gamble. They're like, guys, there's a chance they will pick it up. If they don't, then we got to figure something else out. But the moment they pick up the Fanny, they're like, all right, we got him.
Well, listen, if this is Paquito Gold, if it is going to mix over, then he has an opportunity to pick his matchup that he wants. And Harith is still open, which we haven't seen open for him yet, and he's enjoyed. They're going to wait till that because they're not sure, again, that is Paquito Gold.
So I feel like for Vitality, to make it easier for themselves, I think they need to ban out something like the Ruby, because I think right now Falcons, they're considering playing double fighters. That's why they're picking up the Lapu so that he's flexible. Worst comes to worst, you can put Lapu in gold. Not the best place for you to put him, but it's an option.
Yeah.
Ruby would be a nice answer to the Paquito and the Barats, those bulky frontliners, something that can just kind of stop them in their tracks and stop the big engage that Vitality wants to bring. Coming into the ban list, Falcon takes out the Harley.
I mean, you could do essentially, for those watching a new to MLBB, right, you have that traditional marksman normally in gold. You have the big fighter in EXP. We're seeing the experimentation there with some of these teams either putting a fighter in gold, sometimes flexing them into the jungle as well, but mostly either in gold and in EXP. So you have two different styles, but aggressive, CC, team fight focused characters. Is it possible that Falcons go and say, well, let's just match that? I mean, let's just do that ourselves.
Because right now, based on the bans here, Falcons banning out that Harley, I think they're opening up just in case they want to go for marksman. So I think the marksman is going to be red 5. They're going to see the entire draft, and then they're going to decide. And then for Vitality, they're banning out the Eve. If they ban out something like the Zushin, it basically shows that they want to gank mid for quite a few times. They just don't want these tanky mid laners to be there, lowering the chance of them actually getting a kill.
Yeah, they need to make sure, they got to make sure that Eudora also has a lot of freedom, and something with that much range, taking out the Eve. Selena's already gone. They've noticed that, I think, control in these fights is something that Falcon really thrives off, especially in game 1 when they had a similar draft, Xnay on the Fanny.
Yeah.
Ruby has to be banned though. They banned on the Lilia here. Very interesting. Okay. The Ling is still open. Not so sure if this is going to be a game that's going to be good for the Ling. I mean, again, because of this Paquito so flex, we've seen him in the jungle and the gold. It really can go either ways here. But I feel like they should pick up a mid so that they can make the last decision whether they want fighter gold or marksman gold.
That makes sense. Open up in mid. I mean, we've seen a lot of different choices. A lot of them banned out here.
Maybe even Valentina wouldn't be that bad. It's just that whatever ult you're going to take, except for the Eudora, you're kind of putting yourself in a very tough spot either ways.
Very dangerous.
Vexana's interesting.
Oh, yeah. Good.
We saw Aurora one game. I mean, something
was a decent answer to something that Vitality has right now, honestly. Yeah. That's what a lot of teams have used it for, so it could definitely be a possibility.
Farsa. Okay.
There's a lot of bursts here coming in from Falcon, so whoever gets caught, the Farsa can burst out for the first 6 minutes. So I think Falcons, they just want to win the early here. But this draft kind of shows that they might have something like a Claude later on.
As their last pick?
Claude or Moskov, yeah.
Both been played. Claude at a 2-win, 1-loss for Falcons. Moskov 1 win, 0 losses. So both good choices for Super Marco in this tournament so far.
Because I feel like the Brody would be stylistic for what they have right now, but there's a chance they're going out against the Paquito in the gold lane. Brody won't have a good time. So I feel like Oh, but I'm worried if that's too much scaling, though. Too much scaling in this current meta is pretty bad. Actually, no, I don't think that there's too much scaling. So they pick up the Claude as well as the Kufra here, trying to fight against the Fanny. They're really just trying to counter Fanny here. Everyone except for the Claude.
Yeah, I mean, and the Kufra, don't get me wrong, it works against the Fanny, but it is still a high-risk roam. Yeah, there's a lot of roams that they could have gone for. Moskov also would have been great. I guess it's a little less escapability. The Claude can help against this Farza. Has the BMI, has a little bit more movement in terms of team fights, and can maybe get away from the Lapu a little bit better.
If you want to go double fighters, there's still the Ruby, but I feel like you don't have to. I feel like a Harif or a Moskov should be good here. They picked up the carry, so they just want to make sure that when the Barats exposes himself, they have an answer. So quite balanced here, getting a lot of bursts coming in from the Farsa as well as Fanny, and then having that shred from the carry. I'm liking Falcon's draft here because for Vitality, it kind of depends on both the Barats as well as the Kufra.
And the Junket Paquito was something they lost in game number 1. Can they pull through this time in game number 3 and get a win off of it? Falcons taking it back with a few picks. The Farza, the Fanny. Excited to see how it goes.
Well, Team Vitality and Shogun been feeling pretty comfortable with that Barats on the stage the 3rd time around. Will he get kicked out? Need to find a new place to stay? We'll find out as we send it back over to Gideon and Brigida for Game 3.
Game 3 begins, and already we are anticipating who is going to bring it to the next level here. Who's going to take another point over the others? The score is 1-1 as we jump on in to the land of Dawn. And Brig, I don't know, these compositions, they're like Digimon. They just keep evolving. You don't know when it stops. You don't know when they have figured out what is the end goal.
Yeah, if there's one thing that evolved, we're no longer on all flickers. We at least see 2 Purifies on Team Falcon's side. And understandably so, you're seeing an overwhelming amount of crowd control over on Vitality, which I feel if they don't get to use in the proper sequence would be very punishing for their team fights in the latter portions of this game.
Yeah, really interesting. A quick look at the emblems, and immediately we're already seeing Pull Yourself Together from Haji on a Purify in comparison to a Wilderness Blessing coming in from Moreno. So Moreno wants to move around this map a lot quicker with Finn, thanks to that Concussive Blast, but the Brave Smite here, pretty important for Ogun to keep himself alive. As we see the first couple of interactions, it's just about control. It's about how much we can control this lane and minimize the rotations.
Yeah, Finn and Moreno are required to really work together, I feel, especially because the nature of a Kufra, which I feel like is the reason why we don't really get to see him recently, is also because of the fact that once you go in, there's barely any way for you to disengage, and it's pretty much like you have to at least get a guaranteed stun or set for you to make sure that you get to maximize this hero to its fullest potential, because if not, it will be very easy for Falcons, considering their lineup too, to just go in for the punish. And that's a quick rotation you're seeing from Haji.
Potential engagement from Finn as well. I don't think they want to do this right now, right? Nobody's level 4 at the right time, and more importantly, as much as they want this EXP crap, which Shogun gets, no problem, but I don't see Falcons finding First Blood just yet. Not until we see Ilhaji hit level. Oh my goodness, Moreno so close. Oh, he walks out just at the very edge, gets caught.
Yeah, I probably thought there was a bit more grass. But okay, slap. Oh, it's not even the Tyrant's Revenge that catches him first. It's just gonna be a Detona's Welcome from Shogun.
Ah, Shogun's really good with the Detona's Welcome. It's actually kind of crazy, but here comes Haji.
Okay, Finn, he's gonna show himself. They have enough idea of where Vitality are currently positioned. Kyle's still gonna go window. There is no Ball of Lightning anymore from Moreno to land the stun, but Finn is still gonna be there. They're trying to focus on Haji this time, and Nile will just really secure the objective. Hold on. Flap goes in. They still want to fight, but Vitality don't.
I'm surprised that they didn't even want to let the Feathered Airstrike rip or try to force out. They knew that, okay, Shogun should be okay here, I would assume. He's max stacked out. There's no chance that Kyle's going to be able to cut him down just yet. Not without a little bit of help here. But on the opposite end, I was really expecting Haji to try and make something happen, force somebody to flicker, force them to flicker forward or anything, because losing their battle spells on the side of Vitality is a lot more punishing compared to the Falcons.
Yeah, so the one's on all flicker, but they dealt with that first objective really, really well. I mean, that immediate transition from just taking out Flap, which I feel also shouldn't have been the case. But I guess it was just a bit too unexpected for Vitality to just jump on him at the same time too. So you don't really get to see Falcons at least in a position where they'll be confident enough to contest. The gold lane is definitely something that we don't really put into consideration as much now. Just because the focus is just really heavily towards the mid. It's because of these mid trios that we're seeing a lot of things happen, or supposedly happen, by far.
Yeah, and also the scary thing is that Super Marco also decided to take the Purify, right? So taking these like heavy hate trades against Iman, there's always that risk of at any point of time somebody could come for this gank. And he doesn't mind the 2v1 scenario because of that Purify, but as soon as he loses it, he suddenly becomes this vulnerable target that even Nile can take it out without much effort. So it's about maintaining control, right? And you can see that both sides, oh my goodness, another Detonator's Welcome set up for Shogun and Nile.
It's not a good start for Flap, at least, and I don't think Vitality are paying too much attention towards Super Marco too. They acknowledge the fact that yes, this is a carry on Purify, but I think they're just really trying to double down on shutting down the EXP laner for Falcons, which I think would allow for so much more openings and entries here for Falcons. But considering that he hasn't been able to farm up, Falcons are just not confident enough to fight against Vitality, especially in these objectives, which Flap will still decide to show up for, but it's a 2-level gap you're looking at between him and Shogun.
Yeah, this should be a no contest unless they're able to get like a big fat all coming in from Ogwin. I mean, he's thinking about it, right? He sees all of the members there. This might be the angle to try.
Whoa, that was just a flicker set up onto Ogwen, and they immediately burst him down! The Detonator's Welcome! Catching Kyle! But he still gets to secure the retribution nonetheless. This is Falcons clapping back. A cutthroat 2, finding 3 in the process. Haji flying in towards Moreno. Doesn't have the feathered airstrike, but Falcons are able to turn that around.
That's so sad. He was a pixel off the wall, but at least the Falcons will be able to try and convert this to something even more. They get mid-tier 1. Let's look at this replay one more time, because again, great engagement, right? But the Detonator's Welcome, as you see just here, he eats him mid-air, flickers backwards, and misses the wall. Puts him right on top of the turtle. He thought it was gonna connect. Honestly, really well played from both sides here, but big ups. And Ogwin knows, it's like, hell yeah, they messed up. And that's great, because now this is going to drag out a little bit further. And with a 1.5k lead, Haji is starting to come into a position where he can legitimately start threatening the members of Vitality. Moreno in particular. He might, if he can force Moreno to flicker early on, this mid-game might be where Falcons really shine.
Yeah, because Moreno, I think, has been very difficult to catch as well on the Eudora, but that pretty much put Falcons back in the game. That's already a lead over to their side. Oh, okay, Finn is gonna spot them here. Eman should already know that there's a potential gank.
Are they willing to trade top tier 1 for this? They're probably gonna send Kyle up to the top side, right? As soon as they show, the wave gets cleared up here. Yep, he makes his way over to the top side. They already know that Shogun is communicated. Nile ready to punch.
Oh, that was a lot of damage from Nile. And that was just Nile.
I definitely think that could have been a kill angle there, but I think even now recognize there's not a lot of people here. I'm not 100% sure whether they moved away from that conceal afterwards, but more importantly, he's got to make sure that he gets the angle right. If he accidentally pushes Kyle too far in certain areas, Kyle, he's good with these cables. He can start zipping around. He's got to lock him down right against the wall.
Okay, at least they somewhat equalize things, and the farming is looking still pretty great, especially for Super Marco. But this is where we see how Vitality are able to bounce back. They're not able to, or they're not allowed to make any mistakes similar to what happened earlier. It's been a really good run for Shogun on the Barretts here, but that could have been the turning point if they don't find their way back in this game. Finn is looking for a really good setup here, but they have no idea where Flap is.
Oh, it's a bit of a dangerous gamble here. Not to mention that they've already got like a slow pushing side up top as well. That's going to start turning into the opposing favor. Oh no, the Detonator's Welcome did not connect. Now Falcons have an opportunity here.
Okay. Shogun really has reset here in this game. That's another Detonator's Welcome not connecting onto anyone. Falcons are fully aware of the fact that they no longer have that setup potential. But Kyle is nowhere near this objective as of now.
Can't afford to show himself. Iman spots it, but Kufra is nearby. Look at Finn. He's going for the... And he's anticipating it.
Oh, he's waiting for it.
It's good.
He catches Kyle. Blazing duet from Eman, and the bouncing ball prevents him from actually actually getting to cable out of there.
Great call. Great call. Made sure to use everything to ensure that Iman was able to get this kill, and also the bouncing ball to keep him in place rather than letting him move around. The order of these skills matters so much, and now Vitality, they need to take advantage of the scenario.
Okay, that's a Daytona's welcome with a Cyclone Eye. Slight reposition with the damage from Nile. It's a bit too much. Haji using the defended airstrike. Finn tries to tank the damage, but it's an outplay. Nile, it's a turnaround. Falcons actually take him down. And Super Marco is able to find one more.
Beautiful play coming in from Haji as well. Feathered airstrike, Purify as well to ensure that he makes it work. However, the cooldowns are down. And Flap, he's not going to be able to get his ult back up in time, I think. I think he's got about like 13 seconds until it comes back up, but there's just too many members dead on the side of Vitality. This is no contest, and Falcons take this lead back. Despite the game going for at least 9 minutes, it's surprising to see only one turret from the side of Vitality has been taken. Falcons are able to get 2 turrets of their own, but this is where we see a 3.5k lead turn into a 5 to 6k lead.
Vitality should be very particular with where they decide to choose the fight, or if they even want to proceed with the fight, if they find themselves in positions that aren't really as favorable for them. Because I believe earlier, especially with that Cyclone Eye, putting Shogun in a slightly deeper position towards Falcon's area made it a bit more difficult for Vitality to actually follow through. And so with that, it was another clear punish from Falcons, and it's a huge win for them because gold lead, map control, everything's just now all over to their side with just that single play.
And that's exactly what they want for it. These are the big momentum shifts that you expect to see in a game of this high level. Oh my goodness, okay. Some big spells being thrown at, and Super Marco just lost his flicker, walking up too close and getting hit by that ball lightning on top of the superconductor, allowing it to go become a bit of an AoE in small areas. Moreno, he's looking for that big one shot, and I'm worried for it, right? If Super Marco makes a mistake and walks up too far, even though you do apply yourself with the Purify and take away the superconductor, if Moreno just 1-2s into the ult, I think there's a pretty high chance of you just exploding out of nowhere.
Yeah, at this point, I think it's just really Vitality forced to maybe find a different combo. It could be maybe Finn and Nile. There's a lot of damage you could expect, but Finn decides to go in instead, and together with Eman, they blast Super Marco! The perfect pickoff and start to this team fight, only if Nile makes it out alive, but he doesn't. Flap actually goes for the chase. 4-man Landshaker to land it towards Team Vitality, but the re-engage, they still want to fight! The Daytona's welcome! And it's Kyle, they catch a successful land on the wall this time, but he still finds the wall spam!
Holy cow, he nearly killed 2 people there. Haji, if he just had a little bit more damage, I think they would have been able to secure it, but oh my god, that should be the Trinity complete for Iman at this point of time. He was building up to it, didn't find it, and then eventually got it, but you gotta give it up for Shogun here. A great engagement coming in from Finn. They outplay it with the help of Iman, but right at this very moment where you're expecting the cleanup, you're expecting Haji to be able to hit that fat stun after the Landshaker. The charge, the instant detonator's welcome. What a reaction from Shogun.
And this time it landed, but with that very brief amount of time that Kyle got, it's still crazy to think that he was nearly able to outplay at least 2 members of Vitality, as you mentioned. You do want to put him close to the wall, but that's also something he wants. So at the same time, you maybe should position yourselves away from it. It maybe should only be Shogun near the wall if ever you do try to go for that exact same setup later on.
Hey, that's the truth of it all, right? Sometimes you just get overly eager and forget how big some of these abilities actually are, but Haji is now starting to become a legitimate problem, right? Iman, he's got to be careful. Every time he uses that BMI, which is why what he's doing every single time he drops it down, he walks up forward, hopes to get a reaction, and then takes the BMI away, begging for Falcons to say, hey, one of you have to make a move first.
Eman will get his flicker in 10 seconds, though. They will be ready to take on this fight. Same for Moreno.
Oh, Finn.
Kyle already flies in, though. Finn charging! Kyle secures the objective nonetheless, though, and Nile gets bursted down by Super Marco. Shogun looking like the next target. Daytona's welcome out. Finn trying to run away. Emma blazing, do it just to make it to safety, but he fails. Vitality are just scrambling to get back to their base. base. Falcons are dealing a bit too much damage.
It's a little too much to handle here. Big mistake coming in from Finn. Unfortunately, tries to go behind the pit to intercept, but ends up hitting nothing. He's still holding on to his ult, and so far, they need a defense. They're gonna pull it first. Pull it down to the bottom side.
It's just Finn and Shogun, but they're just being torn down to pieces by Super Marco on the carry. Moreno gets jumped on by Flap. 3-man stun, but Falcons are in the base. They take this game 2-1.
Nothing too surprising in this game. We knew that this game would end with a big bang at the very least. Unfortunately, that came out of Vitality's side. A single misposition on the Lord ended up their entire backline was exposed. This is why I was thinking maybe Cho would have been a better option rather than the Kufra. It follows the same protocols and yet has that single target lockdown. But I think for the side of Vitality, they want to be able to fight on a dime. They want to be able to consistently get in. But Falcons, man, the trigger man, they're fast with it. They don't hesitate.
Yeah, because I don't think ult dependent is the term to use for the Kufra either. It's just you really have to be very accurate with your skill shots, the landings, the timings of either your Tyrant's Revenge or your Tyrant's Rage, because then you barely have ways to get out of it. And same goes for the Barats, I feel. Once you really charge in and use your Titone as welcome, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much what you get out of the Barats when it comes to setup. So when you fail, it's really punishing.
If this wasn't a mobile MOBA, like this composition from the side of Vitality is basically a first-person shooter. Only headshots are worth it. If you don't hit that headshot, they just come back all of a sudden. You see Haji here just laying down hellfire with the feathered airstrike, and it was only going to get worse from that point onwards. So really, it was about taking the lead, securing a good foundation, and then closing out the game within first or second Lord. That was going to be the main idea for either side. And you can see that, especially at high level, the accuracy and more importantly, how much gold was being able to be absorbed by everyone across the map. Just absolutely nuts stuff. But there you have it. 2-1 is the current score for the Falcons. Let's see if they can close this out as we throw it over to Rain Day.
Well, there's a lot of things to identify there, but one thing was for sure. Team Falcons PH excited and alive here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet at EWC 26. MSC has hit its most fan-filled match of the tournament so far. And we welcome you back to the panel to give us a deep breath after all the MLBB we have seen. My name's Rain Day, and I'm joined by Trex and LaFell. Guys, that was, just dominance, I think, on the side of Team Falcons, but a great response to the comfort pick of the Barats, how to handle that draft.
I think there was moments throughout that whole game that either team had some chances. Some mistakes were definitely made by the side of Vitality, but man, both teams just with insane plays. Haji, definitely the highlighted player for me throughout that game for Team Falcons.
LaFell, the implications of this are bigger. I know you got some stuff to break down. Before we go micro, I want to go macro. Team Falcons, that energy that we're hearing, it is a result of the fact that they still need a win to start their club championship title race again. And so this is literally the game that stands between them having a chance to do that in MLBB or having to wait until another game shows up.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like they can do it because right now, Vitality, they're making one bad macro decision, which is they're overthinking it because they honestly have enough counters towards the Fanny, but then it seems like they're trying to double down by putting more and more and more and more, but you really don't. Like, how many times have Shogun caught the Fanny mid-air? I feel like at that point, you don't need any other counter. You know that Shogun can do it. So I feel like for the next game, Vitality cannot overthink their draft. Sometimes the simple answer is the correct one.
Well,
I like it.
Go ahead, Trex.
No, I like it. I think it's definitely an idea, and I think one of the things Finn on this Kufra was maybe supposed to be an answer to the Farza, but I feel like they lost sight of that. And every time we saw these big dives, because you're right, Shogun had the Fanny. Fanny was handled. Kyle wasn't the major issue there. Towards the end of that game, they needed someone to jump on to Haji, and nobody ever really got there.
Didn't die.
And the problem is, there's a whole lot of heroes that can do it, right? It's not just the Kufra. The Cho could have done it. A Grok could have done it. Heck, even if you go Glue, even Glue can do it. And they don't, well, the carry has an answer towards the Glue, but meaning to say there's so many other roamers that can deal with the Farsa. Sure, I feel like the Farsa will still be okay, won't be that big of a problem. But still, this is something that you have to look back into and be like, Kyle is good, but you have the rest of the team you got to worry about.
Well, I mean, this one is not just a big game in terms of regions in MLBB. It's not just a big game in terms of the club championship, which has millions on the line, $70 million on the line here overall at EWC 26. But it's also big because in this specific matchup, getting to the semifinals earns you at least $150,000. Third place at least gets you $200,000, guys. So you're essentially doubling the amount of money you're making, and it's already a lot of money. LaFell, let's talk micro now. I want you to go into what you prepared for us on that telestrator. Trex is getting his arms ready. I know, Trex. But you get to work out while you're working.
I did shoulders today.
Yes.
Hey,
I'll
make it quick. Because here's the thing. The only real thing in this draft that you have to pay attention to is this both burst heroes as well as the carry being the Shredder. Because for Falcons, I would say the biggest win condition for Vitality is actually the Barats. So if you can deal with the Barats, then you're good. And they have the carry to answer for that one. And here's the thing, Trace, you even saw in that game how many times Vitality started fight. But then Falcons just win it because you have to capitalize on mistakes. What do you need to capitalize on someone else's mistakes? That's right, damage. You need a lot of damage. And because of that, this Pharsa is going to be super huge because every single time you start a fight, hey, guess what? Your damage dealers are dying. There's nothing much that you can really do. We're going to be looking at, honestly, just two clips here. And this one, something that I do have to speak about is damage is pretty king here, Trex. Okay, now
why are you staring him down, man? You took the mic from
now
him.
Take the mic, my guy.
You know, it's like,
all right,
let the man do his thing.
Look at this. We're gonna look at how Shogun. All right, we're gonna see. Oh, okay, this is actually more difficult than I thought. All right, we're gonna look at Shogun here and how Shogun can actually deal with the Fanny just by himself. Look at this and look at the Pharsa as well. I didn't thought this job could be difficult, but you guys are proving it here. We're gonna be looking at the Pharsa, and the Pharsa has so much range slash damage that they can deal with Moreno as well as kind of Finn here. You can see how the Fanny gets caught by the Barats. But just one tiny mistake. One tiny mistake here is that huge mistake. Well, yeah, huge mistake. Where you can see the Barats miss the wall. Miss the wall, making it so that, you know, basically the Fanny can still basically the Fanny can get the turtle as well as the kill. And then later on, Astaghfirullah Lazim. Hold on. Okay, you know what? That's it. That's
was our sponsor break. Thank you so much, EWC, MSC 2026. Gidia, we're so happy for you. You know, at this point,
TLDR.
Has anyone thought about getting a mic stand?
The Pharsa has so much damage, it denies damage dealers. Damage wins. Big damn.
Oh,
big damn.
Man.
Great words of Naisu.
That was funny. That was good stuff.
You guys are funny.
That's why you won all those talent awards, huh?
Yeah. Oh yeah. You just
no
gotta,
matter what's thrown at you, you just.
I know how to roll with the punches.
He's always ready.
I love that, man.
Yeah, there you go.
Speaking of rolling with punches, this is a big punch as well because everyone you feel a little bit more. The fans get going. You know, like now we got to deal with Falcons fans coming at us in Game 4, and this is also a fan that could be. Well, this could. What? This is a big one because this could mean that it's over. If Falcons can get this win, it's a best of 5.
Yeah.
So we either tie it up or we're finishing the day.
This is where the pressure is on, right?
Yeah.
Before it felt okay. Now it's if Vitality does not win this, they are gone. They are out.
T-Crush.
And it not even that. They have to win 2 more. They got to win 2 in a row. No one's been able to win 2 games in a row. So at this point, it's first team to win 2 games in a row, either Falcon here or Vitality next, takes this all.
You're right. So the question to me, and I think for many of us, Shogun, where do we prioritize this? Because it's worked once, it hasn't worked twice, but it's been balancing on a knife's edge. What do you think?
I feel like Shogun has been solved. I feel like he's looking pretty good. It's just that you need to make sure other avenues of the draft is taken care of because even looking back into the draft...
Oh, he's trying to go back to the...
no, it's okay. It's okay. It's just that they don't have the right... dude, I can't even access this anymore. I've been locked.
Over. The
He's got to stop telestrating, guys. We have to stop him. If we give him 2 seconds, he
if
can
the
tell us straight.
Kufra is changed
Okay.
to maybe even a Grok, I feel like they would have had a better chance. Because the enemy just had too much damage. Stop letting the enemy have a lot of damage. Isn't that like a good way to win the game?
That is.
Yeah.
LaFell's so smart, but
There's
you know,
the
I got to
draft. That's all we
remind
had
you,
to ask for.
you can make a great point without a telestrator, LaFell. You're enough.
You are enough.
I'm Dubis Guganur.
Don't get copyright struck here. We want to keep this VOD up, guys.
Either ways, right now, what you're seeing here is the draft coming in from Vitality. Now has a lot of damage. Moreno also has a lot of damage. The only real problem is that Ogwen on this Belleric is able to exhort most of them, giving a lot of time for Haji to deal with Moreno and then Nile. And once they're out of the picture, and here's the thing, you don't have to die to be out of the picture. You just have to be close enough to dying, and then you're just not gonna do much by that time. Even if Eman is full build, he's gonna have difficulties because when he gets close, that carry is gonna shred him anyways. So this is one of those drafts where Team Falcons, they have very little margin for errors anyways. Even if they make 1 or 2 mistakes, it really is no big deal. That's how good the draft was.
Well, you guys said you wanted to see Cho. Well, I know somewhere you could see Cho. Maybe if you check out that Street Fighter and MLBB crossover that's live in-game right now.
Round 1.
Thinks he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy. Half and blow the house down.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup here 2026. It's MSC, which is the big moment here internationally for MLBB before their M Series later on in the year. This means that for many players, it's the first time they've been out of their country. For many players, it's the first time they've competed internationally outside of their region. And when that light shines bright in these big moments where it's do or die, they're untested because that moment has been rare in a lot of different ways. These two teams may be some of the most experienced, however, that you can see, whether they're representing the Philippines or Indonesia. They come from histories and pedigrees of success. One of them is going to move on, and one of them is going to go home, ending maybe a potential club championship opportunity. One continuing, potentially go back to back to back, or become a new champion.
I mean, like, here's the thing. This is already living up to the hype of the Crunchyroll story because a lot of people, based on what's going on during the group stage in scrims, people are looking at Vitality to be the one to dominate this matchup. But just like Drex said during our pre-show, the thing about teams from the Philippines is that they adapt very fast. Give them 2 days off for them to just focus on the game, right? They can figure out a way to deal with all this nonsense. And looking at this, they have figured it out.
Yeah, what's insane about it is during groups, both Team Liquid and Falcons felt like they were scrambling so much in the draft. Felt like they just were trying to kind of figure it out very quickly. And at this point, Vitality seems to be the one always on the back foot through all of these drafts. Even the games that they won, they just felt kind of always reacting, always trying to find the answers, never really the ones making Falcons guess their decisions.
And right now, Falcons have one more ban here. In the previous game, they banned out the Melissa, making it so that the draft was super open, eventually picking out the Fanny, and really working out well for them. But interestingly enough, both Vitality as well as Falcons, they are very happy where they're at, right? Falcons does not want to leave this red side, and Vitality really does not want to leave this blue side. But now match point here. Falcons just need one more win. Vitality, whatever draft they're going to go for, this has to be their very best.
I like your point before that. I don't think we've ever seen 4 matches in a row where it has always been the same blue side, same red side. Vitality's comfortable with it. Even after the win of, even after the loss of Falcons, they still chose red. I think Vitality wants to run it back right now. So we're going to run it back. We're just not going to pick up the coup for this time.
I feel like just
and I'm going to hit the wall.
Belleric +1, and then you're good, right?
Well, at this point, Shogun and Barats go hand in hand. It's like peanut butter and jelly.
Peanut butter
I do
and Barats.
love butter.
It's like Barats and Denna.
Yeah. It's like two peds in an aircon or something, right?
Like it's like Trex Lafell and Rain Day.
That's right.
There you go. We're perfect brothers.
Or like Belleric and Fanny. Oh, 3 American brothers, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like
Same
Belleric
family.
and Fanny, who are also a response on the side of that. We see the Herrera picked up as well for Nile, and the Eudora again. So they are running it back. They are saying this is exactly the same first 3 so far.
Except for the Herrera.
The
Herrera.
The Herrera.
Last time it was the Paquito.
That's right.
The
It was
Herrera
the
got
Paquito.
banned in the second
You're
phase,
absolutely
so
right. Thank you for
Vitality
that.
wants to bring it a little more aggressive, I would say. I like it. I'm not against it. The Herrera, we haven't seen much Herrera versus Fanny games.
And now, so this is already a bit of a difference here, but they still got to be careful in case something like a Farsa does come in, because I feel like as long as they pick up a roamer that can help out this Herrera and actually stay in the front lines, I feel like they're in a very good spot, because that's one of the problems where you leave the Barats all alone in the front line, he's just gonna get crushed. Unless now you make the difference where you ban out the carry. If you ban out the carry and maybe even potentially ban out the Moskov, then I feel like this Barats will be safe. He won't be countered just as hard as he was in the previous game.
Well, knowing the opportunity of that Farsa getting banned out, they lock it in first phase. This means no Lapu for the side of Falcon. They are going to have the range. They are going to have the quick rotations, but Vitality will at least have a bit more time to adapt and think about how they want to answer this Farsa. Because Haji, yes, there's a lot of counters to a Farsa, and it's one of the reasons why it has gotten kind of pushed out of the meta. But a good mid laner, someone like Haji, will still find the positioning, will still find the timing of those feathered airstrikes. It can still always be a problem on this hero.
I mean, like, that's the good old question every pro player has. Like, oh, this hero, what's the weakness? Like, oh, you can get caught. And it's like, oh, so as long as I don't get caught, I'm good? Exactly, right? So he's just like, hey, as long as I'm so good that they can't catch me anyways, I have no weakness.
Now, is that a Lapu ban?
Yes, that's a Lapu ban.
So we're seeing that Lapu ban there, and it is also, interestingly enough, cards being shown for mid and for jungle. The way that this is different is Vitality had been showing the Paquito there, and they had been flexing in game 1, and then they didn't flex in game 2, and they've spread out this kind of idea of what are we going to do, and they waited till the end, but they were not getting the consistent best end of that last pick. So I think they've just gone with, here's what we're doing, and we're going to try to beat you traditionally here.
Rain Day, Trex, my fellow Americans here. I'm just worried that for now, Vitality, they don't have any real way to dive, right? I mean, like Shogun with the flicker sure can probably dive towards the Farsa, but they don't have something like a Claude or Lapu. They could have the Claude later on, but I'm honestly not entirely convinced that that would be an amazing pick. Because right now, it looks like the Farsa is going to be undisturbed.
Why not, though?
Why not? Which one?
Claude.
I just feel like going up against this Fanny and then potentially whatever pick he has later on is just that he goes in, he's going to die instantly. Because if you show the Claude and the marksman isn't picked up, you can pick up something like a Clint and basically do the same thing what he's been doing against the Melissa.
They won one time with the Claude. They're 1-0. So it's something they're comfortable with. But is it a bad matchup into the Fanny? Lafell raising some questions.
Falcons might pick up the Paquito here, honestly. Wouldn't be a horrible take. At that point, they might be overdoing it on the burst damage. They go for the Uranus instead, something a little more sustainable, something that can take those big Eudora ults to the face, something that can take the damage of the Herrera to the face. Vitality now needing to pick. You mentioned Grok last game.
This game honestly wouldn't be bad.
Or Gatot could be another possible answer. You get the taunt onto the Fanny.
Because right now,
dive.
You don't need to support Shogun anymore. You just need to support Nile on this Herrera, right? So just have someone that can be with the Herrera and then either give a revitalize or just create enough peel so that it doesn't become a problem. Because right now, Falcons, they have the Uranus. Uranus can penetrate you, and that's going to be a problem that I don't see them solving just yet.
So the Cho's up, but is that too much single target ISO? Do you want to... I mean, is that not worth it because you have the
I feel like it's still worth it. I feel like it's still worth it. So they do pick up the Cho as well as the Moskov. So far, very clean drafting coming in from Vitality. Nothing too crazy, just MSC standard.
They got stuff off the board. Cho has been banned before. They got their Barats, Eudora, also and Herrera, characters that have been banned. Moskov, last pick. You can tell that Vitality feel confident about this one, but Team Falcons with a response. What do we do here? And we're looking for the Hanabi. Oh, baby, baby, baby. CC immunity.
I mean, it showed up in MWI. It worked out. And in this game, I think they're banking on Super Marco not getting touched at all. And even if he does, it's just going to be the Cho. So this will be a good front to back for Falcons. And it's up to Vitality to break that.
A lot is on the line here. And Falcons definitely looking for a mid to late game spike. Maybe they get an early game advantage. Vitality, on the other hand, just needs to find those pickoffs like they did in the previous game they won.
Well, it's up to Team Falcons to close it out and move the Philippines into the semifinals of MSC. And it's up to Vitality to push us to one more game. We're going in for game 4 this time. It's Gideon and Brigitte.
Game 4 begins, and we already know this is match points for Team Falcons. They are one step away from actually getting more club championship points, but more importantly, deeper within the tournaments here in the MLBB category. Moreno, I'm surprised that he's got a sprint rig. I'm just as shocked as you are.
It was the first thing I had to point my finger at looking at our monitors here, Gideon, because what do you mean? It's the first time you're seeing a different battle spell from Vitality, and it's not a Purify.
Yeah, I mean, Moreno, I don't know whether this is going to be the play or not, but without a flicker, and he still has to pull yourself together as well. So does that mean, what is this opting for? Like, Kyle now has a direct target on Moreno's head as soon as that ball lightning comes out of him.
Yeah, well, there is such a huge job for Moreno to accomplish in this game, at least. You know he is going to be the main source of burst damage. There has to be a way for them to get those shields out for Super Marco, but First Blood immediately... What? They just found open over there.
Hey, you can't deny the amount of early game damage that this team has, especially at level 2, right? We've seen a lot of Hirara players kind of set up with their mid duo to kind of look for a fight, freeze out the lane, even if it's in a neutral state, and then go for an early first blood. Okay. Luckily, at least, you know, Owen, he didn't end up losing out on his flicker, and Finn, he manages to get out of there, doesn't lose his flicker as well.
I guess a lot of people are happy with what they're seeing right now. We're finally getting Nile on an assassin. And there is much more action happening across the map, because I feel like when they were on the Paquito the last 2 games, there's just so much pressure over to Eman, which I feel like now is a bit more alleviated considering the fact that their damage is a bit more spread out. There's also Moreno too on the sprint, who we're yet to see in action, but we're looking forward to that since Vitality at least have a better grasp of the early game this time alongside this Cho too.
Yeah, now Falcons were looking for a couple of conditions in the drafting phase. One, somebody that doesn't really quote-unquote disrupt this Pharsa as often, and also making sure that you're protecting your gold lane in a winning matchup. And I think Super Marco on this Hanabi, as long as the wave's in the right position, you know, can get some free harassment. His first turtle should go over to Vitality's side, but you can see they're just trying to bait him into something, right? Come on, get into these fights before you're level 4 is the only time we can actually punish you.
Ooh, there was an SOD towards the purple. I thought that were actually going to steal away, but okay. Kyle will still secure nonetheless. That was already Moreno trying to burst down Flap too. Not much in terms of team fights just yet happening across the map at least. Oh, Purify forced out for Flap though.
Yeah, Super Marco also losing his Aegis as well. There could be a potential gank angle for Finn if he wants to flicker on top of Super Marco. He's very vulnerable right now, and I think there needs to be some kind of communication. But they've missed their opportunity here. You can see that Finn, alongside with Moreno, trying to control this top side, keeping track of where Kyle is going to be.
Yeah, they can't afford to let Kyle find the pickoffs that will set the pace once again for Team Falcons. Not now that they've finally gotten it for themselves. Shogun's been somewhat taking care of the XP lane surprisingly well though, even despite the matchup considering to be a Barrett's Uranus.
That's why we're seeing a lot of these motions from Vitality going towards the top side of the map. They don't want Flap to have that moment. Oh, the kick!
Oh, Rather Dryad connected perfectly. Kyle with a thumb throw, but it's Moreno who finds him first. It's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade so far. Jungle for Rome.
That's really interesting. I thought that Haji would just instantly spam the feather. Wait, hold on!
They find Haji. Fortunately, had the Purify to get out of there. But still, that was a... Yeah, you were saying it was a roam for jungle, and...
I would have imagined that Haji would have gotten at least Finn's flicker or something, but I think he's purposefully delaying the shots from the feathered airstrike just to make sure he gets maximum value out of it. Like, so what if Finn survives, right? If he doesn't have flicker, he's just as good as useless. That means this next feathered airstrike is going to be less contested for the upcoming fights. And now, with the next turtle in 5 more seconds, plenty of battle spells on their hands. Shogun doesn't have his Detna's welcome just yet, but they're going to fight as soon as it's online.
Which is great. That just shows how Vitality are now very calculated in terms of their usage of skills and resources. That's a Sky Piercer pickup already for Nile, so things should be a lot more better for Vitality if they find and hand over the kills to him this time. But Ogwen still has the Wrath of Dryad. Flap zoning out to Kyle. Really the objective, but the Way of the Dragon is gonna land onto Haji. That's a Piercer stack for Nile.
Wow, Vitality say you get to have the turtle for free. We're not gonna contest it, of course, but we want to go for Haji, knowing that his battle spell is down, and now they catch Ogwen.
Ogwen again as the Belleric, the stun. It's a 2-man stun. Now connects to Flap as well. Kyle goes flying in. He finds them and cuts thrown on to Moreno too. Those are 2 crucial members that Falcons get, however.
Yeah, and the fans are going back and forth. Nobody is happy with the trades, but Falcon win out big time on the trades because we also get Super Marco breaking this tier 1 at the same time. The SOD connects, all the Guambo combos are there, and even Iman getting into this fight ended up getting him killed. This is the worst possible scenario when you want your insurance to grow. It's really sad if you got to pull it out early.
And all the while, Super Marco has just been farming. He's just been pushing the waves. He's been staying here down bottom, but it's not like there's much attention put towards the bottom lane by Vitality either, because we were already talking about how their rotations were mainly focused towards the XP lane. At least Shogun is having a better time, but we're slowly transitioning to the part of the game where Super Marco might be a lot bigger of a problem than you think of him to be.
Oh yeah, he's already quite a big problem. Dom Ice finally completed by Finn to try and reduce the healing overall from the side of Falcons, but man, until Super Marco gets his 3 items, he's still just going to be only a decent amount of damage only in team fights, right? In the 1v1s, unless you've got a target to bounce though his auto attacks, you're really not getting the full effect of the Hanabi.
Okay. It's at least the Sky Pierce again for Moreno, still having those stacks. Dominus Ice already picked up for Finn as well. Vitality looking good so far, at least in the beginning and the start of this game. But Falcons, the way that they've been able to find these angles, I think it's starting to become really tricky for Vitality, especially with Eman choosing to join the fights but not really getting the maximum advantage out of it just yet.
And look at this spread here. They fight into this Tribe Rush, right? Where's the kick? Nope, they're not going to do it just yet. They're holding it. They're really tunnel visioning on that one priority target. This is allowing people like Super Marco to show up. He's not supposed to be a split pusher. In these cases, he's supposed to be a team fighter, and yet here he is.
Yeah, I think Eman and Super Marco at this point have just swapped roles.
Run!
Ooh, Super Marco running away. AG's already used. The burst from Nile is going to be enough though, but can they find the trade on Nile? The answer is no. Eman going in, Ogwen and Shogun not landing the Daytona's welcome, so Haji still gets to pick off Eman. Falcon.
That was such a weird sequence of events. Haji, again, a little bit slow on the reaction time here. He was waiting for the invulnerability, but I think he was anticipating it for too long. He should have just let it rip to force Niall to use the abilities. It's 3 shots to 2 abilities, and you can keep track of how many times he has that invulnerability if you see the little swords underneath the health bar. It's tough to keep up with. I know, a lot of people have been struggling with this new hero.
I am one.
I struggle too. Sometimes I forget using Hirara that I have combo abilities.
Mechanically and understanding, anticipating all these combos and the abilities that can come out of this hero. But Falcons, at least for now, again, they're able to somewhat be not as pressured. They're not forced, or they're not reacting to what Vitality want to get out of them, especially when it's in terms of forcing out really important utilities. And even now, you see the pressure is just constantly towards the bottom side of the map. Kyle flying in, tries to find Moreno.
Wow!
That's a sprint used right there. Is that how it's supposed to be?
Yeah, hey, he survived, right? If sprint makes me live with 1 HP,
okay.
I'll take it any day. But I don't think he's going to get away with this for very long. And honestly, getting pretty lucky there with Finn able to... Oh, hold on.
Okay, Finn, no, he can't. He can't. Moreno was also just zoned out by the fettered airstrike alone.
I've never seen so many people just anticipating this Predator strike come out from Haji. Everyone's just looking at the tablet, just hoping maybe they do something now. And I think that's the big issue, right? Whoever makes that first move is going to get punished. And if Finn doesn't catch that feather airstrike at the right time, he's got a lot more that he has to do. He's got to figure out a way to kick Kyle in the middle of the fight.
Yeah, it's just tough. Like, Vitality, at this point, you really want to see them get to coordinate and layer down their skills well enough. But who should be the heroes to do that first? Who could you expect to primarily be the ones trying to set up and really layer down their skills together? Because at this point, Finn, Eman probably not. Moreno, there is a bit of a lack of damage if they really want to go for the front lines too. I mean, just now they also use the Thunder's Wrath, but it's not enough to really take down Flap on the Uranus.
Yep, it's really just a stat check, right? And Flap, he doesn't mind. This is why it's so annoying to deal with. Oh, hold on.
Okay, now they're going to try and burst him down. Flap still has the Purify, though. He's not using it at all.
Me too.
They're not reacting to what's happening, to what Vitality's doing against them. Okay, now we see Eman joining in. Super Marco 2 nearby and within range, but the Wrath of Dryad is just going to allow Falcons to flawlessly take this objective for themselves. Super Marco with a free hit, Kyle with a gut thrown, already on a killing spree, and Shogun falls down next. 3 members out for Vitality.
Beautifully played by the Falcons. They understood neutral control is so easy for them when Owen just has to stand and press 1 button. That's literally, he just stood there like a tree. It's like, nah, you ain't walking out of here. The Wrath of Dryads is just a little too good. Unfortunately, it was on Vitality to force a play out to get the timing right. And as much as Niall can try to use his iframes, closing the distance is half the problem. And Ogwin has way too wide of an AoE to completely ignore. So let's look at this replay one more time, right? Just keep your eyes on Ogwin. He purposely takes 1 step over the neutral line to drop it down, to give them no opportunity. Even Shogun with the anti-CC wasn't able to catch Kyle mid-cable.
It's just so perfect. He barely had to go in for a surprise Wrath of Dryad. It was just really a perfectly timed Wrath of Dryad alone. There was no flicker sacrifice. They also weren't poked down low enough because I don't think Vitality could really afford to. They barely have heroes who could poke. You try to close in, and that's about it. You pretty much expose yourself to Falcons already, and now they're knocking on the base turrets. Fortunately, Vitality are able to deal with it for now, but they already got all their energy shields, their holy shields out, and they still have waves incoming. 2 conceals already dropped down. Ogwen still not using the Wrath of Dryad. Finn trying to look for an angle. Daytona's welcome finally committed onto Flap, but again, he's still not using the Purify.
I'm telling you, he's gonna hold it until, you know, Kingdom Come. The next, by the time the Rapture comes, you'll be like, yes, Lord, I have the Purify. I've been holding it this whole time. Oh my goodness. He's not dead, and that's the important thing. He's 1-0-3, so really no use for it at this stage of the game.
Oh no.
The biggest problem right now is who the heck can deal with the Super Marco?
Oh, that's a problem. That's the biggest problem. A Wrath of Dryad Flicker combo under the turret of Vitality. Enough to take down Niall. Falcons don't seem like they're doing much just to take what they want.
Well, you see what I mean? Literally, there's nothing they can do. As long as Super Marco has that Aegis, he's walking around as if he's got Purify. And Vitality recognize that. They can't suppress him. They can't lock him down to the point at that stage. They need Moreno to close the distance, but he has the sprint, so he can't.
Oh, Shogun. Oh, Shogun. Not even Shogun can handle this Hanabi anymore. Okay. Ogwen will fall, though. Lightning Truncheon pickup from Haji, and they will settle with just 2 base turrets taken down.
At this stage, Vitality, they just have to play to scale until we see Iman actually, well, I don't know, I think that's his 4th item at this stage, so he should be in pretty good strength. Trinity already complete, I would assume, as well, if he's getting him a lifting gun, but right now, the odds are not looking good, and somebody needs to clean that long lane.
Yes, someone has to deal with it, but Vitality, they're all here. They want to contest. Eman's the one trying to at least poke down the Lord for now. They're trying to hunt down Kyle, but Flap is onto Shogun! Oh, Nile falling does not look good for Vitality, and it's just Kyle flying in! He finds a double, can be a triple! If they find Eman, here's Spear of Misery to save him for just a bit, but it's just Eman, Gideon!
Yeah. Super Marco and Haji literally walked up and said, nah, he's good, it's cool, dude. It's like, what are you gonna do? Like, Iman is gonna try and walk up, can't do much, Feather Half Strike.
He can't even do the defense of his life. Not against Team Falcons, not in this scenario. Team Falcons, after losing the first game, will now make it to the next stage here in the knockout stage.
Oh. An unfortunate loss for Team Vitality, but a major win for Falcons. What a game that was. The most eccentric members obviously happy with their performance, but you can tell some people were stressed, and Marco finally, a sigh of relief. Oh my God, I don't have to deal with E-Man any longer.
Winning your quarterfinals last game on a Hanabi.
Hey, it set the precedent here for what MSC and future MSCs. I don't think people are going to forget this one.
Nope.
Now we lose another representative coming in from Indonesia. But this game was beautiful to watch. Every moment calculated, every second timed to the millisecond.
Even the adjustments in the draft, the choices that they repeatedly made, but failed to actually make work. There were so many decisions and risks that were taken in this series, but it all boils down to this. Falcons are still the ones who had the better adjustment. It's true. I think the rumors are true. You don't want to go up against Falcons a second time around in a single tournament. They will just not allow the same result to happen twice.
No, they won't. And I love the fact that they've opened up the mid lane back up to the Varsa. We're going to be throwing it up to our stage with our winners, with Rose, and of course the man himself. Give it up, everybody, for Team Falcons. Flap.
Team Falcon Philippines does it with a 3-1 win, eliminating Team Vitality from MSC at EWC 2026. And up on stage, we have Flap, the one and only Flap. You guys got a revenge win. You guys are the hope bringer of the Filipinos, the last hope. And of course, you guys denied a potential Indo Grand Finals. How are you feeling after today's win?
I feel good, but I don't have to be complacent because there's still a match tomorrow.
Very good. Never be complacent. Otherwise, mistakes will probably happen on the international stages. Now, Flap, let's talk about what you guys did in the 2 days break that we had. Because the Team Falcons prior to this, 2 days before, is very different from the Team Falcons that we are witnessing today. What happened? What changed? Tell us about it.
We planned really hard, and at the same time, our mindset is like we're like underdogs, so we don't get pressured and we just play our game.
No pressure, the underdog's mindset. So you said that you guys actually planned really hard, and today we could see a lot of interesting picks coming out from you guys, a lot of interesting play style. So what does that say about Team Falcons Philippine in the meta? Do you think you guys are actually starting to adapt to it?
Yeah, I think we're good at adapting, especially on tournaments like this, because we really need this.
But you know what? You mentioned that you guys are really good at adapting in tournaments. I got a question. Why does it seem that you guys are always so much stronger when you guys are like, you know, backs against the wall, when it's like the last life? How do you guys get so buffed?
I think it's because of the pressure. We love being pressured. Like, we take it in a good way.
I see. Okay, I think Team Falcons Flap, for example, works really, really great under pressure. Now, my next question is, you guys will be actually facing Yangon Galacticus in the semi-finals match. But get this, Flap. Ying said he actually expected to meet Team Vitality in the semi-finals. But he also mentioned that, you know, you guys are a good opponent as well. Is there anything you want to mention to Ying? Because, you know, his Team Vitality and Yangon is not happening.
Yeah, I get his mindset because in the last few days, we weren't really playing well. So I think I expected it that people think Vitality is gonna win. But here we are.
Wow! Is there anything interesting that we might be witnessing in that matchup against Yangon Galacticus in the semifinals? Is there anything interesting that we could probably expect from that matchup?
I think it's just normal, yeah.
Normal. He's being humble. He's listening to the fans here in the arena. Flap, last question. As the last hope, as the hope bringer of the Filipinos, is there anything you want to say to the fans?
Thank you for supporting us, guys. We're still alive.
The dream is still alive. And now it is time to crush some dreams. Boys, come on over. Who wants to crush the key of Team Vitality? Sinong gustong mag-crush ng susi? Kyle, all right, let's go to the back. Follow me. Kyle ZZ has volunteered himself. He is ready. All right, boys, you may proceed. And of course, Kyle, you may go to the key crusher. All you have to do is push, Kyle. Oh, he is ready and he is in for it. Go on, push. There you guys have it. Team Falcons Philippines officially eliminates Team Vitality in the MSC at EWC 2026. The hope bringer of the Filipinos, congratulations. Let us show it back to the desk.
Wow, crying. And mentioned there as you see the key crush, the hope of Indonesia no longer, as they will be sent home, and the hope bringer of the Philippines bringing just that. Kyle letting them know where they stand in his book. That was a statement. And Team Falcons are alive, and more importantly, they're alive for a chance to win a tournament and have a chance for a club championship as well. Huge storyline there, huge regional storyline, huge individual player storyline with Kyle and Niall, who Kyle gets the better end of. Incredible stuff. Trex, Lavelle, the fans have been going crazy. They're behind us. We love you guys.
Put them over here.
Team Falcons. One thing you got to say about the Philippines, man, they have some amazing fans, and they're well-deserved in getting this win. It was Team Falcons PH onus on them to find a way to get back into this after suffering those earlier defeats, and they did, Trex. They figured it out.
They have figured it out over the span of this whole tournament, and we've watched this team get stronger and stronger and stronger every single game. I mean, even in that match there, after taking the loss, they come back, they lose to Selena, they still find answers repetitively. And that's why you can just never count a Filipino team out. I was talking to Leo the other day, and he said, if they wanted us out, they should have knocked them both out in the group stage.
Yeah.
Because now they have to feel the wrath, and it is true.
Yeah, and honestly, like this is also pretty big for the organization because Vitality was top 3 in the club championship, but now they're not going to get any more points.
That's right.
Falcons, here's the thing. They were able to take down Vitality, so what's really stopping them from going all the way to the grand finals, right? Because once you go to the grand finals, I think that's where a real challenge is going to be. It's either going to be Aurora, it could be Spirit, Vamos, or maybe even Onyx.
Well, I think one thing for me that stood out, and tell me if this is tracks for you guys, Super Marco, and obviously the Hanabi at the end. I mean, that was just ridiculous, Trex. But he all series was such a bright light for them because they didn't have to pick around him. He could play Clint. No one's banning Clint, and he could just play whatever and almost carry.
No matter what you put in his hands, he's gonna feel comfortable on it. And even that Hanabi pick, it was always key to the draft, right? You have these high crowd control, Detna's welcomes coming at you, all these things. What do? All right, yes, Hanabi isn't too flashy, but the CC immune was clean. He could never be a target. It just goes back into that bulletproof Marco. You can't take him down.
I mean, here's the thing. He only really felt pressure in the lane game number 2, and that's it, right?
Yeah.
The time he went up against the Paquito gold lane is like, okay, guys, I'm having a tough time.
You're right.
Game 1, no. Game 3, no. Game 4, no. So I feel like them picking out the Hanabi is signaling just win the lane. You know that you're better than E-Man in that part of the game. And then afterwards, they're not going to catch you because even during the draft, after the first 3 picks, I saw that the Farsa was there, and I'm like, guys, you have no dive. You don't have a Yuzong, you don't have a Lapu, you don't have an Alice, and part of that is because you pick up the Barat's first pick. Not a bad pick, it's just that you need to figure out a way to deal with the backline. In that situation, if you had a Ling, great. If you had a Claude, great. But they didn't, right? That's why I saw the first 3 picks and I'm like, I don't think you're going to win the draft.
Yeah, it wasn't the Eudora that was making the difference, and you could tell Haji had switched off the Selena. He had different options in this game. We even saw Joy come out earlier in one of these series. There was multiple flexes on those roles, but when it came to EXP, the Barats consistently had its moments, but I think they probably, looking back, say, we gave too much away by just going for that.
And it's so interesting because so many of these teams, Vitality included in the groups, were so willing to consistently change up their drafts.
Right.
Never got pigeonholed into one idea. And today we saw Vitality come out here and literally every single game, Barat's first pick, like you said, it's not a bad pick exactly, but in a meta like this, you have to be willing to change things up.
I do have to say though, one of the pitfalls of the pick and bans is that if you lock your side laner early, your draft is not flexible anymore. Because here's the thing, especially when it comes to the EXP lane, sometimes that's the lane where it can cover up some of your mistakes. For example, you need a front line, you can draft a front line in the EXP. You need some kind of dive, you can draft that in the EXP. Right? You need some kind of damage to blow someone up in the back line, you can do that in the EXP. If you chose it early, your draft just doesn't have that flexibility compared to the opponents.
You can't put Kimmy in a roam, right? I mean, at the end of the day.
I mean, you can, but you're not going to win.
You can't. You're not going to win. Hey, you used to see my rank games, what people try to do. My goodness. I'm like, can we please get an EXP lane? Come on, man. Like, what are we all trying to lose? You guys know what I'm talking about. Switch lanes.
Switch? Get out of my lane.
Get out of my lane. I'm just kidding. It's
Maybe
been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun ingratiating myself into the community and learning. I've enjoyed playing. I was playing earlier today, and one of the characters that really did give me a hard time, and I think there was an EWC extra piece saying, which solo character would you play to go all the way to the top level of ranked? Hanabi came up. And I think that, I mean, at that point, you could see it, LaFell. It's like, this was a great pick, a great choice, because you can do your own thing. Anyone tries to mess with you, get away, and then just carry the game.
I mean, like, in solo queue, I've seen so many games, Hanabi plus healer.
Oh, yeah.
The most famous one is the Estes, and then your shield doesn't go away, so you have permanent anti-CC, and then you're just dealing damage across to everyone. So yeah, in ranked games, Hanabi is legit strong. That's why I don't make fun of it as much anymore.
I mean, now she's legit strong on the stage of MSC as well.
And
at least
MWI.
Of Ogwin. I mean, in the hands of Marco, so.
I wonder if we'll see her again. These are questions for us. Of course, it's always difficult to be on the losing side of things. And we had a chance to hear about one of our great junglers here, not only in Indonesia, but in this tournament so far. He has fallen out with Team Vitality. Niall was standing by with a turn-up.
We're now backstage with Niall from Vitality after that loss against Falcons PH. Niall, how are you feeling right now?
Of course, we are so sad because we did not expect that we're gonna lose in this EWC.
What were you expecting?
Of course, because based on scrims, we are expecting to be at the grand finals.
So what do you think happened in that match? What made it the loss to 3-1?
Maybe we forgot about their heroes like their Romeros, like Beleric.
Oh, okay. So it was more hero-based.
Yeah.
But in terms of execution, comms and everything, was there something that you would do differently?
I think it's good, but because it's Beleric, it's so hard for us.
Okay. So the execution was a little bit difficult.
Yeah.
Niall, what lesson did you learn from that match up against Falcons PH?
I think patience and no rush.
Patience and no rush. And obviously, we're going to be expecting you in next internationals,
Yeah.
right? What's next for you now?
Game of the future.
Games of the future. All right. Okay. So Niall, obviously, unfortunately, you will have to bow out from MSC. But could we know a little bit more about what you think about Onyx come the tournaments?
Yeah, there's only one hope from Indonesia. It's Onyx. I think you guys can support them, and I think they are good. They are good. They can fight with Aurora before, right? I think they will do the same like Falcon do to us.
Niall, are you okay?
Who is okay when the team is losing? No one's okay.
How disappointed do you feel right now?
I feel like so disappointed because it's like we could do better. We could do better.
Is there something that you want to say to your fans, maybe?
I'm so sorry for what I do. I'm sorry for this EWC. We will come back stronger in MPL and GF.
And we will wait for your comeback. Thank you so much, Niall, for this interview. I know it's not easy, and we're going to throw it over back to you guys.
Always a lot of credit, and credit to Team Vitality for what they did. You can't say they were anything but exceptional throughout this tournament. They stumbled here against Team Falcons PH. Yangon Galacticos also made a pro esports trip, and those two teams will be going home. However, Yangon Falcons, they have booked their ticket to at least $150,000 and a semi-final. One more win, one more best of 5, and they will be in the grand final, which has a chance for $1 million if you come into that first place. An amazing thing that's there. And guys, tomorrow looking at it, we've got Team Vamos, Team Spirit going up against each other, and Aurora Gaming and Onyx going up against each other. The last Indonesian representative there versus Aurora Gaming from Turkey, where M Series will be held this year. So that is exciting. Plus 2 great teams in Team Vamos and Team Spirit to kick us off. Trex, LaFell, as we close out today, gentlemen, we take a look at tomorrow. I want to get your final thoughts before we head home.
Today was amazing. Tomorrow is going to be amazing. I mean, we have so many storylines going on right now. So many amazing teams fighting for the spot. And no matter who ends up there, I feel like it's going to be a great grand finals.
I mean, like, looking at today, the revenge story is starting to become a real thing here because every single team, they fought against each other back in the group stage. And then unfortunately, we see that Team Vitality bit off more than they can chew, right? I mean, like, it's safe to say, like, they got pretty confident after group stage that they can take down Team Falcons Philippines. So now I'm really not sure what's going to happen tomorrow. Like, if Aurora somehow loses to Onyx, that would be quite the upset. Speaking of, right now, there's only one representative from each region, from each country throughout the tournament.
Whether it's the club championship, fellas, or whether it is MLBB, seeing new characters and new legends, new histories and new dynasties formed, tomorrow is certain to hold more. So do not miss it. We're going to be right back here where we started, and from all of us here at the crew of EWC, MSC, all of us on studio, on panel, on our cast, myself, Rain Day, we appreciate you, we love you, remind you to never give up, never stop gaming, and we'll leave you with the STC recap.